This is a Miami Sports Music Podcast Network production. This is the #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock blockers, let's go.
I know the whole city right. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been trained to go. Fins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Who that? To a time, to a time. Time to grind, time to shine. To a time, to a time. To a time, to a time.
What up, baby?
Time to grind, time to shine.
It is your boy, Stephen D, and this is the #1 Miami fan morning show. I'm talking about clock blockers, baby. What is up? Good morning to my family and my Finlaws. What is going on, man? I'm your host, Stephen D. You can follow me on all social media at Stephen D SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. Make sure you all follow me on all social media platforms, especially on Twitter. I was on Twitter last night, let me tell you. Watching, I will say this, watching the NBA playoffs last night, it was great on social media. It was good stuff. I'll get into that in a little while. Hey, follow Miami Sports Music everywhere at Miami Sports Music and on Twitter at MIA Sports Music. Hit the like button. Hey, if you haven't done so already, hit the like button. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. Make sure you come in. Make sure you hit that like button. And let's go, baby. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. When you subscribe, you make sure you hit that little bell notification and hit all notifications. That way you get alerted every time Miami Sports Music goes live. Solo D drops a new track. Anything that happens, we upload a video, you get notified. All right, so make sure you hit the all notifications on your screen. Make sure you sign up now. Become a member today. There are plenty of seats waiting at the table for you. That's right. We'd love to see you sign up and become a member. If you look in the description below, you will see a awesome link that says membership with it, okay? And in that membership tab, you got to make sure that you sign up and become part of the, everybody who's been here before, say it with me, family. That's right. Family. Make sure you sign up today. Become part of the family. There are plenty of seats waiting at the table for you. We'd love to see you sign up today and become a permanent member of the family. That goes for everybody. I put the link in the chat below, so you definitely can use it there. Also, hey, look, if you want to help the channel grow monetarily, there's lots of different ways you can do it. Only if you're able to. Look, by sharing and hitting the like button, and sharing the link on different social media platforms and letting people know that we're live, that helps. But if you're able to give a different way and you're able to give monetarily, which always helps, you can help the channel grow by donating. And there's a lot of things that we do here. We're on every single day, Monday through Friday, weekday mornings, right here on the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. So even if you're able to donate $1, $5, $10, $20, whatever you're able to do, it definitely goes to the right place, and it goes such a long way into helping the channel grow. You can use the YouTube Live Super Chat, which is the $ below the bottom of the chat. You can use that there. Or you can also use Cash App or PayPal, okay? Cash App is MSM Podcast Network. QR code's right on your screen. Or you can use PayPal, which is also MSM Podcast Network. Or use the QR code that's right on your screen. If you're rewatching us on replay, there's a YouTube Super Thanks, which is a heart logo with a $ in the middle of the heart. Only if you're watching us on replay on YouTube and not watching us live. Always hit that. That button works as well. You can donate through that way as well. Want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of the show, ZSM Sports. ZSM Sports is your #1 place to get your cards, jerseys, balls, and hard-to-find items. Make sure you follow ZSM Sports today. Make sure you follow them on Instagram. They're really, really good. Tail Greeter. Download the app today on your current Apple or Android device. Make sure you download the app today. It's a big deal. We got a lot of cool stuff going on with Tail Greeter and Miami Sports Music this upcoming year, and it's going to be good. It's going to be great. So make sure you guys do that. Look, today's big show. Why is that? It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. Wednesday. That's right. Wildin' Out Wednesday is one of the best shows and days of the week. It's where we allow you, the fans, to come up on the show and you control the show. Okay. There's a lot of Dolphin panel shows around the YouTube and content creator community. Well, this one we have exclusively just for one day where the fans come up here and it's your show. You get to do whatever you want. It's a show that's made for the fans by the fans. So I open up the lines. You guys get in. Anybody who comes up here is welcome, no matter what kind of take you have, no matter who you are. But you guys control the narrative. And how do you do that? Well, there's a couple different ways you can do that. All right. If you are a Miami Dolphins fan, there's an official timeout and ban rule. Okay. You can do 10-minute timeouts, 50-minute day bans, $100 long week bans, $250 month-long bans. You or someone on your behalf, if somebody pays for you to get kicked off for any reason, maybe they don't like your take, maybe they think you're talking out of your behind, whatever it is, they're just sick of hearing from you. Okay. You get kicked off, but you can bring yourself back from the ban or timeout. You or someone on your behalf can pay to bring you back. And once that happens, the original person who banned and or timed out that person can no longer ban or time out at that particular level. They have to go to the next level up if they don't want to hear from you. Okay. And they must move up to the next tier. But someone else can ban at a lower tier or any tier or time you out at any level. Okay. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is for fun. It supports the channel. Enjoy and do not take it personally. It helps the channel grow. It's a great way for the channel to obviously raise funds for the channel. And it's a great way for you, the fans, to control the narrative. If you are a non-Miami Dolphin fans, the same rules apply to you, except if somebody on the panel wants to vote a non-Miami Dolphin fan off, they don't have to necessarily get paid to get kicked off because this is centralized Miami Dolphins show, which means if a Buffalo Bills fan or a New York Jets fan or a New England Cheatriots fan comes up on the panel and somebody says, get this Bills fan out of here, get this horrible green team guy out of here, let's have a panel vote. And as long as majority rules, they can get off the show. But sometimes, you know, other fans bring decent takes, not great takes, but decent takes. So it is one of my favorite shows of the week. I believe it's one of your favorite shows of the week. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to have fun today. So as I do each and every morning, I'm going to drop the link here in a couple minutes, but let me just kind of talk about some things for me, and then I'll do it. I coached. So last night I coached. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she's playing baseball, not softball. She wanted to play baseball with the boys. And so, you know, I did that. And one of the things that I thought was really, last night was our first game. We've been practicing for a couple of weeks now. Well, I'm the assistant manager. I'm the assistant coach. And the head coach, the head coach had to work last night. Something came up. So guess who had to coach the first game? This guy. Okay. This guy, it's, let me tell you, it was interesting. It was a lot of fun. We played 5 innings and we lost 2-1. We ended up, so the parents pitched the first 2 innings and then the kids pitched the last 3 innings. And it was 1-1 the entire game. And we had the bases loaded a couple times and couldn't get out of there. And they got bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th. And it was a full count, 3-2. Full count, 2 outs, bases loaded. And he walked him. And actually, he didn't walk him. He got a hit. He got a hit into, you know, and they won the game. So we lost 2-1. So I lost in my managerial debut last night. But no, it was so much fun. The kids had a great time. They were jumping up. That was fun. That was great, Coach Steve. It was great, man. It was so cool being out there. For those of you who've had kids and have done youth sports before, I think you kind of know, you know, all about that. So that was a good time. Although I will tell you, you know, you're out there, you're moving around, and man, boy, I get sore after practice, man. No, it was good. My daughter loved it. She was super excited, And she's like, I can't wait. Games are on Tuesday and Thursday. So next game is on Thursday, and we'll definitely see. Kazan said it's not about winning or losing at that age. It's about teaching fundamentals, which we're doing. There's no umpire. So the coaches, the managers, were umpires. So that's what we did. It was fun. I enjoyed it. If you ever get a chance to teach you sports at a young age, I highly recommend it. As we get older, we'll see if I still have that same feeling as my kids get older. So I did that. And then after the game, we came back. We went out for pizza. And Rick Sport, do they even keep score? Technically, no, Rick, they don't. But we did, but that's okay. Steven was probably just yelling at the kids behind the scenes. Just kidding. Great job, bro. Get over. Get the ball. Tag the base. We should have been out of the inning in the bottom of the fifth twice if a kid had to just grab the ball and touch the base. Didn't happen. We're not going to talk about it. It is what it is. 12 and up is a nightmare. The parents are the worst. Parents are great here. I mean, the parents are absolutely amazing here. So I've enjoyed all the parents. They've been helping out. It was really, really cool. Steven, cherish those memories. They grow up so fast. I was on the phone with Cameron last night, Cameron Scott from East 32. And man, it was really, really cool because he was telling me, he's like, dude, once you start doing more and more of this, everything else in life just doesn't matter. So it was great for me. So we came back home after we went out for pizza. And then it is beautiful time of year. NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball's in full swing. It was awesome. So last night I just hopped, got on the couch after the game, turned on the TV, and TBS, TNT, and ESPN had everything last night. It had playoff hockey, playoff basketball, and Major League Baseball was even on TBS, which was great. So I watched it last night. It was a lot of fun. I'll tell you, there's some in the first rounds. It's always interesting because there's teams that just look like they're so much better than some of the lower seeded teams. I can tell you, watching that Florida Panthers game, that was tough to watch. Watching that stupid Tampa Bay Lightning game, that was tough to watch. I hope Lewis can hear me about that. I was so upset. But yeah, so it is what it is with Florida Panthers. Hopefully they can figure out a way to climb out of this hole. It was the first game. They lost. It's what it is. We'll see game 2. But let me tell you, I watched the end of that Knicks Cavaliers game, and you're right, Andres. Knicks got straight destroyed. They don't even belong on the same court as an NBA team, playoff team right now. Was not cool. I mean, it was a boring game. They were up by 30 points in the fourth quarter. The Cavaliers, a LeBron James-less Cavaliers team, was up by 30 points or close to 30 points in the fourth quarter. And then there was some garbage time points by the Knicks. But I'll tell you what, Cavs were playing hard too. There was some dirty, interesting fouls when the game was out of hand in the fourth quarter. So that was fun. Oh, that wasn't as fun. But then the game after that was great too. And the Phoenix Suns and who's Phoenix playing? The Clippers. That was a lot of fun to watch. I like. There's both teams. The NBA playoffs have been great. I mean, absolutely great. Some of the games have been straight boring, but the Lakers game series has been good. The Sacramento Kings. I promise y'all on everything. Even if you're not an NBA fan, you need to watch that Sacramento Kings Warriors series. It is through 2 games. Some of the best, most fun atmosphere basketball games I have ever watched. Sacramento Kings fans, oh my God, that place is electric. Talking about light the beam. And I'm a sports fan, period. And everybody knows I'm a LeBron fan. And I love the Heat too, right? So, but LeBron gets my loyalty at the end of the day, and I know a lot of you kill me in the chat for that. I don't care. LeBron James all day. Let me tell you, I'm very nervous that Sacramento and the Lakers are going to play each other because I love this Sacramento Kings team. watching them is just fun to watch. They are just a fun team to watch. Everything about them is fun to watch, and it's great. So I highly recommend, if you get a chance to watch a Sacramento Kings home playoff game this year, stop the channel for a few minutes. Just watch for a few minutes. I promise you, you'll be hooked. It's that good. So yeah. And I will tell you, in that Sacramento Kings Warriors series, Draymond Green, for those of you who don't know, Sacktown is not winning this series. Don't worry, Steven. I don't know about that, man. I do not know about that. What I will tell you is Draymond Green, who obviously has made sports headlines a million times over the years. I used to hate Draymond, absolutely hate him. And then I heard him with LeBron on a podcast and found out him and LeBron were good friends. And I'm like, all right, let me give this guy a chance. And started listening to him more and started listening to Draymond's podcast. And I'm like, you know what? He's good. I like the guy. He's very emotional when he plays, but he's good at what he does, right? But he definitely is hot-headed and makes some stupid decisions. But I don't hate him as much as I did. Now I just think he's a pain in the butt to play against, and that's about it, right? And I enjoy some of his antics. Well, game 2, Sabonis, who's the number 4 and 5, the number 5 for Sacramento, 3-time All-Star. He's on the ground. He grabs his leg. He's holding his leg. And your initial, and this is in transition. The bucket makes, Draymond's trying to turn to go up court, and Sabonis is on the ground, and he grabs, like they were trying to get a rebound. And so Sabonis goes down to the ground. He grabs his leg. I would show it to you, but I don't want to get flagged. Sabonis grabs his leg, and Draymond's trying to go up court. Your natural instinct, and I'm not condoning or, what Draymond does next, but your natural instinct as a person is, if something's on your foot, is you try to, with your foot, shoo it away. Now, Draymond was a little bit excessive. He straight up stomped on the guy's chest. Okay? 2 things to that. Number one, if Draymond didn't have his leg pulled, there is no way that would have ever, he wouldn't have done what he did. It's not like Ndamukong Suh when he straight up for no reason went and stomped on the guy. Okay? It's not that scenario. This is a scenario where he's got a player who's clear as day pulling him. No reason to be doing it. And so your natural instinct as a person is to just get this, try to kick that, whatever's on your feet away. But where Draymond went wrong is he straight up stomped on him, and it was excessive. So he gets up, and Sabonis is on the ground. He's wailing, and Sacramento fans are just booing the crap out of Draymond. And what does Draymond do? He loves it. He eats that crap up. So he's like, let's go. Let's go. And by the way, Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, is in the crowd watching all this. And it's emotional. It's electric and emotional in that building at that moment. And he's going crazy. The fans are going nuts. He gets up on the bench at Golden State, and people are booing him. And all I can think of is, oh my God, we're going to have another Malice in the Palace. It's going to go down. It's going to go down. And I know that's what Adam Silver, the commissioner, was thinking in that moment, who's in the stands 100 feet away from all this. So I'm sure he was nervous as hell. So what ended up happening is there was a double technical, or it wasn't a double technical. They both got technicals, but Draymond got a tech and got ejected. Sabonis got a tech, and that was it. Okay, he didn't get ejected. So they were talking throughout the rest of the night, and I was listening to NBA on TNT. Ernie, Chuck, Shaq, and Kenny. By the way, I wish, side note, I wish on everything that TNT had the NBA Finals, because ESPN's play-by-play and coverage of the finals is straight up garbage. It's horrible. I can't stand Jeff Van Gundy. I can't stand Mark Jackson. And I can deal with the guy who does the play-by-play for ESPN, but give me Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller and Chris Webber all day long doing the finals. All day long, twice on Sundays, and then give me the inside the inside NBA crew doing pregame, halftime, and postgame coverage. I'm taking that all day long. I wish and pray for the day that TNT gets the NBA Finals. Anyways, to go back to the original point, I'm thinking Draymond's probably going to get suspended. Well, yesterday the day comes out, and I figured it would be quick. No news came out. All right. Maybe he's not going to get suspended, but there'd been no official statement yet, right? And so at that point, I'm like, what happens here? You know, what's going to go on? Well, I'm watching the game last night, and then in the middle of the game, a statement comes out and is released by the NBA, and it's an interesting one, and I'm going to read just a little bit of the statement to you as soon as I can pull it up here. Here it goes. It goes, and this is from NBA itself. It says, Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green has been suspended for one game without pay for stepping, not stomping, stepping on the chest of Sacramento Kings center Domantas Sabonis. Okay. It was announced today by Joe Dumars, executive president, head of basketball operations. Yes, the same Joe Dumars who played for the Pistons back in the day. Here's where it gets interesting. The suspension was based in part on Draymond Green's history of unsportsmanlike acts. And then it just goes on to the details of what exactly happened. So he wasn't suspended for the act itself in full. As a matter of fact, it kind of tells me, based on that wording, is if you're anybody else, we probably give you the benefit of the doubt in that situation that you're right. What do you do in that situation? It's not like you can move your foot. But they suspended him based in part because of past transgressions. And Rick Spar, that's what I'm getting at. Rick Spar says, sounds like they're making up rules as they go along. I think the NBA Players Association should get involved because there needs to be, I don't know. Here's the thing. There should be black and white on what gets suspended and what doesn't, because the NBA could easily come back and say, well, that's conduct detrimental to the league. All right. I get it. Fine. You want to do that. Number one, I don't think he'll appeal the suspension. He'll be suspended for game 3. Number 2, if I'm the Warriors, oh my God, you're killing us again. You're going to make us lose a series because you got suspended. And when they're down 0-2, Sacramento, all they need to do is win one game in Golden State over the next 2. Just win one, and you come back home. So I think that that it's interesting. Now, what I will say is Sabonis is questionable for game 3. He has a contusion in his chest. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. If he does not play, then Draymond's suspension, I think, is good. Like, I have no problem with it. If he does play, I'm very split on this Draymond Green situation. For the simple fact that in there they said the suspension was based in part on Green's history of unsportsmanlike acts. People change. So you're telling me that in theory, I cannot get suspended or do anything for 2 or 3 years, but the 2 years prior when I was an 18, or maybe when I was a hothead when I was younger, I'm going to get, I've changed. I've done certain things. This is just a bad moment. Now, I'm not condoning what he did. I just think that he should be, I don't know. I have a very difficult time. What do you think? Do you think Draymond should be suspended? Do you not think he should be suspended? Put it in the chat when you come up here and tell me. It'll be very interesting. I'm interested to know what you guys say. The other thing, to get off the NBA for a second, and I do want you guys to talk about it when you guys come back. I'm interested to ask, you guys have been watching a lot of Dolphins content on social media and YouTube for the last week, for a long time. everybody's got a response on the Dalvin Cook situation. I'm interested to know, you've heard a lot of people's theories, you've heard a lot of people's thoughts on the situation. Where do you as fans stand on the Dalvin Cook situation and going to get a running back? And where do you as fans want the first pick to go for the Dolphins? That is something else I think I want to hear from you fans today. So I want to open up the panel. Do you think Draymond should have been suspended? What did you think about the situation? The NBA's, reaction to it and saying that one sentence? What do you think about the Dalvin Cook situation? And where do you think the Dolphins will go with their very first pick of the draft? I think that'll be a good way to open up the panel for Wildin' Out Wednesday. All right, I'm going to drop the link right now, and this is your show. Take over. I am no longer, quote unquote, in charge. It is your show now. Whatever you guys want to do, it's on you. Okay, it's on you. And I'm just here to facilitate everything. So it's pinned to the top of the page. Get in where you fit in, and we're going to have some fun this morning. We are going to have some fun this morning and today. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Remember, bands, timeouts are in full effect. It's for fun and supports the channel. Enjoy. Don't take it personally. If a non-Dolphins fan comes up here, remember the panel can vote off at any time. It's up to you. This is your show, ladies and gentlemen. I am just here to facilitate. Let's go. Rosenhaus even said Cook to Miami won't happen because he doesn't think the Fins will give him the money. If anyone has an idea of what the Dolphins will do, it's Rosenhaus. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Rosenhaus has been wrong before about the Dolphins. Just want to throw that out there. I'd rather have Henry. He puts more fear in other teams than Cook does. You're not wrong. At least he does put more fear in other team. Morning, y'all. Lewis in here. He was supposed to start the show this morning. Of course, Lewis is late and doesn't care about nothing. Lewis is a hater anyway. That's Cap. That's Cap. I'm Lewis. That's Cap. Anyways, who else is up in here? Guys, I opened up the panel. Nobody's come on yet. Let's go. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. There's no Wildin' Out yet. Let's go. Good morning, Kaz.
Morning.
What's up, man?
Not much. What are you? What about you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm just waiting for Wildin' Out Wednesday to commence and waiting for the masses to show up and get up here and start some craziness this morning.
I was watching the Avs game last night.
Say what?
I was watching the Avalanche game last night. Wasn't too happy about it, but it is what it is.
Well, hey, look, as a Panthers fan or somebody who's closely monitoring everything, I will say that right now it's it sucks. It all sucks.
Well, my favorite team's not in it, but I'm a huge Avalanche fan as number 2, pretty much, because they had when my favorite player went to them, after he left my team, kind of become an Avalanche fan, But
I hear you. Hey, man, what do you think about the Draymond Green situation?
I think he deserves to be suspended, but I mean, he did stomp on the dude. Regardless if the dude was holding his leg, he didn't need to stomp on him like that.
Do you think that? Do you believe or think, Caslin, that if he hadn't stomped on, if he hadn't held his leg, that never would have took place?
Oh yeah, I don't think. I mean, he's kind of was bullying him all night anyways. So, but it just.
I mean, look, Sabonis was getting beat up. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
He was getting beat up the entire night. But now let me ask you: do you as a fan think if it was anybody else besides Draymond Green, they would have been suspended?
I think if it was Clay, he probably would have, but I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of players that would come to mind that they would probably
just in general. In general, do you think? So you're saying yes, another player would have been suspended even in that situation?
Yeah, it depends on the player. I mean, there's a couple players, like I said, that would probably definitely get suspended. But Green
All
has
right.
a history of it. I mean, you can go back with him and LeBron stuff. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But
What do you think about Dalvin Cook? Do you think Dalvin Cook's coming here?
a lot of people say yes. A lot of people say no. I mean, I don't know if they release him. He has a good chance of coming
If
here, but
if
again,
they,
he can go
if
somewhere else.
if they release him, okay, and I'm gonna bring Todd up on the panel. If they release him, Kaz, it opens up the rest of the NFL teams to have an opportunity to sign Dalvin Cook. If they trade for him, they have no other competition. They alone have made that decision.
I just don't think the Dolphins want to pay the asking price, whatever it might be.
And
Too
that
high.
may be true.
His agent did say he would work out a deal for a lower contract with Miami.
Drew Rosenhaus did say that, right? But Drew Rosenhaus, in the same breath, also said that he doesn't think it's likely that he comes to Miami because, what did he say? Somebody even mentioned it. He said Rosenhaus even said Cook won't to Miami won't happen because he don't think the Finns will give him the money. But in the same sentence, he said what Todd just said. He does want to play, and I think he would give them a hometown discount if the price was right. So he contradicted himself in the same statement. I just want to throw that out there.
It's almost like he's just playing both sides there with that comment.
He is.
Yeah.
And from all intents and purposes, every Minnesota Vikings insider or beat writer or beat reporter have basically said Dalvin Cook's gone. It's gone.
What is their asking price for him, though? That's the whole thing. What does Minnesota want from him? 5th-round pick? Sure, I'll take that all day long.
Well, the last rumor that went out was, what was it, a third and Cedric Wilson for a fourth and Cook?
Well,
I would just
there's a rumor. There is a rumor. This is straight up rumor that Noah Igbenogany is a part of a deal. And I'm going to let y'all know right now, okay? Y'all know how I feel about Noah.
You'll pop the champagne just to get rid of Noah.
If Chris Greer figures out a way to trade Noah and get anything for him, the man could get a bag of balls for Noah Igbenogany.
I highly doubt he's part of the trade.
If he trades Noah and we get Dalvin Cook, part of the situation, draft picks will be involved, I'm sure, right? Money will be involved, I'm sure. But I'm going to tell you right now, if he trades Noah as part of any part of the value of this,
he automatically goes from 15 up to top 10.
And I will say that Chris Greer, hands down, I don't care that he hasn't won a playoff game. That man is still a top 10 because, and by the way, are the Rams just giving away players? Did you see what they did in the Allen Robinson?
No, I didn't. What was the trade?
It was Allen Robinson and a 7th rounder to the Steelers for a 7th rounder. And there was money exchanged. The Rams also are going to pay $10 million of his salary, and the Steelers are only going to pay $5 million. So let me. I don't know if you heard me correctly. The Rams are giving away players at this point. Okay. They moved 25 spots up in the 7th round, and they ate $10 million on the deal. Can somebody explain to me what the hell the Rams are doing? Because they're just giving away great talent for nothing. For nothing.
They're in total rebuild mode. They're completely done with
I have no problem if you're in total rebuild mode. But they gave away Jalen Ramsey for essentially nothing. And now they're giving away Allen Robinson. They're giving away anything that has value of them. And so, by the way, that to me tells me not to start no drama or some ish.
I know what you're about to say. You might want
Aaron Donald is going to be on the block. Okay, Aaron Donald will be on the block.
And you know what? But the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron Donald, you know how big he was about getting that Super Bowl ring. He's going to want to be out of there if they're in total rebuild mode, getting rid of everybody.
Yeah, 100% they will.
So they might take whatever they can get.
The Rams are positioning themselves for next year. You can position yourselves, but
Hey,
Well,
here's
it
the
was
thing.
money that was helping the Rams.
Stephen-
the Rams
Stephen
still
D.
$10 million, Scar 305.
Stephen D. Here's the thing about Aaron Donald. If he says, I'm going to retire because we're not going to win, I'm sick of this, I don't want to go through it, because he almost retired before, the Rams are going to give him or send him away for whatever they can get for him.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Look, I'll say this. I'm almost convinced now at this point that Aaron Donald is a foregone conclusion and that he'll be gone. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying, why, if you're Aaron Donald, do you stay if you're going to play another year or two and play in that organization? Because they're obviously rebuilding. They're giving away all the even look, I know Allen Robinson isn't that great. I get it. By the way, how stupid do the Baltimore Ravens look right now? Right? You went out and spent 15 to 18 million, an $18 million incentive-based contract, 15 pretty much guaranteed as long as he starts enough games, which I believe he will. I mean, they spent $15 million to go out and the Steelers just traded. They exchanged 7th round picks and only had to pay $5 million for Allen Robinson, who, by the way, probably has close to some of the same production that'll be. Matter of fact, let me look at it. Let me look at Allen Robinson.
Hey, Stephen D, did you hear the latest rumor out there?
What?
Tennessee's thrown their hat in on Aaron Rodgers.
Well, they should. They should. Before they clean house, they should. If I'm them, I 100% consider it. If I don't get them, then I'm in full rebuild mode. But they haven't gotten rid of Derrick Henry yet. They haven't got rid of all their big assets yet.
So is the 49ers. I mean, 49ers, they say they're going to steal them too. So,
hey, but here's the question. Here's the question I got. If one of those two teams want to get him, what are the players left on Aaron Rodgers' list, because they've already signed everywhere else?
Well, let's get something straight. Aaron Rodgers, the only reason that he is playing, okay? By the way, Odell Beckham Jr. and Allen Robinson, let's see here, very similar numbers over the last 2 years.
And you can argue that Allen Robinson stays healthier.
Touchdowns and 850 yards for Odell Beckham, and there's 750 yards for Allen Robinson and 4 touchdowns. So essentially,
what are the games played?
The Baltimore Ravens paid $8 million more for 4 more touchdowns and 100 more yards.
What are the games played?
Just dumb.
Hey, what are the games played though?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you based on the production.
The only reason I'm saying that is
the same production.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, Beckham has a habit of missing games with injury though.
That's fine. He still had the same production. What have you done for me on the field, sir? Hello, mark it, stamp it. Let's go. You know.
And the whole thing with
the Ravens are stupid, and the Rams are stupid. Just throwing that out.
The whole thing with the Aaron Rodgers thing too. It's not Aaron Rodgers that's holding this whole thing up.
It's the Packers.
Yeah,
the Packers are holding that up. And by the way, I think that they're doing it as a big middle finger to Aaron Rodgers. If you're the Green Bay Packers, right? You know that the GM and Aaron, from what I am understanding, that relationship has just straight deteriorated. There is no love between the two of those, okay? And what I will say to the situation is, if they are fully committed to Jordan Love, which they should be, okay? If a team is offering 1 first-round pick, and maybe and there's rumors saying it might not even be a first round, it might be a second, right? We don't know the exact,
it was a second round and a conditional first.
Okay. Whatever it is, Cass, whatever it might be. If you're going to get a true second round and you believe that, hey, I'm getting this Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers, I should get a first round. Why wouldn't you hold off? Because what's a second round pick to them? Or if I have to give up 2 second rounders, or they get 2 second rounders. 2 second rounders, maybe, hey, I get something that I can add to that. But at the end of the day, what is that truly going to do for the Packers?
Hey, does Rodgers have a no trade clause?
Yes.
The Packers are trying to save $20 million and not trade Rodgers until June. But if they trade him, they get the money off the books. There's no that post June 1st fourth down and forever is if he's cut, I think. I don't think it has anything to do if he gets traded, I believe.
No.
If somebody wants to clarify that for me, I'll be more than happy to listen.
They can reschedule or restructure the deal so they can put it on. So
yeah, I don't think that'll mean anything at that point. Mark from Bill's Mafia, good morning.
Good morning. Had a question. I was reviewing rosters this morning, and is anybody aware that the Dolphins have lost 12.5 sacks from last year's team out of the 40 that they had that are no longer on their current roster?
I mean, yes, that may be true, but we're also have a totally different defensive coordinator, and I believe that we have the pieces in place to make up for that from years past, as well as maybe even add to it. It's going to be
and Mark, you can't compare those sacks last year because most of them came from that zero blitz that we're not going to be running.
No, actually, they really didn't. Your biggest sack person last year was Phillips with 7, then Ingram with 6, and then Elandon Roberts, believe it or not, with 4.5. So you lost Elandon Roberts because he's now in Pittsburgh. Ingram's still the street free agent, and Eric Rowe's no longer on the roster.
Let me say something, Mark. I ain't worried about Noah Landon Roberts, cuz. Okay, let's just get that straight. I'm not worried about that 4.5 sacks and that guy. No, I got Vic Fangio. Whoever he brings in, I'm like this. Let's go. Let's go.
We have Malik Reed.
Come on, man. Come
easily
on.
Makes up for those 4 sacks.
Well, no, he had 8 sacks one year, and with Pittsburgh. So that's certainly a possibility.
Well, no, they weren't with Pittsburgh. I think those sacks were with Fangio. He was on Fangio's team in Denver.
When it Mark could have been. I think he came from Pittsburgh, but yeah, he was with Fangio in Denver.
Mark, here's the thing. What I will not do as a Dolphins fan is question Vic Fangio at the moment. I'm just not going to do it. Okay, not going to do it. Right? He's giving me no reason.
I'm not questioning Vic Fangio.
Okay, so
I'm just saying you have 12.5 sacks off of your. And another thing I want to point out, and this should be better for you from a defensive standpoint, because last year Jalen Phillips only got 7 sacks, and I think that was because of the way he was used by Boyer. It wasn't because of talent, because he's a double-digit sack talent, but he was underachieving that level because of the way that they were using him in coverage. And now I think that was more in the first part of the season. Well, I don't know what your thought is on that.
Say that one more time so I understand it, because I'm trying to stay with you. I'm having trouble staying.
Okay, sure. Jalen Phillips ended up with 7 sacks last year on the season.
Correct. And by the way, in a Boyer-led defense. Go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm bringing up. In the that he had 7 sacks last season, but they played him in a lot of coverages about the first 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know why that was the case. And then they let him, more loose on the pass rush later on in the season where he's better.
There's a reason. There's a straight up reason that he was let go, because he couldn't justify some of the decisions that he made, and we clearly didn't win enough games, and we should have beat, even with a third string quarterback, should have beat Buffalo in that playoff game. So Boyer's gone because
stats won't tell you that turnovers were a key in that game. That turnovers kept Miami in that game, and you were outgained 2-1.
I'm telling you,
it is what it is.
Mark,
you got a defensive touchdown.
Mark, how many turnovers did Buffalo have?
3. You guys had 2.
So Mark, by your logic, are you saying that Fangio is going to be worse than Boyer?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I think maybe some of those sacks are going to be made up by turning Phillips into the double-digit sack player that his talent dictates that he is.
I think
this is a positive comment, not a negative comment. I'm just saying you're down 12.5 sacks, but you're going to get sacks. I think you're going to get probably 12 to 14 sacks out of Phillips this year.
I mean, that's the
In
hope,
Fangio's
right?
defense.
That's the hope. I agree with that. Lewis, good morning, Lewis.
Good morning, Stephen.
How are
I'm
you?
Here. I'm doing good. I'm here, and I see a fellow Dolphin fan, Trucker Sean, in the chat, wants me to vote Mark off, so that's what we're gonna do.
My vote does not count, so it is up to the rest of the group.
I am invoking the power to remove Mark. I got one. Todd, what are we doing?
I got to go with my fellow Dolphin fans.
That's two. Caslin, you're the deciding vote.
Well, Dolphins always number one, so
Yeah, time to get out of here.
Oh, he gone.
The people in the chat asked for it, and then I oblige.
Well, look, I mean, hey,
I will say this: he actually said something positive about Phillips.
The chat necessarily can't ask, but if somebody gets up there because of the chat, that can't be stopped. Only a person on the panel can initiate the vote, and you came up here, got on the panel, and initiated the vote. So kudos to you there, good sir. Kudos to you. I appreciate
it. I do agree with him, though, with Phillips, man. I think Phillips is going to get that double digits this year.
Phillips is going to eat. Do not get that twisted. He is going to eat.
He will not be in. You will not see him in coverage nearly as much as you did last year. He's going to be in the backfield all game.
Now, everybody who asked for that vote, go ahead and donate $1 or $2 to make up for that that voting off. Go ahead and do that. All right, Rashad. Good morning, Rashad. How are you? To a stash.
I'm good. Surviving.
I
thought Mark off too. Yeah.
Well, he's already gone.
I didn't know that. I was having a conversation. My bad. What's happening, fellas?
Hey, I asked this morning, just real quick, Lewis, why I got you up here. Your Tampa Bay Lightning suck. They scored seven goals last night. Not happy about it.
Vote parade is upon us.
No. Nope.
The more and more I see the Tampa Bay Lightning, I see that evil empire up in New England.
You're damn right. You're damn right. That's what.
Swear jar twice. Twice. That's $2, Lewis.
Hey.
Okay. By the way, swear jar passes are also, if you'd like to purchase one, $25. You can cuss all you want. Okay. Let's go. Anyways, Lewis, my question for you is with the Draymond Green situation. You think he should have been suspended?
I do not.
You don't?
I don't either. You didn't ask me, and I agree with Lewis because an ankle to an NBA player, man.
No. Y'all are out y'all about it.
That's putting the rest of the series at risk if you twist that ankle.
Do you think that he was super aggressive in stomping on that guy's chest, though?
Yes.
I think it was to a point, but at the same time, you got to understand that's back-to-back games that he's had his ankle held by him when he was on the ground.
By the way, I'm not denying that. And I'm not denying that, hey, your initial reaction, there was no other necessarily for his foot to go. But it was a little extreme to stomp the way he did.
I got a question.
We all know. Well, hold on, Rashad, real quick. We all know what Draymond Green. We all know what Draymond Green's about, right?
Giovanni paid your swear jar.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
We all know what Draymond Green is about. Was it game one, right before I think Andrew Wiggins got this last shot with like 17 seconds or something? Didn't he get pulled down by Sabonis?
He did. To be fair, though, Sabonis is getting – dude, this series is – I mean, it ain't all the – you'll never go back to the 80s with the Pistons, but it's one of the most
you know what's funny, Steven?
It's a very aggressive –
you know what's funny?
Sabonis has been beat up in the inside.
Hey, Steven, you know what? You brought up the Pistons. Sabonis is turning into that Bill Laimbeer, that instigator.
I agree with that. I mean, no, you'll still never see a Pistons-like team again like that. But
he's turning into a little punk like Laimbeer was.
The problem I have, though, in game one when Draymond Green got taken down, did he overreact? Did he kick him? Did he hit him? He just laid there. He just laid there. So now if you're gonna keep doing no.
Okay.
Rashad, let's not say that he laid there. They both laid on the floor.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay, well, but that's what I'm talking about. So don't start jumping on the other stuff that you're talking about. Let me finish what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is Draymond Green reacted this time. Well, God, I mean, let me not cuss. I'm saying, I mean, like, how much more stuff are you going to allow people to do to you without reacting? Like, no. This is the problem I have. This is why I fell in love with the game of basketball. Does anyone remember, I think it was the 1997 or 98 series between Utah and Chicago?
Yes.
Do you remember the struggles and the war? You know what that reminded me of? Dennis Rodman and Carmelo, right? They're just battling. And again, to Todd's point, if you're going to grab my ankle and hold me in a game where, you know, I use my feet, I'm running.
Let me say this. My ultimate feeling is I believe that he should have been kicked out of that game 100% without a doubt. Right. I believe that Sabonis should have gotten technical for what he did, and he did. Okay, those two things happened. But for the NBA to come out with a statement and say, based on past transgressions, based on your previous history of unsportsmanlike conduct issues, it is in part the reason that you're getting suspended.
That has nothing to do with that play,
though. Okay. Can I comment since I've been waiting so patiently?
Go ahead, Rashad.
All right. If we go back to game one, where you say Sabonis pulled Draymond down, Draymond laid on top of Sabonis, and Sabonis tried to push him off. And when he tried to push him off, he wrapped his arm around Draymond and tried to roll him over. But Draymond just laid on top of him. Later on in that game, Draymond fell and hit Sabonis in the nuts. You know, he loves a good nut check. He put his whole elbow into his nuts, acting like he was getting up and holding Sabonis back, and Sabonis fell down. Then game two, Sabonis did hold his ankle. He should have gotten the technical. Draymond did not have to stomp on him and jump off.
And by the way, so that's where you get thrown out of the game.
Yeah, the suspension, I get it. Because if that was Steph Curry on the ground and Patrick Beverly jumped off Steph Curry's chest, he'd be suspended for the series. So it's not even an argument.
If somebody is holding your ankle,
well, that's a bad analogy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a bad analogy. Patrick Beverly would have gotten suspended too. But if that's
what I'm saying.
Let's reverse the roles. If Sabonis did that to Draymond.
No, I don't think he would have got. I don't think he would have got suspended.
He would have got ejected, but he wouldn't have got suspended.
That's why I said Patrick Beverly. It is those type of players that built up that history of the nonsense that they do that will get suspended again.
Hey, Lewis, Cesar has $5 towards your swear jar, so you have a $5 credit, man.
Well, they love me out here in the chat, man. They love me out here in the chat.
All right, let's get back to some Miami Dolphins talk and not worry about the love that Lewis is getting. Thank you for the donation, Cesar. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Lewis
I appreciate that.
Lewis is a hater. Anyways, what do y'all think? So you guys, obviously, some of you host shows, some of you are always in, the certain content creator spaces and stuff. There's just been a lot of chatter about this Dalvin Cook situation. What are your ultimate thoughts about Dalvin Cook and the situation?
Want me to go, or are you going?
I know Lewis's reaction, but you know what? Everybody's going to get on him, and they don't need to this time. I understand where he's coming from.
Go ahead, Rashad, and then Lewis.
I think everything that's been reported is from the previous discussions before we brought our running backs in, and I think it's more likely we'll get Gibbs than Dalvin Cook. I just honestly do not see it. So
that goes to my follow-up question that I had earlier in saying, if that's the case, you think the Dolphins' first pick will be a running back?
No, but I think it's more likely that we wait on the draft.
If you think that Gibbs is the guy that Miami would want over Dalvin Cook, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I'm saying at the end of the day that their first pick would have to be him.
We might have to trade up for him.
Don't have to be. The thing is, I think that discussions fell out with Dalvin Cook because of money, and when it fell out, we said, "All right, we're running it back with our running backs." So I don't see them saying, "All right, the price is cheaper. but yet we're still going to pay that what's left, $33 million remaining on his contract. You're going to have to pick some of this money up. And I still think that the Vikings are like, no, we'll just cut him and take that cap hit instead of
they're
being forced to pay it.
They are cutting him because they want to move forward with the future, and they will get probably two third-round comp picks for him the following year. So, if I'm patient enough and sacrifice 1 year, I can get two third-rounders where somebody right now maybe only offer me a fourth or a fifth.
True. Yeah.
And so it's like, well, we'll just sacrifice for this year and wait for two third-round comp picks next year. I think that's how they're looking at it. Lewis, go ahead, man. What are your thoughts about Dalvin Cook?
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that Dalvin is not a great player, because he is. And would I be excited if Miami pulled off a trade or he got cut? If he just landed as the Miami Dolphin running back, of course I would be excited. But I've been consistent in saying I'm not paying a running back. And if you go get Dalvin, he's going to look for a new deal. And all I've heard from all these experts that we have either on YouTube or Twitter or wherever is that this draft that's coming up is heavy in the running back position. So why would I go trade or give up complementary picks or do whatever for a guy and have to pay him anywhere between $7 to $10 million a year when I can go get a running back? I'm going to put more faith in my coach and my coaching staff. Again, and especially if this draft is heavy with running backs, why would I go get a
okay, Lewis, let me play devil's advocate here for you. Okay, so I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions. You ready? Is Dalvin Cook a top 5, arguably, running back in the NFL?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm asking Rashad. I'm asking Lewis. Bear with me.
I ain't say nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So Lewis, you agree with me that he's probably a top 5 running back, arguably a top 5 running back in the NFL. I'm not saying clear cut. I said arguably. It's debatable that people would see him as a top 5.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
He is a clear upgrade from the talent we currently have in our backfield. It's not even close.
I would agree with that as well. Absolutely.
Okay. So you also agree that any other running back, unless it's Gibbs or who's the other guy that's big in the draft? I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson. There's no point with all the other needs that we have to waste, to either trade up and waste future picks to go out and get somebody of that talent, right? We think that's a stupid move, right? We both agree with that, you and I.
Agreed.
Okay. If you're telling me all of these things, and Dalvin Cook, let's say he does get released, I think Miami should spend the money because, and hear me out, because he would be a clear upgrade of talent that we have had in the backfield since Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown. Okay.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hold on. He would be. You can say what you want. He definitely would be.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, Lewis, you didn't have to give up anything for him. You just had to pay him some money, which we know our owner's willing to sign blank checks anyway. And we can make the money work. Okay.
Well, but in your statement, Stephen, let me just stop you right there, and I'm gonna throw it to Rashad if you allow me to, because Rashad is a draft guy. And I've talked to Rashad a lot on Twitter and stuff, and he's better in the draft prospects than I would say I am. But you only mentioned Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. Those are the two probably best running backs. But that's not where the running backs stop in this class. So I'll ask Rashad.
You're not wrong. But the question I asked you about the draft, Lewis, was those are the two running backs that probably clear cut 100% without a doubt will make a difference on your roster day one they come into the building.
Yeah,
everybody else is a question mark or there's hope.
That's not
true. That's not true, Steven.
That's not what I've been told. That's not what I've been told. There's a kid from UCLA, I think his name is Schobert or whatever. I heard.
And what is he graded to go in?
What,
third,
fourth round?
second or third round.
If he was that good, he'd be a first or second, highly touted second rounder.
They're talking about, but they're talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. If you just said Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy that can, they're
so
projecting
Jahmyr Gibbs. The only reason he's dropping to the second is because a lot of because we don't value the NFL doesn't value running backs the way that they should.
That's no. You just hit the nail on the head. See, this is not the 70s, 80s, or early 90s no more. The NFL don't
Ron
value
Joe,
running
you look
backs.
like you have a headache already.
You know the only team that's valuing running backs is the Miami Dolphins because all these great running backs in the league.
Cap. That's cap.
Steven, let me show you why it's not cap.
No, Steven, you shush. If we had valued running backs, you think we would be running it back with the talent that we currently have? Make it make sense, people. Make it make sense.
Steven, I'm going to make it make sense. All these great tier running backs that you're mentioning, right? Okay, here we go. Let's go down the list. Derrick Henry, right? Everybody wants him. Why is Tennessee willing to move off him?
Because they're rebuilding, and they're rebuilding, and that money could be used elsewhere.
Hey, all these great running backs, Steven.
So we can use money elsewhere?
Josh Jacobs, Ezekiel Elliott, Dalvin Cook, Derrick. All these guys are getting either let go or don't want to be brought back by their original team.
Why is that? Because the NFL, the way that it's currently moving is they don't see value in running backs.
So why are we going to pay top dollar?
Exactly. Why are we paying top dollar?
Nobody said so. Timeout. Nobody said that we would be paying top dollar. It would be top dollar maybe for that position, but it would be.
Why are we doing it?
Because he's a clear upgrade off of what we currently have. He improves the roster by miles, I might add you.
No, I wouldn't say miles. I wouldn't say miles.
No.
So, Steven, what you're saying is because it looks like, okay, he get cut, we pay him veteran minimum. Who's to say another team won't offer him $7 to $10 million a season? And if we trade for him, we're stuck with him till he turns 30, and he's owed $33 million on his contract. Are you willing to pay $33 million for a 30? Well,
he's not getting paid that much. Stop the cap.
That's what he's owed.
He's not getting paid that much. And hence why he's going to get released. He'll have dead cap money to Minnesota, and then he'll come here for, my guess is,
you think pennies on the
12 to 15 million.
For how long?
And that's top. It'll be a 2 or 3 year deal, and the money will be upfront in a signing bonus, and it'll be left out in his cap hit for us this year. It'll be like $5 million, maybe.
Okay.
You know what, Steve?
That's if he gets cut.
I really don't like comments, and again, this is just my opinion, and I'm not even going at this person. But J.R. Black in the comment section says because Dalvin Cook would put fear in opposing defenses. Well, hasn't Dalvin Cook played in the NFL before?
Yes.
Okay. Doesn't he have a quarterback that every time we look up, whether we like him or not, Kirk Cousins puts up between 28 to 30 touchdowns?
As long as it's not a primetime game, Kirk Cousins is decent.
Okay, he's decent. Don't they have we can all agree that Justin Jefferson is probably top 3 at the wide receiver position, right?
I mean, he might even be like him and Tyreek are 1A and 1B. Let's be real.
Okay, Steven. So why didn't Dalvin Cook on that team that has a quarterback that can play and a wide receiver that is arguably number 1 or 1A in your opinion, right?
And a great tight end.
And a great tight end. Why didn't Dalvin Cook put fear in God in the New York Giants that beat him last year in the first round?
I mean, there's a thing. Hey, Lewis. Hey, bud. There's a thing in football. It's called defense in Minnesota.
Steven, come on,
they ain't really have it. Okay, let's be real.
This fake narrative that running backs put fear in God. No, you know who puts fear in God? Quarterbacks.
So all right. To be fair of J.R. Black's statement, okay, that may be true, and I'm probably on your side when it comes to that, Lewis. But we also have to agree where there is an opportunity to upgrade a position and get highly valued and touted talent, which is the case in Dalvin Cook. You go out and do it when you're in a Super Bowl window. Do you not? You do. And that's what I don't understand. Von Joe, what are your thoughts on this, Von Joe?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Von.
Morning, salutations. How we doing today?
This mother.
Good.
Surviving.
Rashad, why you sound so disturbed?
I know he sounds so depressed and bad today. I'm surviving.
So
he sounds
like always my answer.
No, I don't need you to survive, brother. I need you to thrive, brother. Thrive.
That's been my answer for the last 3 years.
Shout out to Curtis. Curtis just donated $10, and he said, "For the deposit on season supply, keep pedaling."
Okay.
Shout out to that.
So
guy.
here we go. So the league is moving away from running backs. And we are, and we're in a passing league, right?
Yeah.
And I say it's the age of the dynamic quarterback, a quarterback that could, do some things besides just sitting in the pocket, right?
Yeah.
Because the last couple Super Bowl appearances and winners have been dynamic quarterbacks, right? What?
Dynamic as in what?
Multifaceted, like not a pocket passer.
Who we talking about?
Guys. Mahomes is not a pocket passer. Please stop.
Okay.
That doesn't make him. That doesn't make him dynamic.
Let's get something straight. Mahomes still throws for 300 to 400 yards a game. So
Mahomes is not dynamic.
He's dynamic, but he's not. What is your point? Make your point.
So here's the thing. People think that dynamic means you run, but no, that's not what dynamic means. It don't mean that you're running quarterback
that's
as well.
What I'm saying.
So, but hold on. Let me land. But Dalvin Cook, as my brother Lewis said, has been in Minnesota. Let me ask: does Minnesota have a better O-line than us?
Yep.
Yes or no, Steven?
Yep.
I would say, to be fair, I don't watch enough games to evaluate there, but I think almost every team in the NFL has a better line than us. But I think our O-line's
That's because you're a fucking hater.
I am a hater when it comes to our O-line. I can admit that I have bias.
Yeah, you're a hater.
Because
thank you for admitting that. Thank you for admitting that.
When it comes to our O-line,
you're wrong.
I have no problem saying that.
So so we come to the conclusion that Minnesota does have a better O-line, right? So we're gonna invest into a running back that has had shoulder injuries. He's fully healthy now, but has had shoulder problems. So we want him to run behind
hold on, Vonjo. I want to let you cook, but let me just throw this out there to you. Yes, he's had injury issues. Yes, he has not played a full season since what looks like to be last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the last 4 seasons, no matter how many games he's missed, he's had 4 straight 1,000-yard rushing seasons.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
In 2019 and 2020, he had over 10 touchdowns in rushing. Last year, he got back up to 8. You're trying to see. And by the way, hold on. His average yards per game, average yards rushing per game. You ready for this? Are you ready? Okay.
I really don't care.
4.7, 5.0, 4.5, 4.6,
doesn't matter.
4.8. Lewis, what have I said for years? If you average 4.5 yards per year carry, you are a good running back. Not even a decent. You're
O-line
good.
look like?
So we got 2 of those. We got 2 of those, Steven.
We have them in a collative of 4 people. We have them as a collative.
No.
4. Okay.
They
so
average 4.9 yards per carry.
All he does is add and provide great depth to a decent backfield already.
I'm not saying he doesn't.
Okay, so what are we arguing? Why won't you guys want Dalvin Cook? It makes no sense.
$8 million a year. Because
you're saying
it's about the money, Lewis. This is a Super Bowl run.
Steven. At some point, no, hold on, Lewis. See, now I'm gonna go off because at some point, because Steven want to turn up, and I'm trying to stay calm. But again, you stop doing shit.
It's Wild Out Wednesday. I can do what I want.
You stop doing You stop acting like a retard at some point. As a GM, you get some common sense and you fix your bloody trenches.
Fix the bloody trench.
Did I? I'm going to raise my hand on my own show.
Go ahead.
Did I in any way, shape, or form bring up anything about the offensive line yet? No. And for months,
you're talking about a running back. Why are you talking about running back?
3 years I've done this show, I have said the number one thing the Dolphins always need to address is the offensive line. But as long as they're not
just like the rest of the Dolphins,
you might as well upgrade everywhere else you can.
No, false. Just like every other content creator and just like every other Dolphin content pusher. Hey, we have a new shiny toy. Let's ignore the trenches and go look at the new shiny toy like a kid with ADD. Ooh, a shiny toy. Let's forget what we need to do.
Because the Wolfpack is in full effect right now, bro.
CB83 can't help you. He's a judge too.
Please.
Not part of the Wolfpack.
Hey, are we serious right now? Are we serious? I got to pull over for this.
I got to pull over. Serious, CB. They are dead serious.
I'm pulling over on the side of the road. Hey, you guys are terrible. You get up here and cry about every move the Dolphins make. Hey, we're going after a Super Bowl. We don't have time for no goddamn rookie. We ain't got time for it. We don't have time for him to get acclimated to the NFL. We don't have time to figure out if he has fumbling issues or can't hold on to the ball. We do not have time for it. We are making a run
just win a Super Bowl with a rookie running back?
We are not. We don't have time for it. We don't have time to make. We don't have time to take the chance. We ain't doing no gambling.
Rashad,
we ain't going to the. We not going to the casino.
You gotta.
I'll be real with y'all.
We not going to the casino, people. We going to get
let Judge talk, Rashad.
Something that makes more sense would be trading for Derrick Henry, who has $10 million left on his contract.
Hold up, CB.
Hold up.
Go look at the film and tell me where we were deficient.
Okay, I'm holding.
CB, hold up. Rashad, let me ask you a question. You just said, well, then we should go out and trade for Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, hands down, is going to attract the most value of all the available running backs. And that includes Austin Eckler, who, by the way, I think is probably a little bit more valuable considering the other things he does than what Derrick Henry does.
He's not. Henry isn't a good scheme fit. So,
exactly. I'm going to get there, CB83. Don't get it twisted. Let me cook. Because apparently Rashad, who's been agreeing with most of the stuff, these what you would call it, these haters on each side of him saying
Wolfpack.
Hey,
Wolfpack.
I'm sorry. I'm saying fix the O-line.
They've been preaching. Oh, we don't need to give up assets. Oh, we don't need to give up assets. We don't need to pay the bag. But your boy over here, Rashad, is sitting here talking about, oh yeah, let's go trade 2 first-round drafts.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
All of a sudden, they care about money.
That's not what I say. If we're going to trade for Cook, we might as well trade for Derrick Henry.
They're not in the same boat as far as compensation is concerned.
Steven, be quiet. Be quiet.
All of a sudden, they care about money.
He has 1 year left on his contract for $10 million, not 3 years, pushing 30 for $33 million. I'm not. If we're going for a Super Bowl, if it's a couple $1 million, that's 20.
Nobody, scared money don't make no money, man.
And Rashad, to be fair to your theory, Derrick Henry would easily cost upwards to $15 to $20 million a year. It wouldn't even be debatable.
No. You didn't hear what I just said. I said he has 1 year left on his contract.
I know.
$10 million. I'm not signing. I'm not re-signing him. I'm not re-signing him. I know what
you're making my point for me, because the value of what Tennessee wants for him, they're never going to get for a guy that has 1 year left on his deal without renegotiating it. And if you're going to renegotiate, he's going to get paid the bag.
They might want to help their man out.
You don't make no sense. You are not talking with common sense right now, Rashad.
Wait. What did it cost for Ramsey?
What are you talking about?
What are we talking about, Ramsey?
What did it cost? Because you got a team. You got a team. You have a team that's rebuilding, and they're like, "I'm going to get you to a team where you can win your Super Bowl." We're rebuilding. Let me help you out.
I said Cook is not Henry. I agree with you. I think Henry is better, but Cook fits in our scheme 10 times.
I don't want to hear that scheme. Our scheme fit. We don't run the ball. What scheme? Running back do we have?
Why don't
Rashad?
Because we don't got Derrick Henry. Now I'm on the Derrick Henry train. Because we don't got Derrick Henry. That's why we don't run the ball.
Stephen D. There's a reason. There's a reason why they're going.
I'm just talking. Don't fit the scheme.
What
scheme would running back do we
man? All right, Rashad, hold on. I'm out. Let CB83 go. I let you with your foolish talk. Cook. Go ahead. Go ahead, CB.
Hey, man. Yeah. Okay. So Stephen D wants to control the narrative. Anybody that fits Stephen D narrative.
Oh, here we go, Von Joe.
Here we go.
Are you serious, bro?
Go ahead.
Are you serious? Hey, Wolfpack, get out of here, bro. There's a reason why the Miami Dolphins are going after Dalvin Cook. When you look at our run, when we got inside the 10 last year, what were we doing? We were passing the ball for no apparent reason because clearly Mike McDaniel did not trust his running backs. He clearly did not trust his running backs. I'm getting a running back that Mike McDaniel feels comfortable with and he can hand the ball to and know he's going to get him a touchdown inside the 10-yard line.
By the way,
I'm not playing around with it.
You talking about the running back that got stuffed by the Miami Dolphins?
Hold on. We talking about two running backs that he went out and personally picked out to bring here.
Dalvin's that dude,
trust him? No, he went out
and running back that we stuffed.
So he also ran for a 60-yarder on us. He also ran for a 60-yarder.
One play.
He also ran for a 60-yarder.
That's not inside the 10, CB83.
How many yards?
That's not inside the 10. That's not inside the 10.
One at a time.
You're talking about one run. You're talking about one run.
Can y'all stop yelling over each other?
Hey, how many yards he ran for on us?
There's
like
two
80,
players.
90? I don't know.
Both Moser and Wilson.
One run. Never mind. Go ahead.
What kind of retardation are we talking about? Easy run. Dalvin Cook did not have an easy day on us. He
had one good run.
Bro, he had a 60-yard run. Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
He only had 90 yards.
He ran through us like a hot knife through butter, bro. What you talking about, man?
Boy, you don't know what hot knives is. You don't even have a knife at your house. Shut up.
What you talking about?
You clearly don't know what a hot knife is. You probably don't have to
the Wolfpack don't want nobody who's going to help the offense. They don't want Tua to look good at all, bro. They don't want nobody to help the offense.
You talking some Dalvin Cook ran through us.
The Wolfpack
160-yard run. 160-yard run. 160-yard run. And he equated 90 for the day. He ran through us.
Because we are going to get a running back, a stud. They mad.
You cannot.
They talking money now.
You cannot make this up.
Now they talking money.
Even real quick.
Why we ain't get him yet?
Now they talking money. Now they talking money.
All right, hold up, everybody. Hold up. Go ahead.
Wolfpack talking money now.
Go ahead, Dave.
I want Steven to sit there and answer that.
Scared money. Scared money don't make no money, man.
Why haven't we got Dalvin Cook yet?
Hold up. Let me hear Bon Joe's question.
Steven, so you're going to say Dalvin Cook had 90 yards for the day and had 60-yard run, 160-yard run.
I
never had a great day on us.
Broke the game wide open. Broke the game wide open.
Be quiet.
Broke the game wide open.
He clinched the game, not broke it open. He clinched the game, not broke it open. Sorry.
Again, would you say that Dalvin Cook had a great day?
Clinched it. Even better, Rashad. Clinched it. Thanks, bro.
Chunky Boy 83, please.
Hold on. Von Joe, to be fair.
That's crazy.
Okay, let me be fair. And you might think this is playing the fence, but I think it's accurate. All right, so let me answer your question.
I got a question after that, Steven.
What's accurate?
If Dalvin Cook, I'm about to say Calvin. If Dalvin Cook rushed for, let's say, 70 plus yards, and one play came off a majority of that, let's say 50 plus, right? Which is what I think happened against us. Is it fair to say that he shut us down, or that we shut him down, or he got lucky on one play, right? But I'll say this. I'll say this to you, whether it's luck or not, good running backs, even in one moment during a game, will find a way to make that game lopsided or in their favor. So even if it was one play, it doesn't matter.
Steven, I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Don't make no sense.
You just told me, Steven, you just told me the asking price.
It don't make sense to the Wolfpack.
Wait. Steven, you just asked me.
Go ahead, Rashad.
You just asked me. You just asked. You just said the asking price for Derrick Henry was too high. Why don't we have Dalvin Cook?
Because the Dolphins don't want to give up draft assets to begin with anyway.
Oh, so the asking price is too high.
The team is going to release
it's coming down. It's coming down.
As closer we get to draft day, it is going down, brother.
Okay. Wait. Well, listen to this. The asking price was too high, and then we went out and signed 4 running backs, 2 of them not guaranteed to stay here. But did we go get some running backs?
For a total of $8 million. That's chump change.
Listen.
Playing, bro.
We waited to see what the Vikings were going to do. They said this is their price they're standing on it, and we moved on. So now
that's a security blanket, bro. Don't think now, we ain't making that move, bro. Stop, bro.
All right. I'm just asking.
Hey, Steven. Hey,
Alan, here's the link. I put it in the chat for you. It's in the chat for Facebook.
Oh, I have a.
I got a
magical question after Louis. I have a magical question.
Hey, Steven, can you pull up Mikey's comment? Please?
Mikey's?
Yeah,
Mikey.
Because
the defense was gassed out because the offense couldn't put up more than 16 points in the Vikings game.
Oh my gosh, that was the offense fault.
Hold on.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That is a good point.
I thought he wasn't doing nothing.
What happened?
Y'all said he wasn't doing nothing in the
game. He wasn't. He had one
mic, bro. God
Y'all
damn.
said he didn't do nothing.
Can I finish my point, please? And then, because I haven't said nothing, y'all been going back and forth. Can I step in real quick? To Mikey's point, because I hear CB saying he had a 60-yard run, and that run was great. Me, Von Joe, and Steven were in the building for that game. We seen it live. But Mikey has a great point.
You seen Dalvin live, baby.
CB, can we please one mic, and can I finish my comment, please, CB? Thank you. To CB's point, the run was great. But also to Von Joe's point, bro, for the first 3.5 quarters of that game, Miami stopped Dalvin Cook. It wasn't even close. The man wasn't doing anything. And if our offense would have been more productive, would have been keeping drives together, right? And that defense wouldn't have got worn down in the fourth quarter, because me and Von Joe and Steven were also in the building. It was hotter than dog shit out there. Then maybe that 60-yard run doesn't happen. So maybe
how does a Minnesota team?
So maybe hold on. Maybe that 60-yard run doesn't happen, and we're not talking about a 90 to 100-yard performance. We're talking about a 45-yard perforence, and that's the guy y'all trying to give.
But time out. We have to talk about what did happen, and it did happen. No matter we can have theories.
Wait.
Dalvin Cook had to step up to the plate to make a 53-yard run.
I'm about to hurt y'all.
Are you going to talk about the offense not succeeding in that game?
This conversation isn't about the offense. This conversation
that's the reason.
Do we think Dalvin Cook should be a Dolphin?
So now you understand. So look.
So Wolfpack is trying to sit here and say no.
Dalvin Cook had 77 rushing yards against us.
Hey, so now you can't undervalue Tua, Lewis. You can't. You know Tua needs to be in the damn game for us to win some games. You can't undervalue him.
They're trying a way to make this about Tua. Anyways,
he didn't play that game.
I'm not making
it's about the offense now. So I
could actually how's everybody doing?
Hello.
Look. First of all, before I go, because I heard Tua's name.
Here.
Yeah, I heard Tua's name real quick. This is actually, if you pay attention, Tua Nears are begging for the running back, and the knowledgeable guys are just like, whatever happens. That's all it is. The Tua Nears are begging for a dynamic running back.
Pete. Von Joe was right after Lewis, bro.
Okay,
let Von Joe go.
Von Joe been going. Let Pete go. Pete ain't said but 5 words up here. Let him go. Go ahead, Pete. This is my show. I'll tell you when somebody can go. Go ahead, Pete.
Let them keep cooking.
They're not cooking.
For the people.
They making microwave popcorn. They ain't making no gourmet meals.
Thank you, Steve, for letting us know that the people don't matter.
Yeah, of course, the people don't matter.
Yo, I hope y'all realize, even if y'all are making a good point, no one can hear the shit because y'all are talking over each other.
It's Wildin' Out Wednesday, Dave.
I agree, Dave.
Yeah, I understand that, but goddamn, you still can't hear nobody.
Wildin' Out.
People are going at
Hold on, Louis, let me ask this one question. If we don't get Dalvin Cook, so if we do not get Dalvin Cook,
Yes.
Are you saying that this is not a Super Bowl roster?
No, that's two things. Number one, great question, fair question. I have no problem with that. I don't think you're setting me up for anything. I think currently as the team stands right now, with Vic Fangio in the defense and now McDaniel being able to focus more time on the game plan and be able to, and having a second year of everybody knowing the playbook and everybody having a second year with each other and knowing what we accomplished through 2/3 of the season last year. Yes, I think right now we're a Super Bowl roster. I do. 100%. You add Dalvin Cook to it, it's not even debatable at that point. It's not even debatable.
So is adding Dalvin Cook making it a guarantee?
No, but it's not debatable that it's a Super Bowl roster.
Yeah, almost certainly it should because I think it does if he stays healthy.
No, it doesn't.
It really. So you're gonna tell me in the Buffalo game? First of all, didn't Mostert already rip through Buffalo before, right? So with a y'all not Super Bowl appearance. Look, this is all I keep hearing from the fan base, Stephen. You don't pay running backs. At the end of the day, we're the fans. We're not paying anything. All I want to know is Cook better talent than what we currently have on the roster? And does he make the Miami Dolphins a better team?
He does.
Thank you, Pete.
And I agree with that.
The voice of reason. Things have gone insane if Pete is the voice of reason.
Is Lamar Jackson a better talent than Tua?
Thank you, Pete.
Is Lamar Jackson a better talent than Tua? Does he make this team better?
Y'all disappoint me. Von Joe, Rashad, and Lewis, y'all three disappoint me. That Pete is up here making better takes than all three of y'all put together.
What are you talking? Nobody said Dalvin Cook wasn't better. Y'all are simple-minded people.
So y'all agree with him.
Hey, Pete Cook and Wolf.
Making a good point.
Cook and Wolf.
History.
Who said Cook wasn't the better running back? Who said that? Anybody up here? Raise your hand.
You time out. I know you're not talking because you've been
anybody up here say Dalvin Cook wasn't the better running back.
This is a
financial conversation.
You said Henry was better. Don't stop.
Whoever thinks that is lost their mind.
What said what?
Hey,
if they think that Dalvin Cook's not a better running back.
Rashad,
Alan, I'm sorry, buddy.
You have a group of judges. You have a group of judges having one control narrative. Okay, and that proves that they're a group of judges because they sitting there saying Pete is the guy of reason.
We're trying to.
Look, all I'm saying is that tempering your.
When you have a group of judges on what? Hold on, Alex. I'm still talking. If you have a group of judges with one common topic, right? Of course, it's gonna sound like okay. You know what? We're the crazy ones. Nah. So of course the same people got to look at that.
Terrible take. Hey, Pete, I applaud you, bro. That's all that matters right
now. All I'm saying
all that matters is the Dolphins are getting better.
Exactly.
And Lewis, can I ask you something, Lewis? All right, so isn't a team's duty, a team's right to improve in every area that they are possibly able to do? And if it's possible, isn't it their duty to make the roster better?
Absolutely, Stephen. But
so why is Dalvin Cook? If Dalvin Cook gets released, there's no excuse.
Because you don't want to get into a bidding war for Dalvin Cook.
Can I respond? That question was to me. Can I respond?
Go ahead.
It's funny, Stephen, that you brought up that question, right? And this is where the show's.
I know where this is headed. Go ahead, though.
This show's probably going to start.
Here comes Tua.
I'm not bringing this up, but it's funny that Stephen would ask this question because when we were talking about this earlier, there was a lot of people in the chat, and I forgot the guy's name, but he was asking Stephen a question. Well, then why ain't the Miami Dolphins looking at Lamar Jackson? Because isn't Lamar Jackson an upgrade over?
I'm not responding to this.
No, Stevie, you can't do that.
I think Alex has an answer. Alex, can you tell Lewis why? Alex, can you tell Lewis why we're not looking at Lamar Jackson? Alex, tell him.
Hold on, Alex. Don't validate that trash ass response with any response. Okay, just don't.
Go ahead, Stephen. Nah, go ahead. Talk that judge shit. We want to hear that judge shit. Go ahead.
And by the way, I swear jar for me and swear jar for you. We're taking it out of Lewis's $5 credit.
I don't want to answer that narrative.
No, you ain't.
Lewis ain't handing out nothing.
All I'm saying is that temper your expectations.
Can't time me out for the day. Only 10 minutes at a time for me. That's the only thing I can do.
Temper your expectations. That's all I gotta say.
Hey man, Dalvin wants to be a Dolphin. No, we ain't tempering shit. Dalvin wants to be a Dolphin.
Hey, and where's Batman? Shout out to Batman, right? Batman is out here saying, per source, Dalvin Cook is a Dolphin, and he wants to be a Dolphin because of who?
Your mic is horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry, but he wants to be a Dolphin.
Sit here and get into the reason why he wants to be a Dolphin, but anyway,
because of Tua. That's what Batman is out here saying.
Do not skip over the question. I was asked a question by Stephen Daniels. I asked Stephen Daniels a question back, and Stephen
Daniels
he's
trying to avoid the question.
Let me answer it. Fine, I will validate your trash response with a response. You ready?
No.
Here it is. Here it is. Number one, I got about 3 or 4 points to you. Number one, Lamar has missed more games in the last 2 years than Tua has. That's one. That's why you don't do it. Okay? That's not cap. Go check the book.
No, that's not
Isn't
cap.
it the same amount? Isn't it the same amount?
Who has played more games? Tua or Lamar in the last 2 years?
You're absolutely
I think it's the same amount.
Question. Who's played more games?
Tua has played more games.
Thank you. Now step that crap up. Now
let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, Steven.
No, sir. You asked me. I'm answering yours, and I said I would respond with 2 or 3 questions for you.
Okay, and I'm gonna respond.
Lewis is cooked.
Hey, Steven cooking the wolf pack. Steven cooking
Steven, I said you cooked them. Lewis is cooked.
Lewis ain't cooking. Anyways, my next.
I don't know how you sit there. I don't know how you answer a question with a question.
But
right.
That's the normal in this scenario.
Joe, don't be bringing up my BS,
please let Steven finish because he's about to say Tua better than Lamar. So please let him finish. I want to hear this.
I want to hear it too.
I got one for you. You ready for this?
He's about to say the upside.
Lewis, go ahead, Lewis.
Just like I told you, AP, just like I told you the other day, don't gas Steven's head up. Just because you can know how to boil water and throw hot dogs in there doesn't make you a chef. All right, Stephen D ain't cooking nothing. That man
and he still can't.
I brought new seasoning, and I'm ready to turn the stove on. And he likes
cook him. Cook him.
Call me Chef Steve.
We cooking wolf today.
Stevie D.
Hey, go ahead, Steven. Tell us how Tua is better than Lamar. Go ahead.
I never said Tua was better than Lamar. I do.
So then why aren't we upgrading? You said
because Tua.
It would be.
Can I answer? Can I answer before you let me go? Tua, this scheme that McDaniel has created was built entirely around the strengths of one man, and that man's name is not Lamar Jackson. It's not Aaron Rodgers. Hell, it ain't even Tom Brady. His name is Tua Tagovailoa, and he believes Mike McDaniel believes that Tua in this offense, and it was proven last year for 2/3 of the season, can be one of the best quarterbacks in the entire league.
A damn gold mine. A damn gold mine, baby.
And you know what?
Let Lewis respond. Let Lewis respond.
Gold mine, Lou.
Go ahead, sir.
Gold mine, Lou.
Can I respond to Steven? Because this is where we got him. This right here is where
You
we
never
got
got me.
Stephen D just told everybody that this offense was created for Tua Tagovailoa. Correct, Stephen? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Right. I said it verbatim.
So why in the hell did we pay a backup quarterback $8 million? Because if Tua Tagovailoa, for whatever reason, gets hurt, the season's over anyway.
Can I answer? I have your answer. I have your answer. Are you ready? Are you ready, Lewis? Are you ready, Lewis?
In his second year?
Lewis, I have your answer. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
Because 14 starting quarterbacks in the NFL last year went down with an injury. It's called you pay for a premium backup, so in case it happens to a quarterback that has already been pronounced injury prone, according to 95% of you Twitter doctors.
Steven, you're beating yourself, bro. You're beating yourself, bro.
I'm with you when you're right. $8 million because we wanted a good backup here.
But that backup isn't Tua.
Thank you.
The offense is built around Tua. Is made for Tua. That backup is not Tua. So you're beating yourself.
He's helping out local homegrown talent, right, Steven? Every year we seem to be the team helping out local homegrown talent.
No, hell no, Pete. And Stephen D didn't say, 14 other teams are built around their starting quarterback. Stephen D said the Miami Dolphins are built for one man. So
and if that one man go down, our season is done.
One man goes down, the season is over. In your opinion,
but Lewis,
hey, let me ask you something, Lewis. If Patrick Mahomes goes down, do you think the Kansas City Chiefs are Super Bowl favorites still?
It's over. No, it's over.
Thank you. So what you're making my point for me. Yes, if Tua goes down, yes, our season is probably we're not going to make the Super Bowl.
That contradicts everything I believe, though, Lewis. Because because I think if and probably when Tua goes down, Lewis, and this is said by who? Tony Romo, who's sitting in a booth watching the game, clearly comes out and says the offense looks different than it did weeks ago with Tua. It has completely changed. We have not even seen the Dolphins do this type of formation in the red zone all year until we saw Skylar Thompson in. So I'm sorry,
God.
Lewis.
I'm sorry. You were good 5 minutes ago. Don't you dare bring up this Skylar Thompson.
Those are my deep thoughts. That's how I feel. Go ahead, guys.
Anyways, besides that,
Steven, I got to roll. But hey, Steven,
go ahead, CB. I can hear you, CB.
Hey, I got to roll, man. I got to roll. You was cooking the Wolfpack, though. I got to roll, bro.
I know I was. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hey. Where's Dave? Dave, say it Dave. Go ahead. Dave, go ahead and say it for me.
Stay black.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Hey, we out.
What he said.
Hey, viewership is going up, skyrocketing right now.
Because it's Wild Out Wednesday. Anyways.
CB leaves the panel.
Please don't do that to my boy Lewis. Don't do that. Such a hater. Oh my God, y'all are the worst.
200 viewers now that CB83 is gone.
I'll believe that when I see it. All right. So we've gone through this ridiculousness of a show so far. But I love this show, by the way. It's one of the best shows of the week.
No, you don't.
This is hands down what Wild Out should be about.
No, you don't. Don't lie.
Oh, I do love it. I love every second of it. Now, my next question to you guys, including the Wolfpack. I don't know where Von Joe went, but Von Joe, you should come back. What is the very first position the Dolphins should draft at? I'm not saying should they draft at 51, should they go higher or lower? What is the first position the Dolphins should address in the draft?
Offensive line.
Tight end or linebacker.
Rashad, you said that I think earlier this week, and I don't know, man. It's a decent tight end class, and I don't know.
I'm sorry, Steven. I'm trying
tight end.
It's a decent tight end class, and it's our worst position yet.
Is it our worst position, or is it a position that hasn't been filled yet?
You can say right tackle. You can say Durham Smythe isn't the guy. Durham Smythe has a 70% catch. Blah blah blah. He's wide open. It should be 99%.
William Perry did pay for a $5 donation, although we moved on from the topic, and I just want to, at least he paid for the $5 donation. Thank you, Ice Tray. Is the only reason Lamar is better because he runs? Because Lamar is elite in the passing game. We already moved on from it, William.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about it, William.
No, that's not true. It's not that we don't want to talk about it. It's we've addressed it. We definitely. I think, again, to be fair, that the Dolphins. See, we're going to go back on the topic, and that's not what I was trying to do.
We're going to go about the job. Go ahead, your soliloquy.
Okay. I want to.
How you think the offense is built for Tua?
Oh my God! Please, I said that. Yeah.
You see, this is the issue with the draft. I'm already sold. So, like I've been saying, Jay Fiedler doesn't win half of those games if we didn't have Ricky Williams, right? So, Tua, with the type of quarterback that we have, if we want to go deep, and win games, we gotta F those draft picks. Remember, we said no, not we, because I wasn't saying that. That was a lot of the two-and-ears and the big fanboys. F those draft picks. Greer did a good thing. So now let's really F those draft picks. Let's trade whatever it needs to be traded to get a running back. Saquon Barkley, he's not happy in New York. That's a running back we can go snag. We can go and get Derrick Henry. Those are the two names I would prefer before Dalvin Cook, if you ask me, Steven. But we got to get a dynamic running back. On the flip side, my dream scenario is, though, Steven, right? Instead of effing those draft picks, I prefer, look, I got to be honest with you, and I hope the organization is listening. I hope Chris Greer is listening. Shout out to
This is ridiculous.
Come on, Pete.
Look, all right, I'm gonna say it right now.
Come on.
This is ridiculous.
Trade Jalen Waddle, Steven.
Yeah, here you go.
Okay. Need to trade Jalen Waddle. And the reason why I say we should trade Jalen Waddle, Steven, is because we can.
It is a horrible
not.
Let him finish.
It is one of the worst takes you've ever had, Pete.
It's not because you guys gotta learn ball, man. You gotta learn how to build.
We learn ball, so we're gonna trade away one of the best wide receivers in the NFL in the last 10 years.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to build the team and build for longevity. Look, number one,
let him finish.
If we can turn around and trade Jalen Waddle to Tampa Bay Buccaneers,
yeah, why?
And if we can get Tristan Wirfs, if we can get Tristan Wirfs,
if you feed into it,
if we can get Tristan Wirfs and a first-round draft pick back for Jalen Waddle,
Pete, that's not even a fucking possible.
That right there,
you're not trading Waddle and still thinking somebody's going to give you back a first-round pick when you're getting Wirfs.
Pete, I love Pete.
Like, what are you talking about, bro? That's not even.
Let's get something straight, Pete. I love you, and I 100% think that Chris Greer is one of the biggest manipulators and masterminds of GM and trade history. But there is no way, because this is not Madden. Okay, this is real life.
Oh, we've seen trade. You couldn't even trade Jalen Ramsey to the Dolphins for a fourth in Madden. So the NFL sometimes gets worse. Let's not stick Madden into this.
I'm not even worried about this whole conversation.
He said trade Tristan Wirfs for Jalen Waddle.
I'm going back.
And a first. And a first.
I'm going back.
Like, how do you think you get Tristan Wirfs back and a first?
Can
we
go back to the draft? Can we go back to the draft?
Why y'all talking about that anyway? I want to go back to William Perry's comment, because William Perry kind of got me in my feelings right now, because Lamar Jackson is not an elite passer. Well, let me let everybody know.
He said he's not. He changed it.
He's not an elite. Yes, he's not an elite.
He changed it. He said he meant to say isn't.
Isn't. That's what I said, Steven. He's not an elite passer. The year he won the MVP, he threw 36 touchdowns. And all you guys that hate Lamar Jackson want to throw this narrative, right? Just so it fits your narrative. What do they always say? Lamar Jackson's never had a 3,000-yard passing season. Absolutely. You guys got me. That's y'all's narrative. Watch how I change something to fit my narrative that you guys won't like. When was the last time Tua Tagovailoa threw 36 touchdowns? That's never happened neither. So what are we talking about here? It doesn't matter.
Those are facts.
It doesn't matter what you guys talk about.
Are they facts? When was the last time Tua Tagovailoa this season had Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, a coach that believed in him, and he had 25 touchdowns?
Lewis is bad. Big man.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning.
Because it's cap out here. When y'all try to talk, y'all try to talk all this stuff. Oh, Lamar Jackson don't do that. Well, when has Tua Tagovailoa ever done anything? And I like Tua, and I think Tua's going to be great this season.
Tua's a more accurate passer than Lamar is.
That doesn't make a difference.
What does that mean?
That doesn't make a difference at all.
That doesn't
Lewis, you're at like a $2 left in your swear jar credit.
Okay, well,
that's a fact.
I'm at zero.
You're at zero now.
No, I'm at zero. Let me get them all out, Steven.
That's zero.
This is crazy, man. I'm tired of all the bro. Just because Tua Tagovailoa is going to end up being great, and I'm saying it, I think he's going to have a very productive season. What I'm tired of is, why do we have to downgrade everybody for Tua? Tua's going to be great, and Tua's going to lead us to the promised land. But guess what? For the people that are haters,
nobody's downgrading Lamar. Nobody's doubting Lamar.
You don't believe that, Lewis. I do. You don't. You do not. You do not.
My thing about it is, y'all know me as a 2 and near. Why do we downgrade? Everybody else can be better on this team, but the quarterbacks can't be better. We always put down the quarterback, but running back. We can upgrade our quarterback. No, this quarterback sucks. This quarterback is old. This quarterback wants too much money. We got an excuse for every quarterback, but when it comes to running back, none of that stuff matters. The age doesn't matter. The money doesn't matter. The compensation to get the player does not matter.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
What up, Batman?
Hello, Batman.
What's up, Stephen D? Hey,
How are you?
What's up, Batman? I'm doing great. I mean, I just got a question. I mean, I want to get the party started today. So let me ask a question. I mean, I was doing a show last night, so I missed the game. Does anybody have an update on the Cleveland and Knicks score? Does anybody know what happened?
There's a couple of Knicks fans. There's a couple of Knicks fans who listen to the show.
Echo.
I'm pretty sure they got killed. So, hey, I'm getting an echo from somebody. I don't know who it is. Oh, really bad. Oh, it's Dade County. Dade, that was horrible, Dade. You made me lose all of
y'all talking about.
Does anybody know what the final score
that was? Horrible,
I couldn't find it on
keep you from the
ESPN or
studio
Bleacher.
And try to come back. Oh my God, man! Dade,
I couldn't find it on Bleacher and ESPN. Can somebody give me an update on the score? I've been trying to find it this morning.
You are wrong for this, Batman. You are wrong.
Batman, did you hear what I was saying? I was calling your signal out earlier. I couldn't get on your show earlier yesterday, but you said Dalvin Cook, per source, is coming to the Dolphins because of Tua.
Yes,
Tua.
He wants to play with Uno.
Hey, Lewis. Lewis, I don't know how you're doing it, but you got another $10 swear jar credit.
They love
you guys can just pay $25, and Lewis can swear all he wants today. It's $25 for a swear jar pass per person.
Thank you.
But
well, now I only need 15 more because
it's all paid at one time. You have to pay it at one time. Right now, this is just a credit. It cannot be used towards a swear jar pass.
Come on, guy. Give him those credits. Come on, guy.
No.
That's what I'm saying, Bones.
But you do have a $10 credit. Kevin Lee says, I agree, Lewis. Lamar's capabilities outweigh Tua's capabilities, and Lamar wins games versus great teams. Tua don't. Biggest difference, guys. That's it.
Hey, but can I just let those people know right there? I'm not downgrading Tua. Listen, I've told Batman this. I've told the homie EM this. I've had personal conversations with other people. Stephen D, I've been very positive about Tua moving forward this season. I do believe in Tua. I'm not going to be one of these Tua haters that just come out here and spew nonsense. I strongly believe.
Get on camera and say that. You scared? You hiding behind your little thing?
No. I'm saying, Stephen, listen, it doesn't matter if my face is on it or not. You hear my voice. I believe in Tua.
I don't believe this is the real Lewis. This is a fake Lewis.
Hey, Stephen D. Lewis.
What I'm saying,
he got solo D Tua time on his ringtone.
You see that ugly?
Listen, what I'm saying is, is I believe in Tua. But why do we have to make it seem like Lamar Jackson is absolute trash when we're trying to talk about Tua?
Why are we talking about Lamar Jackson when he's never coming here?
Because the point, Stephen, is when we were talking earlier, and you said the Miami Dolphins, anytime there would be an upgrade available, we should do it.
He's not available. He's going to be staying in whatchamacallit. And if he was, is he worth two first-round picks?
He's available.
I don't think he is.
If you offer two first-round picks, he's available.
I don't think he's worth two first-round picks.
Then you have
the risk does not outweigh the reward.
It's a lose-lose.
Steven, we traded a second-round pick for Feely with Philadelphia. We traded a second-round pick for Josh Rosen. You're telling me Lamar Jackson, a top 10 quarterback, despite the injury.
Not when we have Tua.
Thank you, Batman.
Not when we have Tua.
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about he is worth two first-round picks for a team that is a quarterback.
I concur with that statement. But as the Miami Dolphins having Tua on their roster, I'm not doing it.
Steven, what you're messing up is the Rams. This is what you're messing up. The Rams upgraded their quarterback that went on a Super Bowl run and then won a Super Bowl.
All right, hold on. Level 2 Noob's got a question for you. Ready? You ready? 56.9 through 79.9, 63.7 to 96.7. I don't know what these numbers are for, but I'm going to keep going.
One quarterback. One is one quarterback. One is the other. He's telling you to pick.
63.2 and 92.3 and 64.3 to 97.2. Which one is Lamar? He may not throw a ton, but when he does, he's good. The other three are Hall of Famers. There's 4 stats here. You need to make this make a little bit better sense. Dude,
he's the one. He's the one in the middle.
There's 3 Hall of Famers, and one is Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
He's trying to tell you, pick one, and which one do you think is Lamar Jackson?
All right, well, go ahead, pick one, Lewis.
He's the one in the middle.
I'm gonna say he's
the first
anywhere
one,
between 63.2 and 92.3 is where I'm gonna say.
And by the way, it's completion percentage, and quarterback rating.
It's the first one.
All right, Noob, which one is it?
I'm gonna say it's the first one too. I'm gonna say it's the first one too with the 63.7.
I'm gonna go.
Well, the first one is actually 56 to 79.
Yeah, it's 56.9 completion percentage and a 79.9 quarterback rating. I think is the first one. The first one is John. Noob says the first one is John Elway,
a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
It's the second or the third one?
I'm going with the third one. I think it's 63.
I said it was the second.
Come on, Noob, all at one time.
They're all good numbers. Lamar
is the second.
I know my numbers.
63.7 completion percentage and a 96.7 quarterback rating.
There you go. Is that good numbers?
I mean, those are good numbers.
Yeah. Is that a guy? Is that a guy that can only run? Does that sound like a guy that can only run?
He's not. Joe Montana was third and Tom Brady was fourth.
Okay, well there you go.
It's what he's good at, Lewis. It's what he's good at.
Yeah, but did you guys? But Lewis, did you hear what Kurt Warner said about Lamar Jackson?
I love how all you two are haters. Every last one of you always want to hate on us for bringing up numbers when we try to convince you or try to tell you that Tua is a good quarterback. But you guys try to say numbers don't matter. I see with my own eyes. My eyes tell me he's not a good quarterback. He can't do nothing.
The Cat for Life boys are out, Steven. I tell you, Steven, the Cat for Life boys are out today.
They are out here, boy. The Wolfpack.
I don't know if it was Kurt Warner who recently said it or whatnot, but it was just reported recently that someone quoted, Lamar Jackson will not pick you apart out of the pocket.
Yeah, and he's an idiot.
Kevin Lee says
Lamar. I think it was Kurt Warner. That wasn't Kurt Warner. That was
Kevin Lee says Lamar will be a Dolphin next year in 2024 after Tua fails again. 9-8 is a fail, guys.
Lamar picked us apart in the pocket.
Kevin Lee, that's cap. That's cap, Kevin. Appreciate your donation, but that's cap.
I got a question for Lewis.
That's cap. Trademark.
I got a question for Lewis. Lewis, how much did you pay for your Tua Time ringtone by Solo D? How much you pay for it?
I don't know. I check your balance on your account. I took it out of your account, so I don't know.
Y'all niggas got joint accounts.
Lamar and Tua don't make wide receivers better. Don't make wide receivers better. Same guy.
What receiver did he have?
I disagree with that, PJ Mac.
He had one, and that guy left.
By the way, I don't necessarily agree with that statement either.
He had one, and
Tua had trash receivers.
And what did he go do?
Trash receivers, and he didn't make them look better. So,
I don't get
Tua took quarterbacks and made them look like receivers. So I don't care what nobody said.
Thank you for the
take that statement and throw that in the trash.
Says, I'm not a Tua hater. I'm just tired of you clowns tearing down Lamar for absolutely no reason. I'm not tearing down Lamar. Here's my statement on Lamar. Lamar's a good quarterback. Lamar, some of the reason he missed games probably has not been directly related to injury, but more principle of what he's going through, right? I'll admit to that, right? But I will also say in the same breath that he has only won one playoff game on really decent teams. And the only knock you can give him is you can't say he's had bad running backs. You can't say he's had a bad offensive line. You can't say he's bad tight ends. He's had bad wide receivers. That's it, right? And he's played with really good defenses. Yes, he is a strong player. Yes, he's an MVP type candidate when he's healthy. But to me, and a great coach in Harbaugh, 100%, right?
That's cap.
But go look at the numbers. Harbaugh's a good head coach, sir.
Steven, may I interject real quick with something?
But
May
yeah,
inject with something?
After me. Let me just finish this.
Yeah, go ahead, Steven. I'm sorry because I'm gonna actually shut down that little narrative. I'm gonna shut down that narrative.
Cleveland got Alex all fucked up this morning.
All right.
Cleveland got Alex all fucked up this morning.
Easy there, big boy. All right. Anyway,
if you don't go sell a Samsung Trash Galaxy, please.
Hold up. You talking about you better stop with that Android, hey? With your little
Android
Apple.
sucks.
By the way, hold up. Time out. Now that you brought it up, guess who I was on hold with and dealt with for 6 hours?
iPhone?
This Apple Care with my wife's trash phone. I hate Apple. They are the freaking worst. They are horrible.
Steven, the fact that you was on phone with tech support for 6 hours, that just proves how slow you are.
It's not
don't tell nobody else that. Don't tell nobody else that.
It has to do with It has to do with when my wife traded in her phone. We put it in the box, sealed. This is months ago. They received it. They told us they received it, and then they said, "Oh yeah, it wasn't in the box." They finally got around and charged us the full $700 for the phone. So we're arguing with them, but because it's been past the 30 days, we can't. And we just found out, by the way, they said we sent you an email where we never got it. They're saying, well, we see that you sent it, but you never opened it. We never freaking got it. And so they.
Steven, you gotta send that to the post office, not UPS.
Oh, okay.
First of all, why would you go to Apple to upgrade your phone?
It was horrible. They are straight trash, bro. Trash.
Fool, you live in B-more. Don't blame Apple because you live in Baltimore.
Because the United States Postal Service, or it wasn't even them. It was FedEx. FedEx can go on.
Why in the world would you go to Apple to trade your phone in? To trade your wife's phone in?
Because we did it over the phone. But I'll never do that again.
Just go into your
provider? You worry about them Knicks. Don't worry about nothing else but them Knicks. Fiddling with them papers, Alex.
By the way,
you wouldn't even let me up on your space yesterday over here controlling people, silencing them people.
I need you to no longer defend Tua because you're a Knicks fan, and right now your Knicks are playing like straight garbage, which means anything.
It's one freaking game. Like, come on. Like, are you serious?
On behalf of
y'all was down by 30.
Everybody gets.
On behalf of
y'all was down by 30 at one point, Alex. Sorry.
That happens to every team.
Shush.
What are you talking about?
On behalf of Tua Nation,
trash team.
Can I finish? Damn.
Cleveland's not a trash team. That's the whole thing. And neither are the Knicks.
All right.
So get your facts straight. Why don't you watch basketball before you run your mouth?
Steven talk.
On behalf of Tua Nation, oh my God. Never mind. I can't. It's not even a funny joke no more because I can't get it out. On behalf of Tua Nation, we ask that you recuse yourself from further Tua remarks so that we are not guilty by association with Knicks fans. Okay, we can't have that. Okay.
Anyways, can I? Okay, Steven. Now that you got that off your chest, can I sit there? Can I sit there and say what I wanted to say here? Because
the Islanders, the Knicks, and the Mets lost. Noob said.
What a great
game 2 for the Islanders is tonight. But like I was gonna say, everybody, everybody wants to sit there and if we critique one little thing, that we're taking down one quarterback and making the other one look good. That's not true. That's such a cap
about the Knicks.
Because if I want to sit there and say
he's not talking about the Knicks.
If I want to sit there and say Lamar, I don't believe in Lamar as a passer. That I never said Lamar's trash.
I'm not saying Lamar's trash in any way, shape, or form.
That's just me That's just me saying that I don't believe in him as a passer because I don't think he's accurate enough as a passer. Like, are you serious? Like, come on. Why don't you listen to the story before you listen to what somebody has to say before you sit there and say, oh, you're going to bring down one, you're going to trash another quarterback just to make one look good. No, that's not true.
Hey, Alex.
Why are you mad today, Alex?
Alex, I know something I am serious about, Alex.
We all know why Alex is mad.
You ready to hear it, Alex? You ready to hear what I'm excited and about, Alex? You ready to hear it? What you got, my boy? Lightning.
Oof.
We're excited about boat parades, Alex. They're on our way. See what we did last night, Alex?
Yeah, they trashed Toronto big time. And actually, Tampa Bay, to tell you the truth, Tampa Bay now is
Stephen D. Make my picture big.
Has more problems than what they
think
now.
Make my picture big.
All right, hold on. Here
we go. Let me see. We got an update. Dave. We got an update.
Better not be no forehead.
Oh man, look at that! It's Draymond Cavaliers stomping Sabonis Knicks. I like it. I like that. That's a good picture, man.
That's savage.
That's savage. I like that pitch. I like that.
Have a good day, Alex.
Hey, Alex,
guys, stop it.
You should have let me up last night to get it out, boy. You should have let me up last night.
Y'all gotta let Alex get emotional.
Alex, can you answer me something? How does a LeBron-less Cavaliers
What is this, Steven? Like what? Like what? Like, come on.
You got killed by almost 30 points.
So by 30.
They got killed by a
Steven, not in the playoffs,
Actually, no, that's not true because the Heat got blown out at 1.2 by San Antonio. What are you talking about?
The Knicks got beat by a G League team.
No, that was a couple years ago.
Hey, for real, Batman, they are definitely G League players on that Cavaliers team besides Donovan Mitchell. No
there
doubt
is
about
not
that.
G League players. What are you talking about? They're the 4th seed for a reason.
Bro, stop making an excuse, bro. Take your
What y'all not going to do is disrespect the Cavaliers.
Trash.
Are you kidding me right now, bro? Like, come on.
Alex,
look at the records and look at the style of play before everybody opens up their mouth.
Hey, let me ask you. Can you call Patrick Ewing up and see if he can come out of retirement and play?
Man, we got a lot of young talent on this team.
Al Bundy this morning, boy.
Sprewell, they need somebody.
Al Bundy this morning.
Sprewell with the spinning wheel. That's what I want.
Shoot me, nigga.
Come on, man.
All right, let's get mad, guys.
I'm gonna take.
Dade, I know what you're up here for, Dade.
Hey, it pisses me off, like, because you want to sit there and say, "Oh, the Cavaliers are trash team. The Cavaliers are bad team."
Can someone time Alex out? Can someone time Alex out, please?
You're right. The Cleveland ain't trash. The Knicks
are. Are you listening?
These are the Knicks.
Whoever Cleveland plays in the next round, they are going to get murdered by that.
It wasn't Sunday.
Exactly.
It was like Friday.
The Cavaliers will get murdered by any team they play in the second round.
It's a G League team.
They are not a good basketball team.
Oh my God! Like, yo, enough's like, bro. Like, seriously, real talk, my boy. Like, enough's enough, my boy. Like, with this whole G League crap, bro.
You did this to yourself.
No more G League crap.
You did this to yourself. We warned you in the regular season. Stop talking about the Knicks. Now it's playoff time. Now it's our time.
There are
That's our time.
That's my team. That's my team. You're really worried about my team.
That's unfortunate.
The worst owner in sports. The worst.
Hey, Steven D and everybody have a blessed
I'm not
day.
debating you on that.
Everybody have an amazing day. Hey, Alex, we love you, Alex. We love you, Alex.
Alex, I love you, bro. I don't mean to make you mad. You're my guy.
I fuck with you, Alex. You already know I fuck with you, but you gonna get these jokes. You gonna get these jokes. I don't give a fuck.
Alex, you do have to be prepared to get some Nick hate, man. Okay, because
that's what's up. You got a phone with it?
They suck. I'm gonna put you on mute.
Yesterday, I would be mad too. I'd be mad if I was Alex too. He works at T-Mobile.
I mean, leave him alone. That's my boy. Hey, Alex. Hey, you're my boy. I love you, Alex. The Knicks still suck, though. Just so you know, the Knicks suck.
Getting back to what I was saying about Jackson.
We heard you. We heard that you think
nobody is saying. I never said that Jackson is trash.
Any Cavaliers team without LeBron or Kyrie Irving is horrible. Okay. Let me stop.
Alex gonna slap a customer, man. Leave that nigga alone.
Alex, I'm sorry.
Why you looking like that,
Hey, bro. Alex, you should just let me up yesterday, dog.
It was like the third and fourth quarter of the Cavaliers versus the Knicks yesterday.
You should have just let me up, Alex, bro. You should just let me up, dog.
I'm sorry. I won't do it. Hold on real quick. I won't say that.
I was looking at everybody once I see y'all in the streets. I'm gonna show you what these Knicks about. That's how Alex looking at everybody right now.
Yep, and I'm gonna reply with pulling up a Knicks score. That's all.
Like a cheap brand of bacon. Bacon.
Steven, did you see the report yesterday that DeMar Hamlin and the Bills general manager Brandon Beane said that DeMar Hamlin cleared to resume full activity?
Hey, he cleared all his health
I'm happy for him.
situations, and he's fully cleared to play. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, to resume full activity. Now that's my thing. Has Christopher Greer came out and said that about Tua? Because I don't remember.
Bro, my God, bro, get off this nigga dick.
Oh my
Damn.
God, bro.
Wait, everybody. Yes, he came. Yes, he came out and said he's clear. That's why
did,
he's at Perform working.
But then
out.
he said that he's been cleared to resume full activity, not just backyard football and basketball shorts.
Him and Mike McDaniel came out in the press conference and they confirmed all of that. That's the same press conference where they said Tua is our guy next season. Same. Go back and listen.
If he wasn't clear,
I don't recall that, but
hey, Pete, in the words of
then you
Alex,
need to go back and listen.
if you gonna talk about something, know what you're talking about. Have facts to support your argument.
What are you talking about, Steven? I'm simply asking a question. What is so hard about a question?
Said it, my boy. Okay?
I'm asking a question.
No, well, your question
was
is
never
based
about
You
on-
made a statement, then you implied something from
Roll
it.
there, and he said it. He came out and
Steven,
said that he was
this
being
is
fully
so
clear.
wrong about. This is the problem with the internet these days.
Well,
I
there's
clearly
lots of problems
said
with the internet.
that
Let's just
DeMar
get that.
Hamlin has
definitely is
been
lots of
medically
problems.
cleared to
Yeah.
resume full activity based on General Manager Brandon Bean. That's who said it. That's who we heard it
What does that have to
from.
do with Tua, though?
And then I
Yeah, that ain't
asked,
even the
did we
same
hear that
team.
about Tua?
Yeah.
Yes,
I did.
we all said yes.
You said a lot more than just yes, Steven.
Well, because your
What your
question,
statement's
If he
missing
was
is
not
the
clear,
tone and the
it
context
not
and
be
the
at
It was
context
never
you were
supposed to
trying
be
to
about
provide.
Tua. It's only supposed to be about the
I
How
don't
can
know.
be
Hey,
so?
see, I'm on one today, so I'm gonna get on you too. That was a trash ass question. That's what that was. That was a trash question. Okay.
Hey, play the Hey, Steven, play the
Hater, man. You a hater.
Play the Knicks game from last night.
Play the Billy Madison.
Yeah,
Play the Knicks game
I don't
from
have
last
it
night.
queued up, but I should. I should have done it.
highlights.
I don't have it queued up. That was the
You know, if
stupidest
you
thing
watch,
we've ever heard.
Dave,
We
you
all,
know, if you watch the
Alex, bro, I
highlights,
told you, dog. I warned you, Alex.
having listened to it, I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your Skylar Net soul. Okay, just trash. Okay. Good morning, Greg.
Hey, Dave, you watched the highlights this morning?
Who?
Nick, you got smacked.
Oh no, I sat there. I really sat there and watched the Knicks game because I wanted
highlights
to see.
look
I
better.
don't
They got
listen to
blown
the
the
internet
fuck out.
people, and I want to see it with my own eyes, Steven.
Because
You
they
heard
don't
what
score that
Bones
much.
just
Just look
said?
at the highlights.
Did you see
They ain't
highlights?
scoring that
Can't
much.
wait till the Heat play tonight because if they lose, you better believe I'm coming
We
for
ain't
you.
gonna lose like y'all
You ain't got to worry about that, Alex, because I haven't been the one saying all season that my team is good.
Actually, they are good. They're
That's
young
where
talent.
I've been trying to tell you, like,
The Knicks
temper
have
your
a lot of young
expectations.
talent.
To use your words, temper your expectations. They're the Knicks. Relax.
Hey, Bones.
Hey, we are no longer talking about the New York.
I never said that they're championship material. And that's the whole thing.
No,
Yeah,
but
I
you
just told you
did.
they weren't gonna
Hey,
make it out the
time
first round.
Hey, Alex, don't go there because you came up here on this show and said, I guarantee you they make it to the next round. They're going to beat the Cap. You came up here and was talking all
I
sorts
did say
of
that.
smack
That's
about
why I'm on his ass.
I did say that, but I also never said that they're championship material.
We never said you said that. We said your ass ain't getting out the first round, and
We
you fought us
said
tooth
you
and nail.
ain't- we-
So you
you
about
ain't
to get
getting out
these
the first
jokes,
round.
Alex.
And I tell you right now,
I took them on the Knicks this morning.
And to be fair to know how bad I believe you guys are, the team that is going to kill you in the first round, they ain't getting out of the second round because they're bad too. The Cavaliers are trash too.
I took the Knicks this morning.
They're just better trash. They're trash from like the higher end neighborhoods. Okay, they have like really good stuff in their trash.
Got it.
And New York is from
Steven,
is really bad.
Every
Hold
player
on
in the
real
Knicks
quick.
is trash, according to you. Got it, Steven.
Everybody dropped the
What
Knicks
makes
off
this
at school this
evaluation
morning.
good?
Got it.
It's a good organization are.
Weren't we supposed to be talking draft right
Jalen
now?
Brunson.
Y'all
Jalen
talking about
Brunson's
the
trash.
Knicks?
Okay, that makes sense.
As long as he plays for the Knicks, yes.
Can we
Jalen
get back
Brunson
to the
is
draft?
trash. Emmanuel quickly is
Hey.
trash. That's why he's going to win the sixth
Hey,
man of
real
the year,
quick,
right?
Can we
Okay.
get off basketball?
I can't play the music in the video, but Level 2 Noob did come up with a video, ladies and gentlemen, on Twitter about this, and it's gold. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? It is gold. Here we go. This is from Level 2 Noob's Twitter account. God, it's Rocky Cavaliers. What? Look at Rocky. Look at Rocky just beating down Mr. T in the Rocky movie, huh? Can't do it. You don't want none. You don't want none of this smoke. Look at the Cavs. I mean, look at the Knicks, just down. So bad. So
He
bad.
out of there.
Guys, go retweet that on Level 2 Noobs Twitter. I'm about to go retweet it now.
I would love to see every single Knicks fan come up after y'all for retweeting that.
Well, you see, here's the problem.
Every single Knicks
This is a Miami sports show. You're a Knicks fan. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Steve,
What's up, buddy?
I took my morning Knicks this morning.
Oh, what's that? What is that? Your morning Knicks?
I dropped them off at the pool.
Oh, I didn't need to know all that.
Oh, Lord.
Yep, the morning Knicks.
Hey, Alex, don't do that to the phone. Don't do that to the phone, Alex. Don't do that. Okay?
Rashad, is it cold in Cali right now?
That's how I look, just like that. Straight trash.
Hey, Rashad, where are you at?
Yeah, is it cold where you at? Because you got a sweater on.
I'm at the store. 49 degrees right now.
Oh, it is.
It's 49. Damn, that sucks.
Hey, Level 2 Noob says, go tag the Knicks in it, Alex. I'll spend a couple of hours going at them today. I already golfed this morning. I got the time. Noob said he wanted to smoke with him. He said, go retweet it, cuz he got something for him. Oh, I'm here. This is why I love Twitter. This is why I do love Twitter sometimes. This exact thing right here. Matter of fact,
Alex, I know you got my post last night that I tagged you in, bro.
Everybody who knows the Knicks fan, tag them in that tweet, please. Please.
Alex, turn the mic off.
See, I didn't want to do it to you, Alex, but you started saying something. I'm trying to be Mr. Spread Kindness. I can't do
it. Serious as shit,
man.
You just being nice, Alex. I'm just nicely telling you that they trash.
Alex, if we didn't do this, Alex, you wouldn't know that we loved you.
Look at that head hurting right now.
But you gonna get these jokes.
Being a Knicks fan is actually like enjoying going to the DMV. Damn.
Oh, damn.
Did you break your TV?
What's wrong with the DMV? Oh, the DMV.
Department of Motor Vehicles.
I got you. I thought you was talking about.
You thought you were talking about Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. He says, I haven't. Oh, you talking about golf.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. And full bands and timeouts are in full effect. Make sure you all donate to the channel, help the channel grow. Thank you to the people that have donated already. Everybody is there. All right, I have a question for the panel.
No, bro.
Finally.
She could definitely get it, bro.
Here's
position of need.
What do you think Cedric will happen with Cedric Wilson? Where do you think he'll go? Do you think he gets traded?
And that's the reason.
Wilson.
I need some eye candy to come into the store.
What happened to the draft question? You had a draft question earlier. That was a good question.
Well, my draft question is: what is the first position of that you think the Dolphins?
Got my answer. What's everybody else's answer?
You were the only person that answered that. Everybody else go ahead. Lewis, what do you think? Crypto, Mr. Hot Dog Man, where do you think the Dolphins are going to address in the draft first?
I think they're going to draft back.
Oh, your phone sounds horrible. You got that Tua service keeps dropping anyway. Bones, Lewis, where do y'all think we're going in the draft?
Tackle or linebacker.
And with the first pick?
Yeah, tackle or linebacker.
I don't know if there's going to be a tackle available that high up that is of starting value.
The ninth tackle off the board, probably.
But is he somebody that can start with us day one? Is he better than what's currently there?
No.
I don't think so.
He'll be sitting until Austin Jackson is gone.
That's why I have a problem. Like I will tell you, there are some guys on day 3 that I feel like are not getting the value they deserve. Like Juice Scruggs, the center out of Penn State. I like him a lot. I
don't like centers from the Big Ten. I really don't.
Yeah, but what do you look for? You look for somebody who's played a lot, who has good stat. But that's backfired too, right? We saw what happened when Liam Eichenberg. He had great stats at Notre Dame, and that definitely did not.
Stephen D.
So did Dieter.
Hey, Stephen. Hey, I got something for Alex.
Oh, what's up for Alex? God?
I'm here at the gas station. I'm here at the gas station. Look who I parked next to. There's the Cavs fan.
I love it.
Alex, don't be rude. Wave back, Alex. Say hi. Wave back, Alex. Don't be like that, bro.
Selfish Alex.
Alex, you need a nickname for that.
Alex walked away from the phone and shouted.
That's a different type of level. That's a different level of trolling right there.
Stopped his day while he was getting gas to get on the.
No, he wasn't getting gas. He seen the sticker from the freeway.
Hey, Steven.
What up, Steven? What up, Crypto? What up? What up? Talk.
Hey, I want the.
You sitting here yelling. You got this horrible ass.
Somebody go get this old man a new flip phone.
Hey, get another flip phone, Crypto.
Damn flip phone. I got the latest and greatest from you.
I got the latest and greatest. Your stuff keeps dropping and it's bad.
What do you mean? You can't hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
When you start to get to going, it usually cut out.
No. I was gonna listen to Rashad finish cooking you. Him and Lewis was cooking you on your Lamar take.
You taking it back. You taking it back. You gonna have to rewind. You have to rewind to get the leftovers.
Sorry, Alex. I had to do that, man.
Don't apologize. We warned his ass. We warned his ass. Don't apologize.
David said Crypto's talking through a potato.
Y'all just give him a little info on that data in the background. You know what I'm saying? Alex, come here. Come here,
Alex. Come here.
Alex, come here. Don't want to talk to us.
Alex don't even want to talk to us.
Alex,
I warned him, dog. I warned him a long time ago, bro. He wanted to continue, so hey, get this work now.
Alex.
Hold on, y'all.
Where you going?
Yeah, Alex, fine.
Where you going, Doc Hugger?
I ain't gonna do it to Alex. I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm gonna leave my boy.
How do y'all feel about apple cider vinegar?
Come back. Don't put us on mute.
Yeah, this one right here, sir. This one in the bag. That's it. This is right here.
Hey, you ain't talking to nobody.
Hey, everybody be quiet. I got this. Everybody be quiet. Alex, if you can hear us, say, man, it's hot in here.
I tell you, it's pretty hot in here.
Oh, guys, I'm about to go to town. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
People steal the cases. Yeah.
Hey, man, I see you like that phone, but
hopefully not
do you have any sports apps on your phone? Do you download any sports apps on your phone?
Yeah, they actually do come in and take the case. That's why we had to put a lock on him.
He's not going to repeat you, Steven. He'll just let you know he hear you.
Ask him if he's a sports fan. Do you like any sports?
Exactly.
Ask him if he likes sports.
Ask him, is he a Dolphins fan?
No, I'll get to it. You shush. I'm running the show. Go ahead.
You like sports? You watch sports sometimes?
Who's your team? Who's your favorite team?
What's your phone number?
No. Put this on mute. That way, I don't want to get Alex in trouble. Okay, there we go. I'll wait a minute or two.
Well, Lewis, you here?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take you off mute. All right.
Talk about a funny situation. It figures I pull in next to a Cavs fan. Literally.
Hold on. All right. Alex, ask him who his favorite team is.
What kind of sports do you like? Yeah, sport like baseball, football, basketball. Oh, tennis, golf.
Oh, hell no. Oh, mute your mic, Alex.
Gotcha.
Ask him what he thought about the Masters. Did you like the Masters?
Oh,
he didn't watch it, Steven.
Oh yeah.
He said he golfed.
Tennis, yeah. Who's your favorite tennis player?
He kind of wanted.
Better be Serena.
Yeah.
Or he's a racist.
That's crazy.
Oh, that is.
I have to ring it up. Yeah.
Hey, well, ask him. Has he ever heard of the Miami Dolphins?
You heard of the Miami Dolphins before? The Miami football team? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big Dolphins fan. Look, right there.
Okay.
I used to play defensive end back in New York.
Show him your mid thigh.
All right, now.
Oh no! I never played professional football. I just played high school.
This nigga say, "What are you the guard?"
42-79.
Buddy think Alex real weird right now. Why you asking me all these questions?
Like, bro, just complete my transaction and let me go, bro. Stop talking to me.
Sign up for me, please. I'll get you a receipt, okay?
No, I don't want no Miami Dolphins.
Hey, ask him if he caught that Knicks game last night.
Oh man, I can't right now. This is
why you gotta pick on this poor man, Stephen D?
Robert, I'm sorry,
Robert, because I warned him. That's why I warned him.
It's basketball. I don't give a fuck. Can we talk about football?
There you go, Robert. $2 for you,
Steven. Start talking football.
Okay. See, we were talking football, but Alex was more fun to talk.
No, you've been ragging on this man for like 40 damn minutes.
Yes, it's fun.
It's fun. Let it go. Man, don't act like you weren't blind too. You made bad takes on the damn Raiders last year.
That's the
only. I reminded him of this. I reminded him of that.
No, that's not the only bad take you've had.
Robert, I reminded him of that.
It's the only one that's brought up consistently by y'all.
Because it was horrible.
They wasn't losing no games according to Steven.
Riddle me this, Robert, sir. Who do you like then? Who do you like, sir? Who's your team
for next year to win the Super Bowl?
Oh, by the way, yeah. Oh no.
Who do I like for what?
Who do you like to win the Super Bowl? Who do you think's going to win?
I don't bet against Patrick Mahomes until I see a team consistently beat him.
Cesar says Steven is all about spreading love, kindness, and happiness, except to Alex because he's a Knicks fan.
Yes, yes.
So you saying Patrick Mahomes is the new Tom Brady?
I would say Patrick Mahomes is a favorite until proven otherwise.
Your ass is fine.
All right, with the next person, Alex, get in. We're gonna try to get that guy to get him on YouTube and subscribe and like to our channel while he's doing a sale. That's what we're gonna do with the next person. This guy,
he's selling a watch now.
Alex over there selling watches.
He's knocking his watch. This is better entertainment than the Dolphins right now. I'm sorry, okay. Is that real, Alex?
A gold band.
Alex, I got a real question. I'm gonna take
Alex off mute.
Wait, do I got mine now? Yeah.
Oh, he muted himself. There we go.
This one.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Rashad. I would love to take
two as much as off your picture, bro. The 44 is only one.
I hate that picture, bro.
Yeah, the bigger one. It's this size right here.
I'm feeling the stash, man. I'm feeling the stash.
No, that one is 800.
That man look like Ron Jeremy with that shit on. Hell no.
Feeney and Tua got the same.
Lewis, who's Ron Levy? What's up, Ron?
He looks Miami. He looks like he's from Miami with that mustache. Like he wants to sell me something.
Bro, niggas
Feeney got the same mustache.
Hey, y'all let the
Come back,
Ron
Alex.
Levy talk, man. Y'all let the man Ron Levy talk, man.
Get your whole ass up, nigga.
What?
What's bro?
What's going on, man? How are you, dude?
Dave, I'm gonna whoop your motherfucking ass. I'm telling you right now.
You gonna see me real soon, nigga. You gonna see me real soon.
Look at that big ass forehead. God.
Hey,
all right. Boo, them old ass jokes.
Get back on camera, Dave. Let everybody see that forehead.
I mean, old jokes are better than freaking offensive jokes.
Let me ask you, when you get your hair done, do they give you half off? Because
I don't get my hair done. See there?
Oh, man. Alex, are you finished that transaction?
Y'all niggas ain't shit.
Got a accessory out of it.
But yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Ron.
Out of it.
Go ahead, Ron. The floor is yours.
How's everybody doing?
Pretty good, man.
What's going on,
floor is yours, buddy.
Survive.
Lady.
Getting psyched up for the draft or what?
We are, man.
I'm psyched about that Knicks game.
Who do you want us to draft, Ron? What position you want the Dolphins?
Hey, what was the score of that Knicks game, Dave?
The 50th player run. How excited are we supposed to be?
We're talking to Ron.
Yeah, we're talking to Ron right now.
Let Ron talk, man.
I know it's good.
This ain't your show. Shut your ass up.
Lewis, why you got a big old booger on your nose?
I ain't got no goddamn booger. Stop that, Bone.
You did. You had something white on your face. It definitely looked like a booger.
That was that coat.
That's some goddamn coat.
Hey, man,
that was that coat.
Boy, I'm just trying to let you know you had something on you.
You was out there coat
I had some goddamn coat, man.
I told you that bag of hopium would come in handy, didn't I? Didn't I?
Boy, been snorting all morning.
Ron, what position you want us to draft, man?
My bad, Ron. Go ahead, man.
I want to draft best player
Who'd you want to
available
draft?
position.
Best player
I
available.
don't want to be pigeonholed reaching for somebody just because we need a certain position. I want best player available.
All right, so to be fair, Ron, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. If the best player available is somebody in the secondary or wide receiver, you would want us to draft that?
No.
Secondary, yes, I would. We got to get X's replacement.
I've seen.
But we already got him.
Pick of our draft.
We already got him with Cater Kohu. So yeah.
No, he grabs too much.
And by the way,
he was asking Ron. He ain't asking none of y'all.
I'm glad you said that, Crypto. I'm glad you said that, Ron. Give me a sec. TD was on his channel yesterday preaching that there's no replacement for X or Kalen. And I'm like, who is Cater Kohu and Trill Williams? What are they? Are they chopped liver? Are they chopped meat?
Yes.
Are they not two young guys that could be potential replacements for those guys?
No, I don't see them that way.
Why not?
Their depth position. Their depth.
Did an undrafted rookie free agent make
Cater was ranked the seventh best
team all pro?
Seventh.
That ain't nothing to push over, bro.
Best cover corner in the league.
Yes.
As an undrafted rookie.
We already have that.
Like good backup. That's a mirage.
It ain't no mirage. He locked up.
Look at the numbers. Cater Kohu's legit.
He locked up, but
Trill Williams does have a question mark, and he did get hurt, but there's a lot of potential there, and I think that he could definitely be that guy. But to be fair to Ron's point, if you want to draft BPA, best player available, at that point, or with the first pick of the draft for us, I would say I wouldn't do that because we have positions of need. So you take best player available at position of needs, which would be linebacker, offensive line, tight end, and not in any particular order. We missed.
We did that with Austin Jackson. Look what happened.
You're right, we did, and we missed. That's unfortunately the way that song was sung. But
I don't like preparing. I don't like drafting for the future because then we end up with Noah Igbenogany's and players of those nature. Go get somebody who can.
And Rashad, to your point, what makes the Noah pick worse is that we traded back into the round to go get him.
Can I say something real quick, Steven, about Cater Kohu to
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, talk about Cater. Just talk about Cater. Don't worry about the rest.
Cater going to the Knicks.
So Crypto, I understand your reasoning behind the Cater Kohu thing, but here's the thing. He only allowed 70 receptions in all the games started. That's tied for third best in the NFL. He had
how many targets was thrown?
It doesn't matter. He only allowed 70 and he was third best.
107 targets, which is first in the NFL. The most targets.
Quarterbacks did not want to throw it his way last year, is what you're telling me, Alex. Correct?
Well, they tried.
And he had 67 solo tackles, which is fifth best in the NFL.
So timeout. 71 receptions were against him out of a little over 100 attempts. And he tackled how many times?
67 solo tackles.
And he's an undrafted rookie free agent, but we don't have the replacement for X in house already. Get out of here with that. That's not that. That is cap. Big cap. Lewis, say it for me.
How many crucial pass interference calls he got against him? A bunch of them.
All day, man. We have it in house, and we have no idea what Trill Williams is going to be for us. Trill Williams could turn out to be better than Cater Kohu.
And he could back up.
The potential is definitely there.
I don't buy that.
And by the way, J.R. Black, anyone question Cater as rookie season needs to learn more football. J.R. Black, you said some questionable stuff, but you ain't never been more right than that right there. And I'll even go one step further, J.R. We have Vic Fangio. You don't think Vic Fangio is going to be able to mold Trill and Cater Kahoo to make them some of the best defensive backs in the league?
I will say, from watching Nick Needham from his rookie season to where he was 2 years later, I got big hopes.
You got big
I'm investing in Cater. I'm investing in Cater. I'm signing him next year to a 4-year, $20 million, $22 million. I'm getting that man paid, and I'm keeping him on this roster.
Cater's rookie season was better than X's. I don't know.
That's true.
I don't know.
No, it wasn't. No,
that is true.
No, it wasn't.
I don't know.
That is true.
But I would like
that.
I don't care about this, Rick. I don't care about none of that.
No,
That's right. The man is grabbing folks.
X was legit.
Jeremy Clump is reporting some bullshit that's probably going to piss off a lot.
Don't y'all remember
earlier this morning? I'm not saying it's true or not true. I just until somebody else
I was just like, I'm not bringing it. That's crazy.
Y'all remember
what is it? Why don't you say it?
I'll send it to y'all.
Now I got to address it.
Yeah.
Address it.
So Jeremy Clump tweeted, and I saw it this morning, and I left it alone. The only I want to say, quote, the only reason I am bringing this up and giving it any validation, I don't have anything wrong against Jeremy Clump. I'm just saying that I need other people to validate it before I actually make it into a conversation. But this is the fan show, and the fan asked, so I'll give you what you want. Jeremy Clump says, per sources, the Miami Dolphins have contacted the San Francisco 49ers regarding quarterback Trey Lance.
That's what I was going to try to say earlier.
Was one of the driving forces behind the 49ers drafting Lance.
That's
bullshit.
I don't believe that shit, dog. I just don't believe that shit.
I believe it.
Because it don't fit into the two of
Of course you would. I'm just saying, I don't
they just
believe that
spent the entire offseason saying that Tua is the guy they're going to contact the San Francisco 49ers about Trey Lance.
Okay. This I don't know if Jeremy Clump is.
Jeremy Clump is a Tua hater.
I don't know.
We're not going to act like it's not believable.
I did watch him and Nick Hicks get into it this morning. So it may just be him being pissed at Nick Hicks and trying to piss off Nick Hicks. But at the same time, I just feel like that's fucked up.
I can't hear everybody. One mic, man.
I don't know if Jeremy Clump is trolling fans or he's just another Pete. I'm so confused. Who is Jeremy Clump? Who is Jeremy Clump?
Like, who is that guy? I don't care, bro.
You're New York Nick.
He's a Twitter guy.
If he was giving them positive about the Dolphins.
Oh wait, I'm listening to Pete because ain't nobody explaining.
Relax. Everybody chill out.
What you say, Pete?
Good morning, Color.
Good morning. Alex, are we going to do this again, bro? Are we going to do this again, man? Do you believe, let me ask you, can we write down everything the organization has ever said? I want to write down everything the organization has already said and go through it item by item and see if Alex believes it or not.
What did Alex say? This wasn't Alex.
He just said they spent all offseason telling us Tua is the guy. They've spent 3 years telling us Tua is the guy, yet they keep going after other quarterbacks.
No, they have not gone after other quarterbacks.
Like you're just gonna wait a minute. Wait, Alex just made a definitive claim that they have not gone after other quarterbacks, and I'm just saying the evidence supports me, bro. I'm just saying.
All right, so two things. Number one, nothing official has ever been done. It's always been behind the door conversations. That's one.
Hold on.
Hold on. And which we were caught in, and we got in trouble for it.
But there's one other. There's one other.
But hold on.
There's one other.
But Color, to be fair, Color, there have been plenty of quarterbacks that have been available, and the Dolphins have not pulled the trigger.
Right, and now we're talking about the second one. Remember, one of the incidents is something that's confirmed. Jimmy Garoppolo publicly stated that we contacted him to acquire him for quarterback, right? Did he not do that? Did he not say that? Okay, so wait a minute. I'm not done yet. Let me land. Now that's two quarterbacks from the same team that we've gone after.
Color, he never said that.
So Color, Do you believe that this is true though about Trey Lance? That's my first
I
question.
don't disbelieve it.
I do believe it.
I don't
Yes,
believe
you
it's
have to
untrue.
believe it.
I don't have to believe it. I don't have
Yeah,
to.
what do you mean? You have to.
No.
I'm saying I don't disbelieve it.
He said Garoppolo had an interview.
All right, Rashad, hold up, bud. To Color's point, there is when there's smoke, there's fire, and there's been enough smoke and even some small fires to say that over the last 3 years, Dolphins have had confirmed meetings, whether they be through secondary sources, direct sources, or even parties that were allegedly involved in the thing, right? Saying that they've talked about getting another quarterback, whether it's to replace Tua or just bring into the organization, right? That we all agree with that. Nobody's denying that. Not even Tua and ears should deny that.
They've talked about it, yes. They've talked about it.
With that being said, in my humble opinion, if once every single quarterback that comes to the market that's of decent value that could be potential starter, I do not believe that the Dolphins have inquired about every single one and have yet to pull the trigger when there's been plenty of players that are better than Trey Lance that have been available on the market via trade. I'm sorry. So I'm not going to believe that every rumor that comes out.
It's
I'm not
called
saying
do your
that
due
it's not
diligence,
true.
Stephen. You
That's
got to
true.
do your due diligence.
Okay, but I don't have sources. Let's just get that straight. And number two, I'm not asking the person to give up their sources. I would never do that. But I will say,
Rashad got his Twitter hand up.
Until somebody else, until somebody else who's had some evidence or history of saying, hey, look, in the past I have been right about some things. I have a very difficult time believing that this is a legit thing. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not putting it out.
Right, and you asked me if I believed it, and I didn't even get to answer the question. I didn't say I believed it, but I also don't not believe it.
You are giving it room to you don't want to definitive say something because you want to leave it out there.
What I'm doing is I'm going through my calculus that helps me decide whether I believe it or not. That's what I'm doing.
And you're leaving the door open for the. By the way, you're leaving the door. I think you and I are saying the same thing. We're saying.
Well, yeah, except the difference is I'm saying the evidence supports the fact that we are. That's all
I disagree with that. Part.
I respectfully disagree.
I want
Of course you disagree with it, Alex.
Oh, breaking news. Chris Greer is live. Chris Greer is live right now with the Miami Dolphins.
Okay, why are you, Pete? We're live right now. Why are you telling me to jump over?
Okay, I want y'all to know the Jimmy Garoppolo interview that happened and was released before the game never happened. That came from a Miami Dolphin fan that's known as a tour hater named Pete. Secondly, our quarterback has came out and said from day one Tua was his guy. He sat there, 700 throws from the 700 throws from this quarterback. He came out and said, I built the offense around this quarterback. I did all of this.
So is he a limited coach? Only being able to build around one guy?
Yeah, Crypto, this is to my point. This isn't a compliment. This isn't a compliment for Tua. These are the facts. He's doing all of this, but yet still looking for another quarterback.
Here's another fact. We lost.
Who is this?
Hey, color. We can just so you know, we can barely hear you.
We can barely hear you. But I heard about the draft pick. That was Stephen Ross. That was not Chris Greer. Chris Greer had nothing to do with that.
No, Ron, not Ron, Alex. That was Flores. That was before Mike McDaniel got here and said Tua's my guy.
Yes, I know.
But it was for
Garoppolo was before.
Hey, hold up.
Rashad,
oh my God. Calm down. Hold on. Calm down. Color.
Hey, TD is in the chat talking about fix the O-line now. This is hilarious.
I don't see TD in the chat at all.
My bad. Don't worry.
You're watching something else. You're not even on my show.
He's watching the press
conference.
I'm on both.
There's not even press conference right now. I don't even see where the press conference is.
Might be on the Dolphins website.
I see it.
Check Twitter.
Are you able to play it
on Twitter?
No, he just confirmed that Austin Jackson is the starting right tackle.
God damn, it's wild. All right, panel, do you want me to play live or do you want me to play it later?
Play later because I want to go. I want
Right,
to
so I got
spot back
later,
to color.
Lewis, live or
Play it
later?
now. Play it now. We ain't talking about nothing
Lewis.
but Jimmy Garoppolo.
Play that bit
It,
loud,
it,
man.
I don't care.
It is
We
wilding
Dolphins
out
fans
Wednesday.
need
I'm
to hear
stepping
what's
on
going on.
y'all.
Wild out
This is
at
Miami Dolphins' most
All
important
right.
content.
But
Steven, play it
if you
now.
do play it live, is
Let
everybody
us
going to
break
shut the
it
fuck
down.
up?
All right, everybody put yourselves on mute.
I'm going to the gym.
I will play it live.
May not set the value for quarterbacks moving forward in this league.
No, I'm happy for him. He's a good kid. I met him years ago with Mike Loxley at Alabama, and I told him I was proud that he stayed. The year when Tua beat him out, where a lot of these kids transfer out and go places. So happy for him. For us, at the end of the day, it's a piece of information. We monitor it, but there's going to be other quarterbacks here coming up still. Who knows how soon, but so the market will fluctuate based off those. So for us, it's happy for him and the Eagles getting it done. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really move our needle until we have to do something.
So along the lines of that, the team decided to exercise Tua's fifth-year option fairly early in the process compared to how they've acted. I know Mike spoke about the thinking, but I was wondering if you kind of give your perspective as well as you said everything is open in terms of an extension. Is there any possibility that you've discussed that, or just want to kind of kick?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of internal discussions between Mike, Marvin, Brandon, Steve, Tom Garfinkel as well. So all options are on the table, like I said then. But for us, we decided that for us, and we always hope Tua will be here, successful long term with us. And at the end of the day, we made this decision and decided to move forward in the offseason to get going.
Just like a follow up to some Tua, we're going to hear from the process of checking off all the boxes to ensure that be as healthy as you can. What was that process like?
Yeah, it was like a lot of discussions with our doctors, with Tua, just formulating a plan. But I think once we talked to specialists, and he met with specialists, too, and the people he met around the country, everyone felt comfortable, him health-wise. And so when those boxes were checked, we were fine and decided just to move on and looking forward to him working and doing all the things he's been doing in the offseason now to help him for next season.
Chris, Tua kind of hinted at this during, I believe, Super Bowl week, but just to clarify, did you guys essentially shut him down after the concussion on Christmas Day and not allow him to progress until the season was over?
No, I think when we went through the process, it still used to be cleared by, the league people as well, too. So it was just our process of going through it, working with the league and with Tua going through it. So that's all it was.
Can you tell us a little bit about the process of that landed Jalen Ramsey in this building?
Yeah, it was, you guys have heard us talk for years about opportunities. We always investigate and do that. So we did our work. They reached out about them. Les and I have known each other for years, and we talked. And so we had talks for a couple weeks. And then at the end of the day, for us, it made sense for the player of who he is after we talked to people around him. And so we're very excited to add him. He's been a very good player in this league. Still think he's a very good player, and he has a good relationship with Xavier. So I know they were excited. Xavier texted me right away when he saw it. So I think for us, it was the opportunity to add a very good player at us. So we're very excited.
If I can address this one to Marvin, when Channing and Eric were selected last year, was the expectation kind of always that maybe they would need a year before they could really make some kind of impact? More than just on special teams.
Yeah, I think when we selected them, we knew the progression for both of them would be, in the future. So you get guys and you want to give them a chance to sit back and learn and do some things on special teams, but knowing that their value would be much more down the line than it was like immediately.
Marvin, to get your thoughts on Tua, where he stands 3 years through and the future for him.
Well, I think he's went through the the protocol, and we have all the faith in the world in him, and so he's our quarterback, and we think moving forward he's going to be the quarterback that gets us to where we want to go.
We heard Coach McDaniel talk about the story of kind of bringing his tape to you guys at the entire building last year on the Mike Silver podcast. I don't know if you guys heard that. I was curious your guys' perspective on when Mike was so fired up that night of watching the tape and bringing it to y'all.
Well, I think Mike was excited to work with him even before that. He had watched some film of him, but he knew him from the draft. But I think once he got here and really dug in and got to spend time, and because obviously he was busy with the 49ers and they were on their playoff run, and he put together and strung all the stuff that made sense for his offense. I think he showed it to everyone in the building. Just going around, he was so excited that I think he pulled an all-nighter putting it together, and he was so happy when all the scouts came in. So I saw it like 5 times. So it's just like, okay, I get it, Mike. He's good and you're excited. But yeah, the relationship the two of them have, and watching them how they work and communicate, and it's pretty cool to see.
Chris, how much progress do you feel you've made in the Wilkins extension talks?
Yeah, I've had some good talks with his agent. As I've always said, we're going to keep those conversations private. But excited for Christian. He's a very good player here. How we feel about him. We've talked about what he's done on and off the field for us. So we're still working through it, but hopefully we can get him here and keep him here for a long time.
Where you come from a football executive family, your brother's the first Black GM in NHL history. Can you explain briefly on the role that your father has played in you being to where you are today and the impact that he has with you and your brother?
Yeah, no, it's just being able to grow up watching how he approached things, and I was fortunate to be there in New England with him, with Bill Parcells and Pete Carroll and Coach Belichick for a little bit, just to see how he interacted and worked, and learned so much for him. Obviously, he coached Marvin, so that's how Marvin and I's connection go back. And I just think having that resource to talk to, my brother and I talk every week, and we talk about a lot of different things, sports related, and in terms of player acquisitions and dealing with people in the building. So just to be able to talk to him, and even still now, Marvin and I will go to all-star games, and people keep coming up saying, "Hey, tell your dad I said hello," or agents are like, "Your dad was the first guy that gave me a chance and listened to me," and stuff. So just how you treat people and working with them, learned so much for him, and I wouldn't be here without him.
Chris, what's been the thinking so far?
Love the question.
Besides Eric, who you signed, and a backup defensive tackle, are those positions you think you could address in the draft? What's your thinking there?
Yeah, I think, our approach is we're evaluating every position, going to it very thoroughly to every position. We've had our 30 visits that you like to track, and you do your work, your Inspector Clouseau stuff on it. And, for us, it's every position. So we brought in guys that have from basically every position except quarterback into the building. So for us, we're always looking for good players that compete for roster spots, because that's how we get better with competition.
For both of you, when you look at your roster, when you look at what's in the tight end room right now, what do you see? How comfortable are you? And transferring that forward, what do you see in this tight end draft class? A lot of people have said it's quite talented and deep. I wonder if you agree.
I'll talk about our room, and I'll let Marvin talk about the draft class. With us, our room, we're happy with it. Obviously, you know how we feel about Durham. We've talked about Durham for a long time. Letting Mike leave was he earned the right to be a free agent. Obviously I drafted him. We've talked in here before about how I feel about him. I'm very happy for him, other than he went to New England. So I said I got to root against him twice a year. But very happy for him. But we're excited for some. Eric was a good addition for us. And Tanner we feel has good upside. So we're going to keep looking at that position, some competition. But we're happy with the guys there, and especially, how Durham leads and what he provides for our team.
Yeah, and as far as this, the draft class this year is most of you guys know, this is probably one of the deeper tight end drafts than has been in, last several years. So we feel good about having an opportunity to grab a good football player if he's available, when we're picking. Like we're going to look at every position, but there's a strong chance that there are going to be a lot of tight ends selected early.
Just broadly speaking, obviously you're not in the market for a quarterback in this draft. There are 5 that could potentially go in the first round. How do you, as an outside observer to this process, how do you see that draft class of quarterback this year?
Yeah, no, they're all very talented, and I think with any quarterback, it's the fit with the the coach and coaching staff and what you're asking them to do offensively. So I think it's some tough decisions for teams to make because they are talented, and I think they can fit at a lot of places. But we've talked to a few of them just again doing our research to know just to say hello, and haven't spent a ton of time, but like the kids. I'm excited for them. I think a couple will be some really good players in this league.
Chris, what is the addition of Ramsey? Sorry, Marcel. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Mike.
You're good. Go ahead.
Sound like
I
myself.
got you.
I'm thrown off where I'm sitting. What is the addition of? I took away my chair, Chris. What does the addition of Ramsey say about where the organization stands relative to a window opening to pursue the biggest goal of the Super Bowl? Are you all in? Has the all-in window open?
I think where we are is we have a competitive roster that we feel we can win games with, and it's not done. Obviously, with the draft here still, and even post-draft, there'll be signings. So, again, opportunities to add good players to your roster. We'll always do that and pursue it. And Steve Ross has given us a lot of flexibility to do that, which, I don't think he gets enough credit for allowing us to do that. But for us, I don't really look at it as windows. It's just opportunities to add good players and then keep building a roster that gives you a chance to compete.
For Marvin, last year,
You're good. I know being draft capital, what it is this year, it is what it's been going for picks. Have you guys explored trying to move up? Would you like to?
I was waiting for someone to ask that one. We've had a couple teams in the bottom half of the first round reach out about saying they would be interested in coming down possibly if their guys aren't there and if we'd be interested in moving. So for us, we'll, again, any opportunities we can to get a player, we'll look at it. But no serious conversations, but we've had those, and we'll keep those options open.
For Marvin, I know last year when the team traded for Tyreek Hill, Chris said that you were able to kind of provide insight on the type of person, the type of player Tyreek Hill is. From the time in Kansas City, what did you see, not maybe on the field, but off the field, that told you that he was right for the culture and right?
Well, just when he got here, just to see him take a leadership role, and I saw the same competitive spirit I saw in Kansas City, where he competed every day, and we didn't have a defensive back on the roster that could cover him. And when he got here, I felt the same way. He could run by anybody, but just to see him take the role in the locker room as a man, just matured and became a leader, and was held accountable, was really great to see.
Chris, you've generally been best player available type of decision maker when it comes to the draft. When you have a roster that, as you say, is more ready to compete, do you shift a little bit on the spectrum toward focusing a little bit more on positions of need, or do you still stick with that mentality?
It's still a balance, because at the end of the day, you always have to look long term, and there's guys here, just being realistic on 1-year deals. So you may have a position you think is deep, but like last year we had, I think, 4 linebackers on 1-year deals. So I think you always look for the best player, and then there's some occasions where you do take position of need, but you try not to draft on need, because I think that's, again, where you get in trouble.
Marvin, how would you describe the way you approach helping Chris and serving the organization, and sort of, can you take us behind the scenes and the structure and the dynamics and how you guys work together?
Sure. I mean, Chris and I's background is pretty much the same, being college guys. So I'm able to provide another set of eyes. I mean, I can go out and look at guys and, look at guys and present them to him and say, hey, this is the guy we need to look at, because I can pretty much tell where he's going to go with some things. And then, looking in our locker room, being a former player myself, I can kind of gauge some guys and kind of read some things in the locker room, and I can be places that Chris is not sometimes. And even in doing pro free agency, just to get another set of eyes on guys and, bring things to the forefront.
We haven't talked to you since the receiver additions. If you could talk about what Braxton will bring in, also the appeal of adding Chosen Anderson.
Yeah, Braxton, obviously, he's been a good returner in this league. We've known him, obviously, from the University of Miami here, and met him at Miami Day a few years ago, and we liked him. And at that time, Adam Gase loved him, and so just watching him over his career, he's a professional and great teammate.
Oh, that's a great litmus.
Getting to know him again in the building here over the last couple of days. But he'll be our returner as well as playing some slot receiver. So excited for the versatility and the things he can do. As far as Chosen, that's been going on for a couple of weeks. His agent reached out to us, and him being a South Florida guy, wanted to come play home. So as we kind of worked through it, talking to his agent, and we told him we wanted him to come in and spend some time with him and get to know him. And so he and I talked one day for about an hour and a half, and he got Mike for over an hour, and he and Wes talked for a bunch for over a couple days. So once we went through it, and we both sides, because I told him, don't rush through this decision. Don't just because it's home. Talk to those other teams that are interested in you and make your decision on what's best for you. Because we have two dynamic players that are the starters, and he understands that. So we told him, what the role would be, and stuff, and he was excited and all in on it, and was excited to come here. So enjoyed getting to know him and talk to him. So I'm excited to add him.
Your point, you got a ton of wide receivers now, including two very, very good ones. Cedric Wilson kind of got squeezed by the numbers game last year. Is that a concern again this year? And can you say with certainty that he's definitely going to have a team in 2023?
Well, I would say, yeah, it's a very talented room, which was, going back to Chosen too. We didn't promise him anything. We said we got some good young players here that are pushing for time, and he understood that. So Cedric is, was signed here to be the number 2 at the time, and then we made the trade for Tyreek. And but how he handled himself, he's an incredible professional, like volunteering to return kicks for us again at the end of the year. He saved us and won us some games with some key returns that probably people don't even really give him credit for. So the expectation is here. Now we've had teams call and ask about him. We're not shopping him, but teams have called, and especially when we just added Chosen, we've had a couple teams reach out. So again, he's a really good guy, and I try and do right by him because I always handled himself on and off the field.
What do you guys feel about where the roster stands at running back, bringing back last year's guys, and could you speak on the potentially adding another one?
Well, I mean, the running backs we have, obviously, we like them. We brought them back, and they're coming in on 1-year deals. So obviously, we're going to keep our heads open to see what's available in the upcoming draft and free agency. We're looking at all opportunities to bring in good football players. So obviously, running back is a key component in this offense. So we're going to look for the best players we can find.
We've seen a lot of creativity with the trades made over the years. You got one more in you this month?
We'll see. But I was going to say the running back stuff. I couldn't let it go, Marv. I'm sorry. I said, who here played Tecmo Bowl back in the day? Okay. Did you ever play with the Patriots when Marvin was there? Our scouts found it. It's hilarious. Like, you give Marvin 2 carries, he's running through fast. The 3rd carry, he's tired and fumbles every time. So we just scout So we were
I was equal to Bo Jackson for 2 runs, and then that 3rd one,
we were like
out in the pasture somewhere.
Tecmo Bowl did him wrong. So the guys were dying. So we're like going, yeah. So
half the team doesn't even know what Tecmo Bowl is now. So.
But I appreciate you guys want to talk to Tua next anyway. So all right. Appreciate it.
That's
All right,
my GM.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. I'm just gonna put this down. It sounds like Tua is coming up next, so I guess we'll stay live with it. Here's what I kind of took, just recently, on his last comment. I think the thing for me that kind of stuck out was, especially with the last comment about the running back situation, is, they said they're looking at the draft and obviously free agency. Here's my guess because of that answer. It gives me a more calculated idea to think that, it might be in the Dolphins' best interest or behoove them to see who's available when it gets towards around that top of the first or the end of the first, top of the second round. If there is a running back that they absolutely love, I'm going to say now it's not necessarily out of the question that they could draft a running back or reach to go get a running back if they are available at whatever suits them. For him to also say in the press conference that, hey, look, we've also, addressed, or we've had conversations with teams calling us that they may
About
be interested in trading back and them moving up. I mean, I'm going to say this, look, if they are
Put it
in
out
love
there,
with running
Steven.
back,
Put it out there.
Yeah, look,
I'm about to if you don't.
Look, I 100% could see them going after Bijan Robinson or
We get beat down, baby.
And that doesn't mean that that's what the case is. I think that they're considering it. That's all else. That's what I got out of it. What I will say is it depends on if he's available and how far he drops. We know every year in the draft, a team will reach to go for the very last spot. Everybody trades out of the last pick of the first round because there's so much value in it. And maybe the Dolphins are one of those teams that see somebody that they love. So I will say this. If they do not draft a running back in the first 2 rounds, then I believe Dalvin Cook will be here. That is my thought process on it. Even if they draft a running back in the later rounds, he'll be there as a camp outie or somebody that might be able to push one of the other 4 guys that are in the building. But I think Dalvin Cook, I think they're going to wait after the draft to execute a Dalvin Cook. And what also makes
wait for him to get cut.
I think that'll be it too, right? So I'm interested to see what goes on with that situation. Another thing I kind of took out of the ordeal was that, he's his kind of his process of how he goes about evaluating players. And I heard Color make the comment about the Adam Gase thing when it came to Braxton Berrios. For me, Braxton, I think, has always been a talented receiver, and a lot of teams, especially in the AFC East, were buying for the opportunity to get rights. And that includes Belichick, who loves slot wide receivers, and the Jets, obviously, who drafted him, and us. And so I think that Braxton understanding what his role is going to be here as a return man, a return specialist, and playing slot receiver buys well for him and gives him a big opportunity to be the maybe possibly the number 3. Somebody's got a lot of background noise. Go ahead and put yourself on mute. Background noise. Let me finish. So the other thing that I think is interesting too. It was Ron. Ron, I got a lot of background noise from you. The other thing that I thought was interesting too, and Dave, you too have a lot of background noise. Is the Chosen Anderson conversation. So they didn't reach out to Chosen. Chosen reached out to him. And it's interesting that I like that because it tells me that even if somebody might not be on their radar, teams want to go. Now, granted, he's from here, right? I get it. The hometown team you grew up watching, you want to play for. But if players in general are reaching out to Greer about the possibility of coming here who maybe they don't think, because it sounds like he's like, look, I had to tell him, look, we have 2 guys in the room, plus we brought this guy Berrios in, and we at the moment currently have Cedric. We don't know what we're necessarily doing with him. Just know you might not have a lot of opportunities, and I think he knows that. And I said that the other day when we signed him, and I gave you my thoughts. I said, look, if he gives you 2 to 4 receptions a game and a touchdown every 3 games, to me, Chosen Anderson or Robbie Anderson, whatever you want to call him, was a great pickup. And I truly believe that it is. I think he's got a lot of talent in there, and I think he's going to be a very good asset for the Dolphins as long as he stays mentally good, right? And then as far as Cedric Wilson is concerned, kind of taking from the press conference, the Cedric Wilson case for me is interesting because they said that teams have, he said, quote, "We are not shopping him, but teams have reached out for us, especially when we signed Robbie Anderson, that they called and inquired what they would want." So I don't think it's out of the question to think that Cedric's gone, like in a trade. They're definitely not. I don't think they're going to release him. I think they will trade him if anything happens to him at all. And I think the other, and by the way, I think it'll be more of what Cedric wants. If Cedric says, "I want out of here, there's no room for me here, there's too much talent, I want to go play somewhere where I'm going to get some real playing time," I think he's gone. If he wants, I want to be down on the depth chart, I don't necessarily care. I think you keep him because the value you would get for, unless, and let me put this in there, unless you can add him in as some good value for a player that you really, really want, whether that's trading up into the end of the first round or trading up high into the second. But I will say I've walked away from this interview basically saying that, look, I thought the Dolphins, there was no way, shape, or form that that they were going to go after him, but or into the first round. And now I've walked away from this press conference saying there is an outside chance they could get into the first round. So I guess Thursday night we probably need to watch. So it'll be interesting. X is live right now. I don't necessarily want to do X. We can
let's
play
not
that
do it.
later on in the week. I'm interested to know.
I want to talk about this.
I'm interested to know on the panel what you guys thought of the press conference. I'll start with Color, then I'll go to Rashad.
Well,
Color,
I'm gonna. Thanks, Stephen D. I'm gonna take my time to finish landing from earlier real quick, since everybody blew up and strawmanned me. So Alex is acknowledging that the organization did in fact lose a draft pick for going after another quarterback. I mean, I heard him say that was Ross, but I don't know what that means because, we literally lost a draft pick for going after a quarterback. It wasn't because, we think you did. It was because we did. And we were talking to a guy that we weren't allowed to talk to. So that's why we got penalized. I mean, unless they're just penalizing people for absolutely no reason and just imagining that we did things wrong. I don't know, but I don't want to dwell on the point. I just wanted to finish out saying that we literally got penalized for talking to another quarterback.
Okay, we got that. What did you think?
2019.
What did you think of the press conference? Because I agree with you, and I think we all agree with you.
The only odd thing I thought was him invoking Adam Gase as some kind of authority figure. I thought that was kind of funny, but
I don't think he did it like that. I think he said, "Hey, look, I met him a few years back at a pro day at Miami, and Gase obviously was very high." I just thought it was the moment that he walked away from. I don't think he was saying.
I know. I'm picking on him. Yeah. I know. I have to take an opportunity to take a shot at Gase as many times as I can.
As many times as he can. That's fully understandable here on the platform.
No, but it sounds like it's business as usual. We're gonna look to do things that best maximize our station in the draft. Seemed pretty standard.
Rashad, what are your thoughts of it, Rashad?
And that's the type of stuff that gets me excited right there. I don't care about the off-season drills and workouts and all. Moves and actual gameplay get me excited. I'm all in on Bijan right now. I'm
you
here
have a
for
bad
that.
phone right now, just so you know.
No, I'm on the side of the road going to the gym. I'm like walking in the gym right now. The comments about trading up got me a little excited. If there's an opportunity there, that definitely push buttons for me. I think also there will be a serious battle for that wide receiver 3. We forget about Eric Izakama. You were right about Cedric. If Cedric is in camp and he feel like he's probably losing, I don't think it's the draft trade. I think it's a camp trade.
To that just quick statement, the Senate statement, that last sentence you just said. If Cedric is in camp, he's here. And it means they already had that conversation with him and he understands what the possibility is. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
If he gets traded, it'll be way before training camp goes.
No, I feel like it'd be around training. I think they
disagree.
talked about it.
It'll be after the draft,
I feel
or
you.
it'll be during the draft or after the draft.
Let me tell you why I feel like this. I hear you loud and clear. I feel like there's going to be a serious battle going on for that wide receiver 3, and I see us running more 4 wide receiver sets with the talent that we got on this roster, just to spread the offense.
And Rashad, just as a blanket statement, to say, if you're saying no, he wants to see how he compares, but if he's losing that battle, he'll ask for a trade. No, Greer's going to have a conversation with him, or already did, and said, hey, look, here's what we got. You're not 1 or 2. We have Braxton Berrios, who's definitely getting time in the slot. Plus, you have Robbie Anderson. And Robbie, obviously, I put on the same level as you, Cedric. Who's better? That's debatable. We'll have to see. But there's a lot of it's that 3, 4, and 5 slot at the moment that is going to be you're going to battle for. So the question is, do you want me to trade you now, or do you want to stay here and make it? And if he says I want to stay here, there is no turning back on that statement come training camp time. He's either, if he's not good enough, going to get cut, or he's going to be on the roster come week 1. And it's going to happen way before training camp.
If you'll let me finish, because I just let you finish. The reason I feel that way is because there's legit talent. He might feel like right now, I don't think it's going to come from Cedric Wilson that he wants to get traded. I think it will come from Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer. Like, you're making this amount of money. This is what you have left in your contract. I don't want you to waste it. You've been beat out by Eazy-E at this point. You've been beat out by Berrios. So right now, technically, you're wide receiver 5/6. Do you want to, I don't want to keep you here for this amount of money, so we're either going to cut you or we can try to find you a team
that
for this
exact
money.
point. They are already going to have. They already know what they have in him. They've had him on the roster for a year, Rashad.
I know, but they don't know what they have in Robbie. They don't know if Robbie is the same guy he was 2 years ago. They don't know.
We're going to agree to disagree. I'm not going to have the debate with you. I'm telling you, if they're going to get rid of him, they're going to do it way before training camp. You're saying that they're going to.
You won't let me land, will you?
I am. I hear you loud and clear. I just think you're wrong.
Okay. The reason I'm saying this is because Robbie Anderson has had 2 below what he brings to the table seasons in his last 2 seasons. And we can blame that on quarterback. We can blame that on situations, incidents with teams, coaches, and all of that. We can blame. He still might be that same guy, so we don't know what we have in him. Braxton Berrios, we know what we have in him, but is there more like we got out of what's the guy that went to Buffalo? Sherfield. Is Braxton Berrios more than just a kickoff returner? Then we have Eazy-E, who showed up and showed out in the preseason. If he gets the playbook down, if he's developed even more than that, and if he's competing for that Sherfield role right along with Berrios, where Cedric, are you still Cedric from Dallas who's going to give me this? And if so, are you comfortable with being 4 or 5 coming in when we need you? Or do you want to?
Here's the thing, Rashad. Here's why you're wrong. Teams have already inquired about Cedric. So I do believe that they're going to wait for the draft. And I do believe that there's going to be a second wave of free agents. All those things will happen long before training camp will. You and I agree that his route is right. It's just you and I disagree when the timing of it is. And I'm saying if he gets to training camp, he's here. He's made his bed. The team has made the bed. That's the decision in it. And the only way that you're right, is if Dallas gets to training camp and they say, oh snap, or Houston gets to training camp and they say, oh snap, or any other NFL team say, oh snap, we definitely need another wide receiver here. It is not good in any way, shape, or form. And
but
then
doesn't that happen every year?
And then they overpay in training camp. But I don't see that personally happening with Cedric Wilson.
What I'm saying is because this all goes back to camp battles. We know every team has camp battles, and then those players that lose try to find another team. Or even if they don't try to find another team, they like, well, cut me.
Hey,
like,
can I say something real quick on that?
Yeah. Go ahead, Rashad.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex. Rashad, go ahead, Alex.
So I think that
I think that Chosen Anderson was signed as an insurance policy. You know, that's
Oh, I don't believe that for a minute. I believe that, and here's why I don't. He said in the press conference just a little bit ago, he said his agent reached out to me, and I'm going to take that as they didn't think they had an opportunity to get somebody of his talent because there was no room for him out in the wide receiver room that we currently had. And when he understood the reality of the situation here and still wanted to stay here and I'm going to assume probably took a hometown discount and probably had a better offer somewhere on the table. And I'm assuming that he wanted to be here, right? And so I think that he has a legit shot to be the number 3 or 4. Personally, I believe what I think about Barrios. Barrios is going to step up tremendously for us this year, but nonetheless, that's my Barrios Chosen or Robbie is not an insurance policy. He's here to provide direct talent. He's not an insurance policy.
No question, Steve. I just think because you have Easy, you have Braxton Berrios, you have Craycraft as well coming back. So it's like, and then of course Chosen Anderson. But the thing about it is that they were doing everything they can to help Easy E succeed as the number 3 guy, because that's basically what we took it as this offseason. And all of a sudden, Chosen Anderson comes in.
Hey, just so y'all know, if you're watching right now, Tua's press conference starts in about 8 minutes. Keep it live here. We're going to have the Tua press conference live.
Hey, Stephen D. I'm sorry to interrupt, Alexander. I just wanted to let you know. So, real quick, many decades ago, when little color was still a little color, when he became a Miami Dolphins fan, y'all are about to see the place in space time that little color became a Miami Dolphins fan for the first time during a rainy thunderstorm, waiting for his mommy to pick him up from elementary school, crying his eyes out in 1984 or 5 or something like that. And it was right here at this elementary school that Color became a Miami Dolphin fan. Right there, waiting over there by that building. Little Color became a Miami Dolphin fan.
I need you to slow down, Color, while you're on your phone.
Okay.
You should come visit me at work.
All right. Hold on.
Hillsborough.
That's good, Color.
Put yourselves on mute so I can. All right, there you go. Hey, Ron and Dade. Interested to know your thoughts on the press conference, Ron and Dade.
First of all, Greer didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. That there was all GM speak. We can move up, we can move down. We all know that. He's not going to tell you anything now. But as far as Cedric Wilson, I think everybody's missing that there's 2 points why I think he's going to be gone, and it's contract and speed. You know, Anderson is much faster. I don't think he's lost a step, and he opens up the field more for the underneath for Barrios. If God forbid Waddle or Hill suffer an injury, Anderson can step in. He's got the speed to step in for one of those guys, and Wilson's contract is just against him. He's $6 million against the cap for a number 3 or 4 receiver. That's just they're not going to carry that. So no. I honestly believe I don't think there's going to be any conversations. I think that they're looking to move him. I think he's going to go to Minnesota in a trade for Cook.
I mean, you could be entirely dead on in that assessment or that theory. And to my point about the conversation, what I'm saying is it either happened or will happen, but some sort of conversation will happen. Wilson will know, hey, look, if we can move you for a great asset, we're probably going to do that. But to be fair, if it's just for a low round draft pick, do you want to stay or do you want to go? We'd love to have you, but we want to do right by you. And I would hope that Cedric understands, all right, look, if you got a chance to get, Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry or some big name talent or get into the first round, I totally understand why you're going to trade me. Like, it's business, right? It's not personal. Well, but to have the statement on the table of, hey, Cedric, we can trade you for a 4th or 5th rounder, but we don't want to. We want to keep you here as depth. But what do you want? What you want, we will obviously do. I think that is the conversation that will be had between GM and player, at least with Cedric in his case. That's the only point I was trying to get at. I think they have a lot of respect for Cedric, and they like his talent.
I hear what you're saying, but again, with the money, I don't think he's going to have a choice. I think, they're not going to carry $6 million for a number 3 or 4 receiver. I think, even if it's addition by subtraction, they pick up the money, even if they get a low round pick back for him. I think,
and Ron, here's why I'm just arguing a little bit with you on it, or debating you a little bit on it, is that at the end of the day, the Miami Dolphins can get money elsewhere, right? They can go get money elsewhere. They can go to another place and renegotiate, Cedric Wilson's and try to get money from there. They're going to get money post June 1st. There's probably another player or two where they can renegotiate contracts and grab money from somewhere else. If you're going to get Cedric, I either think you keep him or you trade him. Ultimately, I think Cedric will not be here come training camp time. I do not think that. But I do think he'll have his choice if we don't go out and get a high person name or trade it back into the first round. I think if it's neither one of those two things, it's going to be his choice. Do you want to stay or do you want to go? If it's for Dalvin Cook or a first rounder or get back in high in the second, then 100% he's going to have no choice. Hey man, we had an opportunity. You are a liability with your $6 million, and you're right about that, Ron. But
I mean, all reality, if you go, it could be trouble, and if you stay, it could be double.
you are correct. Dade, what are your thoughts about the press conference, man? What did you think about Greer in his press conference? Got about 3 minutes till Tua, by the way.
We good. I don't be long winded with this shit. The main thing I was listening for is the quarterback talk, and it don't seem like he's trading for no Trey Lance, so that makes Jeremy Clump a liar, and I'm good.
Hey, look, man, I'm not going to say anybody's a liar. Everybody has their own sources, and who am I to question it? And I don't care what your source is or whatever. I'm just saying that in order for me to give it any value or dictate that it has, I don't want to say value. For me to believe it more, I need to have some other people co-sign on it that have had a better track record, or not a better track record, a more tenure.
You mean less hated by two ears? That's what you really mean. Go ahead and say it.
I have nothing against the guy. I'm just basically saying.
But it's obvious that people are already choosing sides because of the divisiveness that he's caused. You know what I mean? Jeremy Clump. I mean, not Tua. I mean, Jeremy Clump.
Clump was already arguing with Nick Hicks this morning, so I kind of feel like it was just to fuck with Nick Hicks. Honestly,
It could have been. It very well could have been. But again, to be fair, it didn't even have to be Professor Clump making the statement.
What's very telling?
Nick Hicks and his agent.
They've looked at every position except for quarterback.
Yeah, I heard that as well, and he said that
he ain't allowed to say that, bro. He knows he ain't allowed to say that.
Hold on, I got one more. I got one more person on the panel that hasn't had a chance to talk yet, or two more people, really, Lewis and Crypto. I'll go with Crypto first. Crypto, we got like a minute and a half before Tua's press conference, and I want to at least get Lewis an opportunity to say something. So go ahead, real quick, Crypto. What do you think of the press conference career?
It's same bat station, same bat channel. It's all political. It's nothing new under the sun. So I don't expect much. It's neither here nor there.
Lewis, what is your thoughts on it, Lewis? What did you think of the press conference and what GM Chris Greer had to say? And by the way, it was nice to hear from Marvin Allen too. I enjoyed listening to Marvin. Lewis, you want to get off mute?
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like, everybody gets in an uproar and, oh, look, he said this, bro. He lies and just tells everybody what they want to hear. Like, am I supposed to sit here and believe? This is a hypocrisy I always talk about, Stephen. Like, people will come out here and say, well, he also said he's going to look at everybody's position except quarterback, and they'll run with that narrative. But 2 months ago, the last time we heard Chris Greer speak, and he said he wasn't going to look at no offensive linemen, and Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson were going to be your starting guard and tackle. Everybody said he was
allegedly. We didn't hear the beginning of the press conference, Lewis, and they're saying that he said that at the beginning of the press conference that he fully expects Austin Jackson to be the right tackle.
And that's what I'm talking about, Stephen. The hypocrisy. If he did say that, and we'll come out here tomorrow and the next day and the next day, and we'll talk about, oh, we need a right tackle because Austin Jackson is. Well, your general manager is telling you he's not. right? But they won't believe that statement though, Stephen. But they'll believe that they're not looking for a quarterback. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's all lies. Like, come on,
Right.
like.
All right,
I
so-
don't care. I
What he
don't care
said-
what this guy says in a goddamn press conference. Is what I'm saying.
What he said was the expectation is that Jackson will be the starting tackle. That's what he said.
Okay, well, the expectation of us
Okay.
listening to a press conference, Ron, and saying that what Christopher Greer is selling us is Billy Gospel is also a goddamn lie, in my opinion. And no one's gonna take me off that. Like, bro, I don't care. That's why when
He
Steven
used the
asked me-
same verbiage with Tua. He said they expect him to be healthy enough to play this year.
Exactly. Like when Steven asked me before we even went live, he was like, "What would you want to do, bro?" Like I said, I don't care. Like that 10 minutes again for the people that like that kind of stuff. Congratulations. For me, I could give two shits what Christopher Greer said.
Smoke.
I think you're over your $5 sway.
Yeah,
bro.
it's the same
Credit.
stuff.
I had $10.
Oh, you do. Shoot, you do have $10. Dang, people are just paying their swear jar credits today. Interesting.
Christopher Greer is just good at stringing people along.
The Tua press conference gets on, to kind of respond to all your statements. Lewis, your statement has validity, right? I think it is very political wording that GMs, and in this case, Chris Greer, uses when talking to the press, right? And when answering questions, because he knows things can get taken out of context, or there's always something on the table. And if something does occur and you came out right outside and said, "Oh, hey, look, you said this was going to happen." Well, hey, look, this opportunity presented itself. I couldn't say no. So I don't have a problem with him saying the verbiage of, I fully expect Austin Jackson being the right tackle. Now, do I like it as a fan? No, I'm not a big fan of Austin Jackson, and I would like to upgrade at that position tremendously. But
What I think Lewis is trying to say, Stephen D, is that every time the talk is about somebody besides the quarterback, the fans
I didn't kick you off.
believe Chris Greer. Like, in other words, he's not using political speak when he's talking about everybody else, but when he's talking about quarterback, it's political speak, and we're supposed to either. If it's Tua talk, then we take him at his word. If it's Austin Jackson talk, we use our eye test and say, no, Austin Jackson is trash. He couldn't possibly be telling the truth.
Okay, so
Right.
I do think that the fan base obviously is two-sided when it comes to Greer, depending on who he's talking about, right? They think he's saying one thing about other players, and by the way, it's just for really Tua and anybody else. That is a fair statement that Lewis said. But I do agree that, or I do think that when it comes to GM Chris Greer, I don't think he's necessarily doing anything wrong by using certain verbiage with this.
No, he's doing his job. You're right about that. But we have to acknowledge that's his job and quit acting like picking and choosing what we want to believe out of his mouth.
Well, so all right. So I can only speak for me, right? So here's what I believe. I believe that he does truly expect Austin Jackson to be the right tackle, because he doesn't think there's going to be a right tackle available that he's willing to go up and give up so much capital to go get in this draft, or one that'll be there at 51, or one that'll be available unless somebody drops, right? And I don't think he thinks there's anybody worth that in free agency. And if somebody wants to give up something in the trade. So at the moment, look, I fully expect Austin Jackson's going to be the guy, because I don't think anybody for us is going to be available with any of the opportunities that we have ahead of us, right? And I also think that when he talks about Tua, and he said it in this press conference, Tua's the guy. We love Tua. He's great. And I think that is true. And to be fair, he talked about, somebody asked the question about McDaniel's interview with Mike Silver in the podcast, about where he talked about, I watched 800 hours of film and I made this video and then I got everybody up the next morning. He made the joke. He's like, oh my God, I watched it 8 times. And I finally said, I get it. You love the guy. Great. And it's funny because for the last 2 years, he was probably preached to by who was the previous person at McDaniel's position, how horrible he was. And so in a span
How
of 20
do you know that's what Flores was? Wait a minute.
Flores
How do
clearly
you
said he
know
was the
that's what
quarterback.
Flores was preaching to him?
I'm saying allegedly.
Allegedly, right. Well, allegedly, Chris Greer cares about what Mike McDaniel thinks about Tua.
That's where I'm going with this. I think he was supporting his coach.
Allegedly.
That's all we can go on, right? Unless another opportunity presents itself.
Well, Stephen,
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry, Luce, real quick. The point about Austin Jackson, again, he says he's fine with him. The fan base thinks we're looking for another right tackle. He says he's fine. He says he's fine with Tua. We're actually looking at other quarterbacks, yet the fan base wants to ignore that.
Let me clarify that. The fan base wants him to look for a right tackle.
Right. But then that's what I'm talking about, the cherry picking. So that fan says, no, Chris Greer is just using political speak. They're definitely looking for a right tackle. Well, I can say the same thing about quarterback because the fact is they were talking to other quarterbacks.
And I've never denied the fact otherwise. You've never heard that from my mouth, Color.
I get it, but when it comes time to cherry pick whether he's telling the truth or not about Tua or about Austin Jackson, we say with zero evidence that they're looking for another right tackle, that he's going to go for another right tackle.
I'll say this.
Can I make a point?
I'll say this, and then Lewis, you go after me. I'll say this. Out of everything that he has ever said in any press conference, I believe that what he says in that moment is the truth. I believe that. Now, do I think later on in the day, if somebody else calls him and gives him an opportunity or an opportunity presents itself with Tom Brady on a yacht somewhere with the owner, or maybe somebody else in the organization has alternative ideas of how this team should be ran, I don't think he can necessarily stop that. He didn't with Ross, right? So
okay. So right there. I'm going to go ahead and put a definition on this for crypto, okay? Because people make fun of crypto a lot for using this word. But for somebody to try to convince me, not only convince me that my position with evidence to back it is inferior to their position with zero evidence to back it, and they tell me I'm crazy for my position.
I never once.
That is the definition of gaslighting. That is the definition of gaslighting.
Color, I never once said that to you.
I'm not. But you're taking this personal, Stephen D. I'm not referring to you because you're careful with what you say.
I don't understand why you're getting like that, because I'm having a debate with you about this particular press conference and about the particular words.
I'm simply, the debate is that you seem to disagree that what Lewis is saying, that we can't trust a word out of Chris Greer's mouth, is valid or not.
Can I just make this quick point? Because I could easily turn around, right, when people say that they're going to believe Chris Greer. One thing that I noticed, and then, again, this is just my perspective on it, right? But to Stephen's point, what did you just say, Stephen, 5 minutes ago? You said this, that Chris Greer made it known. These are his words, not mine. Well, Mike McDaniel had to go 8 times and tell everybody how much he loved Tua.
He needed to convince the building that, hey, you guys have a gold mine here.
But see, this is the problem, Stephen.
Why did he need to convince the building?
No, hold on, Crypto. Hold on. But this is where you guys have been wrong.
And who is he?
Well, hold on, because all we've heard is everybody in the building loved Tua. So why would Mike McDaniel, if everybody's on board with Tua?
To be fair, we got conflicting reports, Lewis. That's
okay,
fair.
but everybody
but
says
what conflicting reports about what? The quarterback?
Hold on, Alex. Everybody comes out and says, well, the building, the organization, they all are on board with Tua. Well, that's not the case, and Chris Greer just told you that it's not. Because if Mike McDaniel has to go up to people and try to convince them 8 different times, that means the first time he said it, somebody pushed back on him. The second time he said it, they pushed back on him. The third time,
I think
until Chris Greer.
All right, Lewis, is that a fair theory that you're throwing out there? Yes.
Is that not what
he said? Likely that is the reason why? Yes, but we don't know 100%.
But Stephen, he just told you, Stephen. But he But he just told you. This is what I'm saying. This is where the hypocrisy lies.
That's the cherry picking, Stephen D.
They'll come out and tell you that what he said is right. They'll come out here and tell you, oh, listen to him. He said what he said.
Lewis, let me ask you, Lewis.
But that's what he just told you.
Lewis, I need a yes or no answer from you. I need a yes or no.
Okay.
Do you think that Chris Greer has intentionally, with the purposes of I don't want any negative
obfuscation. Just say obfuscation.
I don't know what that word means.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go there. You color
Muddying the waters. That's what it means.
Yeah. With the intentional purposes for the fan base not to go into a frenzy that he has lied to quote unquote the fan base. Do you think he's done that?
Absolutely.
Wait. Clarify the question. Did you say he's done that to pacify the fan base or to rile them up?
Either no, so that the fan base doesn't get riled up.
Well, then if that's the reason he's done it, then he's failed at his job because we're nothing but riled up.
Okay. I also think that our fan base is very emotional no matter which way you look at it. And to Lewis's point, I'm very careful with my words. Color just said that a little bit ago. And I 100% think that the GM, Chris Greer, is very intentional on the wording that he uses with every question that is asked to him. And I think he's very.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you, Stephen D. We're actually in agreement with you on that, and that's why we're saying that you can't trust his words.
Oh, I disagree. I think that he and maybe we're thinking very similar, and we're just maybe our definition of it might be a little bit different, right? I think that when he gets asked a question about anything, he's like, all right, how do I answer this in a way where I'm not 100% closing the door on something, but I'm saying, look, these are my intentions. This is kind of where my head is at. So, for example, let's talk about right tackle. When somebody asked him, you guys have any plans on drafting?
Can you pause a second, though, right there? Why would he want to leave the door open? If he's sure about everything, why would he be leaving the door open?
Because unless your name is Patrick Mahomes or Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, or I think that you always have to leave the door open.
Or Lamar Jackson, which we don't have and have an opportunity to get.
I would not ever put Lamar Jackson in the same, with those guys personally.
No, he's talking about as far as
that's because nobody actually has given him more than one chance to show it.
That may be true, Color. That may be 100% true. But understand this. I look at it that he's being meticulous and very careful about his wording as to not rile up the fan base. The fan base is an emotional wreck already, Color. Let's just get that right out of the way.
It's because of what you're talking about is all I'm saying.
And that may be true, but what I'm saying is I don't think he's outright lied to us. I just think he's been very careful about what he says. So when he says, hey, my intent what did he say about Austin Jackson? What is the exact wording? I am fully expecting that he will be the right tackle next year. I don't think he's lying.
Right tackle. Hence the word.
Okay, let's do this thought experiment real quick.
But I also don't think that if he has I also will say that wording and the way he puts it is if an opportunity presents itself, I'm going to take it too.
Stephen D, follow my line of questioning real quick, okay? When the last season that Flores was here, or whenever the controversy about starting or not starting Tua, or whether they were in on him or not, when the Deshaun Watson talk started, it was and we all have the video to see it. Flores said repeatedly, Tua's the quarterback, right?
Yes, he did.
So, yeah.
Okay. Now, most people that don't like Flores, that believe Flores didn't like Tua, would assume that was under the direction of Chris Greer.
I think I know where you're
now.
headed.
Chris Greer is saying that Mike McDaniel had to convince him 8 times.
Can I interject real quick for that?
So then, why did Chris Greer direct Brian Flores to say that Tua was the quarterback?
I want to answer your question. Let Ron interject. Go ahead, Ron.
The reason why Mike McDaniel put that film together, if you go back and see the interview, it had to do with drafting and adding players. He wanted to add speed on the outside, and he wanted to add skill position players, while the rest of the building wanted to build the offensive line. And he put the film together, so he said, to show them what he had in Tua, that if he got the skill position players around him, that they would be successful. That was the reason why he put that together.
And to Ron's point, and then Color, I'll try to elaborate a little bit more on your thing. I believe that's why, quote unquote, Chris Greer has hedged his bet, has bet the farm, has bet his job, his future with the organization, and tied his name to McDaniel, because that's what McDaniel believes in, right, Ron? And so I don't think that Chris Greer gets another chance after McDaniel. If this doesn't work, bud, you're gone. You're gone.
Both
and
of
that's
them
what
gone.
I believe. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I think there's a lot to like about McDaniel, and maybe they say to the new GM, if you want to keep McDaniel, you can, but it's totally up to you.
And you'll be
but I'll
starting the
definitely-
same
So now
cycle
you're gonna,
all
so
over again.
and a lot of us believe that. A
Worse
lot of
than
us
the
are.
coach on the
A lot of
GM.
us.
And by the way,
Starting the same cycle all over again.
You're 100%
And a lot of us
right.
agree with you on that, Stephen D. That's why we're thinking, well, okay, we've already made our evaluation, because the fact of it is, if you're saying that he's tied himself to McDaniel and his job's on the line for that, well, the last two coaches he brought in didn't work, and the quarterbacks that they preferred didn't work. So why am I to expect that his guess this time is going to be encouraging? Like, why is it encouraging to hear him guess again?
I think that, and maybe Lewis's point is right. He's like, I'm not a big fan of these press conferences because they're not going to really tell me anything that I don't really know. They're just going to confirm stuff that I probably
Right. Well, we brought Mike McDaniel in here because the building was so enamored with Tua that they wanted a specialist to come in and fix him. Right now, it's McDaniel's the only guy that's behind Tua in the building.
I would disagree with that.
Now, why are we betting our eggs in a basket on a second-year head coach, a first-year head coach last year, and we're saying because he says Tua has got something, you see what I'm saying? Like, who's Mike McDaniel? Who is Mike McDaniel to make that evaluation?
Hey, Color, I'm going to tell you.
Gave him the job in the
I'm
first
going to
place,
tell you why. Because McDaniel's the first person to give us a top 10 offense since the mid 90s. He is let me just tell you,
he didn't give it to
The
us.
goal is not to get a top 10 offense.
He did not
The
give
top
it to
10
us.
offense was purchased.
The first night
That was bought and paid for.
If you think that
That
every coach in this
top
league
10 offense
couldn't
was
do
bought.
that with the weapons we had, then I don't know, man.
I'm out. Are you sitting here telling me? I want to make sure I'm hearing you right, Color, that it wasn't McDaniel that gave us a top 10 offense?
The general manager
No, he's the
and the
facilitator
players
of it.
gave us that top 10 offense.
Right, Color. Exactly.
And who coaches those players?
He managed that top
Anybody in
10
the league
offense.
could have
That's all
done
he
that.
did.
Anybody in this league could have
Kellen
coached
Moore
our
would have had
team
the same
last year.
success, and I would say this, and I don't hate McDaniel. Kellen Moore would have had the same success because in Dallas, he was a top-rated offense for 2 years with less talent than we had.
That's
yes, he was. That's not cap. Was it Kellen Moore?
You don't even need
He had the number one ranked offense.
Crypto, see, you made a mistake bringing up one name. I'll take any of the other 31 head coaches, and we have a top 10 offense with our weapons.
Oh, timeout.
Exactly.
All right, let me cook, guys, and then I'll let you
why
debate.
Flores couldn't
rebuttal. I will let you rebuttal afterwards.
Because we didn't have the weapons with Flores.
Hey, put yourselves on mute and shush for a second, and let me cook. Thank you. Listen to me. We, since the mid-90s, haven't had a top 10 offense. Every freaking revolving door of head coach we brought through here hasn't done it. We finally brought one in.
They didn't have the weapons, Steven.
Crypto, shut up. Get on mute. And the first night he's in the building, he watches how many hours of game film and breaks it down into this video and goes to the GM on his first night here and says, hey, look, if you go out and get me a great wide receiver, you guys have gold here. Nobody else said that to him, not the previous offensive coordinator.
How do you know that?
Not the previous, because it wasn't fucking
That's
done.
cap because he tried to get a speedy wide receiver with Fuller. Stop it.
God.
Stop the nonsense.
No,
he tried it. The attempt was made.
Bro, has the press conference started already, bro? Because we're not getting anywhere,
You off. I didn't mean to kick you off, Crypto. I put you in the back room to listen. It is BS for you to sit up here and tell me that McDaniel is not the reason, that all these other head coaches would have done the same thing. Then why didn't they freaking do it? Why didn't they do it?
Because they haven't. Okay, so you're saying Doug Peterson wouldn't have done that? After he just took that garbage team to the playoffs last year.
All I know
Exactly.
is that McDaniel got the job. So and so timeout, Color. Let me ask you something. We both will agree that Doug Peterson was the better coaching candidate than Mike McDaniel, do we not?
Right.
Okay. So if that is the case, why didn't they even interview Peterson? Because they didn't even interview him.
I can't
How do you
believe Color
know?
just said that.
Because how you know he didn't want to take the?
Wow.
How do you know there wasn't one phone call made from Marino's wife to Peterson's wife, and it was shot down right away?
It wasn't an official visit. There was no official meeting. How about that? I'm not saying I'm not going to sit here and argue with
Maybe Peterson didn't want to have the condition of fixing Tua as a condition of getting the
Maybe
job.
he didn't believe in Tua, but we found somebody who did, and he knew what he knew.
Then that's all it was. Doesn't mean he couldn't have turned it to a top 10 offense.
And he knew the recipe to fix what needed to be fixed. And he said, here's the solution for it. Go out and get me at GM.
Well, then,
And you know what
Stephen D,
GM
since Mike McDaniel did everything that the fans wanted to do,
it's
hold
so
on.
disrespectful.
And he went to Jacksonville to
Stephen
fix
D.
Lawrence, and he got him
Stephen
into
D.
the playoffs with a win.
Hold on. Since McDaniel did everything the fans wanted him to do, which we all said we need a guy like Tyreek, we need a guy like this, we need a guy like that. So since McDaniel did all the stuff we said he should do, does that mean we all are as good as McDaniel? So we're all responsible for the top 10 offense then, because we're all the ones that called for the very stuff that McDaniel did.
I think you're
Color,
being
guys,
facetious
give me a
there.
second.
I know you're
I
not
just came
trying to
back.
be, but I think that's
Hold on, Steven, you just gave us groundbreaking news. I did not know Tyreek was available when Coach Flores was the coach.
Oh yeah, me neither. I didn't know that either.
Okay, so what are we talking about? Why are we saying that he didn't? I mean, Tyreek Hill became available, and he asked for two people to go to. It's not like we went after him. It was
Sorry, what are you
literally
trying to
pitch and
argue? Are you
catch.
trying to say that? Are you guys trying to say, well, maybe Coach Flores said that, but there was nobody available of that
No,
caliber?
what we're trying to say is it's not rocket science to go out and get a Tyreek Hill and then turn your offense into a top 10
if it was
offense.
so easy, then everybody would do it.
Color.
He only had two teams he was preferred to go to.
Did you not just hear Von Joe? Did you not just hear Von Joe?
Clearly, they didn't hear me, Color. Clearly, he did not hear a word I said.
Oh, hold up. Wow.
You didn't hear
I
a
didn't
word
mean to
I
put
said.
you on mute,
Not
but
one word.
I didn't mean to put you on mute. The thing went live, and I started hearing
Look,
something.
Stephen D, I'll tell you with the numbers, bro. Okay, if you really want to compare McDaniel to Flores, if you really want to go down this road, in 2020, we were scoring 25.1 points per game. Last year, we scored 23.6 per game. So what are you saying here? Top 10 offense because of yardage?
I am saying at this particular moment that McDaniel is the biggest reason, and because he knew the algorithm of what needed to be done for Tua to be successful and the rest of this team to be successful. And for you to sit here outright and say all the other 31 head coaches would have done that, then why didn't they do it? Why didn't the past people do it?
It's the same algorithm, Stephen D.
It's
the same algorithm is being run in Kansas City right now.
But you guys are trying to downplay what McDaniel has meant to this team. We haven't had a top 10 offense on this football team.
It was purchased by your GM, Stephen D.
Was because he went to his
left tackle and the wide receiver.
He went. Listen to me. He went into his office on day freaking one and said, "This is what we need. Go out and get it for me." How can you?
Tyreek Hill wasn't available when he got hired. Stop it.
So the guy did basic head coaching duties. Whoa.
And Tyreek wasn't even available when he got hired. The 30,000-foot phone call.
This is stupid, bro.
We just know that Terran Armstead and Tyreek Hill was purchased.
Let's
the upgrades was purchased.
Right, hold on, everybody, be quiet. Put yourselves on mute.
What's up, guys? Omar. What's up? Dang. They let you back in?
Oh,
hey, my man. Okay.
Omar Kelly.
Good to see you.
I love it.
Hey, Tua, what's your current belt ranking in your jiu-jitsu?
Still a white belt. I'm still a white belt. I just started.
So what have you learned though?
Obviously learned how to fall.
learn how to fall, learn some grappling techniques, learn some other things too that I don't think I should disclose. But for the most part, learn how to fall. You know, you think it's easy, just don't fall and hit your head. But I mean, there's a lot more to it.
When you say that to specifically for us that don't know about judo, how did they teach you?
I mean, we used like crash pads to land on first with trying to fall. Obviously, with tucking your chin, that was one of the deals, but it went a lot more into the technique of how to disperse your energy when you fall. Kind of like the posture you want to be in, and if you're not presented that posture, what are other things that you can do to help you disperse the energy when you fall. So it's a lot of those things, and it's actually a lot cooler than you think when you hear of learning how to fall. Yeah.
If I can follow up, if you have a split second to think, I mean, how does that work? Because if you're being sacked, how does that work?
Well, I've been falling a lot this off season, so I think just like anything else, you continue to train it, you continue to work at that, it becomes second nature. Then when a situation like that does happen, it's not something new that's presented to you. And for guys at my position, we barely get hit, if that, throughout practices, throughout the off season, even going into training camp. We don't even get touched, until the season starts. So, I mean, with jiu-jitsu, I've been thrown airborne. I've been I've been put in many uncomfortable positions, for me to learn how to fall and try to, react throughout those positions that I'm getting thrown around in.
How would you describe the last 4 months? I know that it's probably been a while since you've been in this position, but the past 4 months of Christmas Day, the day after being in the protocol, missing playoff game, just kind of all the emotion. Just how has it been for you, kind of personally?
Well, it's been hard throughout the ending of the year last year, not being able to finish the season off the way we wanted to finish the season off last year. But this is a new year for us. There's a new team that we have, and we're all really excited. And it's cool to have a lot of the big names in the locker room now, and those guys are some great people.
Just a quick follow up. I know there was a lot of talk about you, about what you should do and whatnot. I mean, truthfully, through it all, was there any thought about walking away or whatnot after the second time you put in protocol? And just if not, what kind of led you to have that confidence to not really consider that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think I considered it. For a time, having sat down with my family, having sat down with my wife, and having those kind of conversations. But really, it would be hard for me to walk away from this game with how old I am, with my son. I always dreamed of growing, playing as long as I could, to where my son knew exactly what he was watching his dad do. And yeah, I mean, it's my health, it's my body, and I feel like this is what's best for me and my family. So, I mean, I love the game of football. If I didn't, I would have quit a long time.
Aside from falling, what other areas of your game this offseason have you been focusing on?
Well, there's been a lot of areas. Obviously, strength work has been really big throughout this off season for me, with getting my legs under me, kind of building my upper body, building around my neck, my core. All of that has been taken into consideration, and been doing a lot more, to try to help myself, sustain the season.
What are the exercises? I'm interested. What type of actual exercises help build up the strength around the neck area?
Yeah, we have like this neck device that we use where you clip it onto like one of the pulleys, and so I'm able to do 4-way directional head deal, and then also you have manuals where someone is resisting or trying to hold your head down, and then within the four ways going side to side and then back and forth, you have manuals, and that's really what we've been doing to help build that up.
So part of the process of learning how to fall, you had to see what happened to you, right? You had to watch it.
Yeah.
How tough was it to watch? And then if I would have just done this or done this, that has to creep into you.
Yeah, it wasn't tough to watch. It wasn't tough to watch.
Not as tough as watching
I
this.
want to get better at everything that I can do to help the team win games, and I know the biggest one is my health. Staying out on the field, and so looking at the film, I was able to watch that with my jiu-jitsu coach, and we were able to kind of relive the scenario in how I got tackled, how I fell. And it wasn't just one particular game. It was, multiple ways that I got taken down and how I could have prevented that.
When I talked to some neurologists after the season, they said there's no medical evidence that concussion or multiple concussions increase the chances of concussions 8 months, 9 months, 10 months later. It might be immediate aftermath, but not that long. Did they tell you that, or what was the thing that neurologists told you that made you feel best about continuing to play?
Yeah, they told me exactly what you said. They also told me that CTE wasn't going to be a problem. It's only when you're constantly, hitting your head against something. So I think that tailors more towards, linebackers, O linemen, D linemen, guys.
I'm sure the
that are,
NFL loves him saying
constantly,
this out loud, by the way.
going at it. So it, that
Tua
also
is
played into
horrible
the
at press
factor of,
conferences.
You're right,
my
Stephen D.
decision-making and wanting to come back and play.
This is the first time since your high school career you have the same play caller back-to-back years. How do you think that continuity is going to benefit you at quarterback position?
Yeah, I mean it's
Since
been a
high
lot
school.
better of an off season, knowing that I don't have to learn a new system. I don't have to learn new formations, new motions, new snap points, new cadences. It's good to know that I already have a year under my belt within the offense, and there's always going to be nuances, but it's not like a drastic change. So this is really good. This is good because of the guys that we have as well that have been with us last year under the same system, and we're all really, really excited to get things going.
Were you close to playing in the playoffs, or was that not a possibility?
I am not sure. I was going through my process with Kyle and just trying to do everything I could to get better. But at any point, whenever the team, Mike or Greer would have approached me and asked me if I were ready, there's no question, no doubt in my mind that I would have stepped up to the plate and answered the call. Thanks, guys.
All right.
That was
Let me-
horrible.
Hold
That
on.
was
Hold on.
horrible.
There you have it.
Hold on. Let me cook for a second.
Hold on. Can
Alex
I
feel
respond
good
to
about
Dollar?
that.
Something real quick.
Alex feel good
guys,
about that.
No,
Hold
there ain't
on.
no cooking here. There
Hold
ain't no
on.
cooking here, Stephen. I'm
The
telling you
host
that.
gets to cook first, guys.
Chill. Let me say a couple things. Number one,
Yeah.
that was one of the worst press conferences that I've ever had to
Yeah, that was
watch in
pretty
my
bad.
life. I didn't like the questioning from it.
And we were all dumber for having heard it.
I don't think we all have done it. I just think
exactly.
There's two things, right? Is it fair to have conversations at a press conference about a guy who's had an injury history? Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
I do think that, and the guy's trying to take steps to help his issues that he's had off the field. And he's not the first person to take jujitsu. He's not the first football player to take jujitsu classes to learn how to fall. He's not the first, y'all.
First Miami Dolphin quarterback.
No, let me cook.
He's taking it via YouTube, Steve.
He is doing everything he can within his power to be the best quarterback that he can be. My issue with a lot of what just happened and what we just saw is that tomorrow, every sound clip and every sound bite on national media, on other YouTube channels, another thing is going to be making fun, purely fun at Tua and how he's taking classes and I can't stop that. I can't do it. Can't defend it. Can't stop it because A, it's the truth. It is happening. And B, it is unconventional. It's something that is different. And people will always make fun of stuff that is different.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
I like.
Remember that point. I want to hit that point, Stephen E. When you're finished, just remember that one.
I like Tua a lot. Tua is, in my opinion, the best quarterback we've had here since Dan Marino. Personal opinion. Some of you might disagree with me.
Get it right. He was a playoff victory.
Okay, it's not necessarily saying a lot because we've had some trash at quarterback position, Lewis. But
don't say since Marino, since Fiedler. It's since Fiedler.
That's what I meant, Steven. Like, he's the best quarterback we've had trash. So of course you're going to be better than trash. Like,
I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. Why this is so tough for me to put this into words is because I can't defend that. I can't defend that press conference at all. There's nothing about that press conference that I can be like, guys, you're making fun of this. Guys, this is ridiculous. No, I get why. It was bad. And I feel like that maybe on the PR team, maybe that's on, maybe it should have been said, hey, take one or two questions about the jujitsu, but let's try to focus the questions on what's going on in the building. And then we will make Tua available after the press conference to talk one-on-one with some of you guys if you have further questions about the jujitsu. Because I'm telling you, every single platform is going to troll for the next 24 to 48 hours.
So wait a minute.
Until the season starts.
What I'm hearing from you, Stephen, is, and again, stop me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing from you is so protect Tua from himself then. Again, so all we got to do is just protect the guy. So now, again, look at your chat, Stephen. It's not me saying this. Look at your chat. Oh, I've
been reading the chat.
Blame the bro. It's like, how much more protecting are you gonna do for
No,
a guy?
no,
Steven, hold on.
There's a way to. There is a way to do things, and there's a way to not do things. And unfortunately, being part of a Miami Dolphins fan and being a part of the Dolphins, millions of press conferences that they've had over the years, as far as like observing them as a fan and obviously using this platform, frustrating is a good word. Frustrating that no matter what I say right now is going to be mocked, ridiculed, and that's not fair to me, but it's also not fair to the person who's doing it because they have a right to. This is ridiculous. This is very frustrating just to watch. I don't really have good words for this right now. I don't.
Well, can I refute one of your points without disparaging you, Stephen D?
It's stupid.
Could I just refute? Could I just refute one of your points without disparaging you? Then
I don't understand it.
Steven,
hold on.
I'm gonna give you. Hold on. Let me just give Steven. Let me just give
frustrated.
Steven a word to help him with how he feels right now. You just watch some Judge shit. That's your new word, Judge.
Okay, Stephen D. First of all, let me try to help. Let me try to help you as to why you feel that way. Okay, you used a word to describe what Tua is doing in the offseason this year as unconventional, as if it was something that the average person has never seen and we just don't understand it. It's unconventional, and and 20 years from now, when everybody's doing it, we're going to look back and say, oh, what a trendsetter. No, he's trying to catch up, bro. And what you framed as unconventional is a player trying to catch up.
I disagree with that, but okay.
You sure about that? You sure
Yeah,
about
I'm
that?
sure about. Did I say it? Do I ever say anything I'm not sure of, Alex? Have you ever heard me say something I'm not sure of?
Are you on the treadmill with
hold
Shard?
on. Color, let me ask you a question.
Because
hold on, Alex. Color, let me ask you a question. Is Tua the first person to ever take jiu-jitsu? And a first NFL football player to take
First
jiu-jitsu?
person we heard about.
Listen to your question, bro.
I'm asking.
The correct question is, has any quarterback in the NFL ever needed to take jiu-jitsu classes to learn his basic skill set? That's the question.
Dan Marino took yoga.
There have been multitude of quarterbacks
Yoga?
that have taken listen to me. And I've taken, are you
He
ready?
took it for balance.
Listen, I've taken yoga, jiu-jitsu, ballet. There have been a multiple of quarterbacks and NFL football players for that matter.
Name them.
I mean, Dan Marino is definitely one of them.
Took yoga, bro. Yoga is for stretching your muscles.
No. He took
That's like saying he went to the gym. That's like saying he went to the gym.
Color.
Right.
Dan Marino had some
What are y'all
stretching and meditation?
He decided to take an unconventional approach.
Bro. Okay, so let me tailor my question a little more specific. Name the quarterback that's ever taken jiu-jitsu to learn how to fall.
None of them.
No, that's not true.
None.
Name them.
Name the Dolphin quarterback.
But I have to believe that
if you can't name him, then you're not allowing me to make my point. If you can't name this quarterback.
But I am, because I don't believe he pulled this out of thin air. Somebody had to tell him.
Go back and listen to the interview with Nick Hicks.
Bro, you're not allowing me to make my point by not answering who this quarterback is you're talking about that is taking jiu-jitsu to learn how to fall.
So I'll be fair. I don't have an answer for you because I don't.
You know why you don't have an answer? Because he is already out of the league and did nothing because he was a garbage quarterback.
And what was his name?
I don't know. His name was garbage, apparently.
But you agree that a quarterback probably did it somewhere, right?
No, I don't. I've never heard anything like that. I have never heard anything like that.
Okay, that's fair, right? We both don't have an answer for that. But what I will tell you is, I do not believe in my heart of hearts that Tua pulled this out of thin air.
Trying to fix the problem.
He had to have heard it from somebody.
No, that's a straw man, Dade Count. That's a straw man. I'm not picking on the man for trying to fix the problem. I'm picking on the Dolphins for continuing with a guy that has that problem.
And by the way, this is the issue that I was talking about. For the next 48 hours, this is going to be every panel platform.
And that's not directly answer the problem anyway. That's not our
QB is on some judge and that's
again football. It's totally unrelated.
Tua Tagovailoa never had a concussion issue to this year. How many times I have to repeat that?
That don't matter. Again,
it's not like he's taking WWE wrestling.
It most definitely is, William.
Hold on. This is the point
I hate
right
it.
here.
Insane, bro. Like,
Nobody is saying,
this is
hold on,
stupid.
Alex, hold on. Nobody is saying, right, that Tua is not taking the necessary steps. I like everything that the kid is doing. But the point of the matter is, right, there's Steven and Color, when they were just going back and I guess Steven said, y'all both don't have an answer. No, we do have an answer. This is the first time in NFL history that a quarterback is
You
out
don't
there.
know that.
No, it's not.
That's the first
Steven, hold on.
That we are
So
aware of.
what if it is?
Tim
What's the big deal?
Tim Tebow took jiu-jitsu.
I didn't even get
Go
my
ahead.
question out. This is the first time, and I don't give a damn what none of y'all are going to tell me. This
What's
is the
the
first
big
time
deal?
Alex, shut up. This is the first time in NFL history that a quarterback has to learn how to fucking fall.
And Lewis, I love you. You're my brother, but you don't know that 100%.
what is the
So,
big
so
deal
wait,
about
so
it?
let me
Well,
get
where's
this
the
straight.
line
Y'all
of
are riled
people,
up.
Stephen D?
Hold on.
Where's
Wait,
the
one
line
second,
of
one second.
people
I don't.
saying
One
that
second.
such and such
It should be
quarterback
easy
did
to
this?
find out,
So
bro.
y'all are
just
getting
saying,
riled
It
up
is.
about some shit y'all
No,
already
what
knew.
Lewis
What
is
is the big
Lewis is
Y'all
deal?
going to
already
say
knew
what he
about this
said
shit.
Figure out
Why
what
y'all
the
acting
big
like
deal
this
is
shit is
about.
brand new?
because nobody is producing the name.
Y'all are
If
ridiculous.
it happened, then there's proof of it.
Hold
Okay,
on, hold on. There
hold
is.
on, hold on. Lewis, I love you, but just because you say something doesn't mean it's so. And that is,
Bro, show the name, bro. If
Yeah,
you're
we need
saying it
evidence for
happened,
this
there
one.
should be
Tim,
a
We need
name.
the evidence
Tim
of this
Tebow.
goat.
here's what
Tim
I'll say. Here's
Tebow.
what I'll say. Let me
There you
talk.
go, Tim Tebow. There
Here's
you
what I'll
have it.
Tim Tebow.
There you say
Tim
Tim
I don't know.
Tebow.
Why do you want to
Tim
put my name to that?
Timbo.
I don't
But
know
y'all
that for
knew
sure,
this
but I don't want to
already.
put my
Why
name
are
to
y'all
that.
acting like
Can I
this is
finish?
brand
Let me
new?
finish. I think it is a very educated
It's to
guess
straighten the
that
neck.
Lewis and
Genius.
Where
Color.
is the press conference
Can
of
I
Tebow
finish?
standing saying
Shut
he's
up,
learning how to
Rico.
fall?
I think it is a very educated
It's
guess.
to strengthen
And
the
is
neck.
it is very likely that Lewis and Color are probably correct, that he probably is the first one. But what I will say is I personally don't think he pulled it out of thin air. I think he pulled it from somewhere.
Again, you
Somebody
missed
who
my
hasn't-
point. Stephen
and
D, I
somebody-
didn't even
You're missing the point.
Wait a minute, Stephen D. Let me answer that, Lewis. Let me answer that because I wasn't of the
Y'all
position that
do
it
realize
mattered
Steven
if there's
can't never
another.
make a point without y'all cutting him off, right?
Bro. Because he's straw manning the point in the first place. He's making
I
a
mean,
point
you at
that
least
has
you let him
nothing to
let
do with
him
what I
finish talking
said.
before y'all start cutting
And
him
what do
off,
you
bro.
have to do with it anyway, bro? What are
Bro,
you, the
what do you
arbiter?
mean? I'm up here on a
Are you
panel. I'm
the,
trying
are
to
you
hear
the
what
main
Steven's saying, and you're
moderator?
cutting him off. What do you mean? If I came on your show and cut you off every time you open your mouth, you have a problem with it too.
Bro,
Like, bro,
he
what
got
are you
most
doing,
of
bro?
it out, and he's making a point that I didn't make because I wasn't the one that said I needed to hear that. I'm saying I
How do
believe
you
there
know
is.
that when you don't let him finish talking?
And by the way, Color, I have not dismissed that in my opinion. I have validated saying that your point as well as Lewis's, who you think that who you just said that your thoughts align. You might not have said verbatim what Lewis said, but you said I agree. You said something.
Then tell me what my point was if you know what it was. If you heard me like Dave, if you let me finish, then tell me what my point was.
Give me a yes or no. Do you agree with what Lewis just said? Yes or no? And if it's no,
I don't. That's not the question. There again, you're asking me a question that has nothing to do with the point I made.
It does have to do with the point. Do you or do you not agree that
It is irrelevant? How about that? It's irrelevant.
The whole point of the conversation, Color.
No, it's not because you missed what I was trying to say. I'm trying to say that it don't matter because if there was one, they were nothing in the league.
Okay. And by the way, I followed up your statement, your question with that earlier. And I said, so that means that you agree with me that somebody probably with a football
No, that's not the same. It's irrelevant. I don't agree or disagree.
You can't have it.
It doesn't matter.
You can't have it both ways. You either don't.
No, because it's not the point. The point is the guy is not in the league anymore and was trash, whoever it was, if there was somebody.
First of all,
here's what I said.
Color doesn't want to answer.
Let
He
me
just
finish.
wants to
You can debate or rebuttal afterwards. I never said in any way, shape, or form that I believe that Tua is not the first person to do this. Okay. I said I don't believe he pulled this out of thin air. That's what I said. Right. And I also agree. Thank you, Colin Heat, for the $10 donation. I also agree that at the end of the day, that he's not the first person to do something unconventional. Now, Color, your and my definition of unconventional might be a little bit different. Okay. But I will say, for Lewis to come up here and say he's the first person, he doesn't know that any more than I do. Now, he has a very good educated guess because there's no publicized or nothing public that we can point our hands to.
Exactly. So there's no reason to postulate that there was one. That's what Lewis is saying.
Color. And then my statement was, it is a very educated guess, and his theory is probably correct. But then my exact wording was, I personally can't believe he pulled this out of thin air. He had to have pulled it back from somebody with a football background.
But that is an argument from ignorance, bro. You know it. Because the fact of it is, there is nothing to suggest that there is any reason to postulate that another quarterback has done this, because until you produce a name, there was nobody.
Okay. You're right.
Okay, so let me get
There's
this
just no
straight.
reason to postulate there was.
So let me get this straight.
Color, we hear you,
We're
we hear you,
sitting
Color.
here. We are sitting here arguing about a quarterback that's sick of jiu-jitsu that's only going to help him get better and also strengthen his core as well. And are you serious right now, guys? Like, we're sitting here
Well, as
arguing
long as
about
you
this?
continue to believe,
Who
as long as
cares
you
if he
continue to believe that
plays?
we're disparaging him, as long
Who
as you continue to
cares?
believe that we're disparaging him because we're saying it, then that I guess so,
I'm not
Alex.
saying
Because
you are. I'm not saying you are, Color, but I'm just saying who cares? Who in the hell cares?
Get him,
If
Alex.
he's taking
everybody that
jujitsu
asked
or
him the
not.
question,
Everybody that's
everybody
worried
in
about
that
the
room that
media.
asked him the question.
Let me ask you a question. Is it going to get him better? Is it going to make him better? Of course. Yes, it is. Is
How
it
do you
gonna?
know that? How do
Hold
you
on,
We
know
haven't
hold on,
that?
seen it. We
I'm
haven't
sure
played a
it will
single
because he
snap
wouldn't be
post
taking it if
Chico.
it didn't.
Alex, to be fair, we don't know that it will.
We don't know because
And he
there
wouldn't be
hasn't
taking
been
it if it
no snap
didn't
yet.
help him.
Huh?
He wouldn't be doing it if it didn't help him.
No,
No, and
you see
that
how
and
that
No,
Who
that's
gives?
a ridiculous statement.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take.
No,
I'm
Alex,
gonna
I
donate to the swear jar, Steven.
No,
Who
Alex,
gives a shit if he
Alex,
is or not?
I understand you're passionate about this because I believe that Lewis and Color, and I don't mean to call you two out, and I'm not trying to be confrontational with you. I'm trying to have a good debate. I'm saying that I believe you guys are saying definite, and I am open to the idea that I just believe that he didn't pull this out of thin air. He had to have gotten this from somebody with a football background. I never said quarterback, and I never said that. I said it's likely you guys are. I even said it's likely
Again, you just did it again. You just ascribed words into my mouth that I didn't say.
Sal is another one,
Tell me
man.
what
Like,
I'm saying
come
wrong,
on.
Color, and I won't do it because I don't know what I'm
The front office
I'm
is a joke
saying,
for letting him
bro,
do this.
I'm going to say it one more
Really?
time.
Bro,
I
come
do
on,
not.
man.
It is irrelevant whether there was or not. But since nobody wants to tell us, because if there was somebody, then that means there's proof of it somewhere. And if nobody wants to show that proof, then it is irrelevant to even postulate that there was one. That is my position. It has nothing to do with Lewis's position.
Color, because you can't find evidence, you're just saying.
Dude, that's like saying, hey, guess what? Guess what else I don't postulate because there's no evidence of? Unicorns.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's fair.
But you have proof that quarterbacks are taking jujitsu because Tua is taking jujitsu.
No, I don't have proof. That's why I didn't postulate it.
Is Tua taking jujitsu?
Color is basically saying
he never heard of it before, so he's upset about it.
I want to make sure that I'm reading Color correctly.
No, I didn't say it's. I didn't say I never heard of it before, so I'm upset about it. I said it's ridiculous.
You're upset because a man is trying to learn how to. Hold on.
Why am I upset because I say something's ridiculous?
Steven, no. I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking about you and the masters of all of you. Y'all are
you in general. I got you. You in general. All right.
The questions that was asked to Tua were about falling and protecting yourself. The motherfucker kept getting injured last year. What were the questions supposed to be about? And then you get upset about the fucking answers and what he's doing to do it. How do you protect yourself from a concussion? How do you get stronger from a concussion? Answer the fucking question. How do you get stronger?
I want to be the first debate for just
what workout helps you not get a concussion? Please tell me.
I'm upset that it's even a topic, Rashad. I'm upset that it's even a topic. That's my issue.
Okay, that's what you get upset about.
Y'all knew about this, so why are y'all acting like this is brand new?
Guys, hold on.
Fucking stupid.
Okay, I've heard you.
That
And I
whole
can-
dumbass
and I-
shit
and I-
that
and I
Rashad
hear
just
you.
said is the dumbest shit in the world. No, let me
Okay.
answer it, Steve.
No, hold on.
How do you get strong? How do you get stronger from a concussion? How do you work on your concussion?
Man, I'll holler at y'all, bro.
Since you got the
It's
answer,
not jujitsu.
since you got the motherfucking answer, tell me the answer
It's the
to
wrong
how
sport.
you get stronger from a concussion. Tell me.
Where's the evidence
Teddy
that
Bridgewater
jujitsu
needs
was the
that
answer?
shit. Teddy Bridgewater needs that shit. Teddy Bridgewater got 7 fucking concussions. So tell me how you get stronger.
Okay, Teddy.
By the way, for the record, it ain't color. It ain't color interrupting everybody right now. For the record,
You're not. It's Lewis and Rashad. All right, you two.
They gotta
Listen,
do Minecraft.
hold on,
Since
Lewis.
I'm the only one that gets singled out for doing it, I just wanted to point that out.
All right,
Y'all
everybody.
let
For a
Steven talk.
second. To rebut, and I will let Lewis go after me. To rebuttal Rashad's point. That is why I said as soon as the press conference was over, I said, man, I'm really torn about this press conference because I understand why they're asking. I just hate how 50% of the press conference kind of asked very similar questions, all related to the same topic about something that is unconventional, that is not being used, around the league that we are aware of, okay, and that people are going to make fun of him for because it's something new and he's had an issue with this, right? So, but I understood why the press was asking that. I get it, right? I hate that they had to ask, but they had a right to ask because it was football related. It was. It's fair.
Right. And that's fair, Stephen D. I'm just saying I hate the reason that they have to ask.
And I agree with that. I hate that too.
Agree with
And I
that,
know
fella.
that for the
I
next
agree.
24 to 48 hours, ESPN, Fox Sports 1, every Dolphins YouTube, every
They're
Twitter
gonna be all
space,
on top of it.
it's all this will be the topic of conversation, whether
Don't be
Dolphins
surprised
related
though,
or not.
Steven.
It will be the topic, and it's going to suck because it's going to turn into a crap show, which is kind of what I believe my show, to a certain extent, is turned into because of the conversation.
Now,
But
can that being said, can I segue to offer a critique besides the concussion?
I let Lewis. I said Lewis.
I'm sorry, Lewis. Go ahead, Lewis.
Talking to each other, and I just want to say, fuck Lewis, fuck Stephen D, fuck Alex, Rashawn, fuck all y'all.
Esther, this is the problem right here. This is the problem right here, Estefan. And I'm about to call this shit out, and I don't give a shit who likes it or who doesn't.
Where's Lewis? Please respect it.
Because there's always some damn excuses here, Stephen D. And I'm so sick and tired of it. Let me ask y'all dumb motherfuckers a question. Hasn't Tua Tagovailoa played quarterback at high school? Yes. Didn't he play at college? Yes. Didn't he play 2 years of NFL football? Yes. Now he has a problem with fucking falling. It's an excuse, god damn it. What don't y'all understand? He's never had to learn how to fall. But now all of a sudden, since he got a concussion, now he has to learn how to fall. You know what it sounds like? A dumbass excuse from dumbass fucking people like goddamn Rashad. That's what it sounds like.
I'm not making a fucking excuse. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck.
Wilding out west, Steve. It's your fault,
I'm
Steven.
trying to figure out.
It's your fault, Steven. It's your fault.
Lewis. Why are you upset? Why are you upset about the answer? What the fuck do you want him to say? Why are you taking jujitsu? Because it make me feel good. What the fuck do you what do you want him to say? No.
He did kind of say that. He did kind of say that. He said, you know what? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool getting thrown around in the offseason, risking injury for nothing.
This is the problem. This is the exact problem. This is the exact problem. I'm gonna let Rashad go after me. I will let you go after.
Oh my God!
Ridiculous. Where's True Talking Pete where you need him?
This is the exact problem that I believe happens within all discussions when it comes to Tua in the concussions. Okay, there's some of the fan base that hates that this is the conversation. You understand it's a reality of the situation that he's in, but you also have to respect his ability, right? And Lewis, you've come up here and you've said out loud, hey, you know what? I can't deny what he has done and the little bit he has accomplished. But
Still not denying it.
Okay, and I got you, and I'm with you on that, cuz.
I'm still not denying it, Stephen. The problem here is he's trying to. He has to learn how to fall. Well, why weren't we talking about him learning how to fall in high school?
Lewis, we heard you. Lewis, we heard you. Lewis, I love you. We heard you. Okay,
Stephen, but it's an excuse, Stephen.
But it's not. But two things. Number one, it's fair to the conversation because they did talk about it on a press conference that was designated for him, right? Like, we have to be able to obviously discuss it on a sports show. And number two, it's also relevant because he does have a problem with injuries. So what are you doing to try to correct those things? In my opinion, he's doing everything he can so that he doesn't go through this again. right?
Don't try to sell me that the injuries are coming because he doesn't learn how to
Yeah,
fall.
I was
Because he
next,
didn't have
right?
that injury problem in high
I,
school.
I
He
was
didn't
I
have
was
that
next,
injury
right?
problem in college.
Okay, but how are
I
you?
was next,
So
right?
The first 2 years.
maybe,
Hey, Steven,
but
the
time
first
out,
2
but
years.
time out, Lewis, time out. Isn't that part of this being an unconventional rehab or unconventional workout? That he's doing something different because what has been working is not worked for him. He's doing the definition
By
of
the
insanity.
letter of the definition of unconventional, you're correct, Stephen D.
Steven's correct. Oh,
I know.
By the letter of the definition of the
Can
word
I-
unconventional, you're
Isn't
correct.
it my turn? Is it my
It is
turn?
outside of the convention. Yes, you're correct. It's unconventional.
So he is all he's doing is trying to do the best that he can for his career, which ultimately is the best for this football
Hey, you know what
team.
else is outside the
No one's
convention, though,
doubting that.
Stephen
No,
D?
I don't think
Hold on,
nobody's
hold on.
arguing that point, Steven.
You know what else is outside the convention? Running the wrong way with the football. That's outside the convention too. Are we going to praise somebody for doing that?
But Color, we could talk about that another time. Let Rashad go. Rashad, go ahead.
Okay. I think we're all upset about the same thing, the questioning. I think it's just coming out wrong. Because people think I'm upset with the answer about Tua making excuses to fall. I don't give a fuck about Tua falling. You're going to fall. It's a fucking football game. That's the sport. They're trying to get you to the fucking ground. The motherfucker is trying to strengthen his core and his fucking neck. We can all see that he's fucking bigger. He's been taking jujitsu. Maybe that was his workout for this offseason to strengthen his core. Fucking Dan Marino took yoga. That's how he strengthened his core. You're upset because you've never heard of another quarterback who took jujitsu. That's fucking stupid.
You ever see
He
Dan
never
Marino's
took yoga to learn how to fall. He never took yoga to learn how to fall,
Marino's
Rashad.
yoga instructor?
I'm just
Hold on.
Y'all
Let me ask you this.
going
Let me ask you
over
this,
what I just
Rashad.
said.
No, let me ask you this, Rashad.
I don't give
Hold
a
on.
fuck about
Let me ask you this, Rashad. Rashad, let me ask you this.
How he falls.
Hold on, Rashad. Rashad, hold
I see
on.
him getting bigger, stronger. He's trying to strengthen his
But
core.
he
I can
never
see it in his
said that
shaking.
as his main
I'm trying to
focus of
make a funny,
jujitsu.
Stephen D, and they won't let me because he thinks I'm coming at him. Rashad, I got a question for you, bro. If you had a choice between going to the gym and stretching your muscles and all that by yourself in that sweaty ass, smelly gym with no good pictures on the wall, or would you rather go to Dan Marino's yoga instructor to get stretched out every day? I'm sorry, bro. It had nothing to do with making himself better. I'm pretty sure it was the eye candy, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All I'm saying is,
So listen, I've been playing football since I was 12 years old. Say I've been lifting weights since I was 15 years old, and yet none of that shit has helped me. Why can't I try something new? You think Dan Marino was taking yoga his whole fucking career? Or at one point he said, I'm going to take yoga?
No, because he got rich and he could afford it.
Okay, so why didn't Dan Marino lift weights?
It's just stretching your muscles, bro. That's all yoga is, bro.
Why didn't he lift weights? Okay, and jujitsu strengthens your
This
core.
is Steven, this is the most dumbest shit I've ever heard ever in the history of ever.
Everybody crapped on my swear jar today, and everybody owes like $20 on this panel at least.
Not everybody. I've actually been pretty reserved, Stephen D. You must admit, I've been pretty reserved, Stephen D.
You have been. You've had your moments, bro.
No, bro, I think Rashad is onto something as far as we're all upset about the fact that this is going on. Many of us are upset for different nuanced reasons of why it's going on.
By the way, let me just explain.
Everybody's
something.
wrong.
I've had people call me up and tell me, "Why don't you do Wildin' Out Wednesday all the time? Everybody always wants a panel show." Sometimes what you just saw is the exact reason why Wildin' Out Wednesday has its own day of the week and everything else doesn't. Okay,
it's taxing, ain't it?
Can I say something, McCullough?
It's its own purpose. So I love you guys and I love doing it. But just understand there's a reason I limit it to one day a week. And there's times I open up the panel here and there on other days. But God, y'all are woo.
Can I say something real quick? Because it keeps going back to falling. Real quick, William Perry, and I'm done. I'm saying it strengthens his core. That's why he's taking jujitsu. And y'all are saying, but that's not what Tua is saying. He's saying it's to help him fall. I believe strengthening your core will help you. Maybe at the end of the day, he wants to get stronger, able to keep his neck around or bounce off the grass. core, man. It is to help him fall.
Hey,
Keep my head up.
You breaking up. You breaking up.
I got the gist of what he was saying, and I don't know. They were two separate issues. I thought he mentioned the jiu-jitsu for learning how to, taking a fall, and he mentioned that his strengthening program this offseason was focusing on his neck. It was a separate statement altogether.
It was a separate thing.
But
right.
if I can help, you segue Stephen D into a football criticism in the press conference for Tua. I thought it was. I found it odd. I found it odd for him to say, and I just found it odd. I don't expect people to blow up on me for saying I found it odd that he said that this is a new team. He's excited. It's a new team, and he's excited because of all the big names that came in the building. Like, who's that? It's the same team. I don't know what this new team he's talking about. Big names were only on defense. So is he the one? Is he the one chirping in the background, going, "We need a better defense," to excuse himself all the time? I mean, obviously he sees the moves we made on defense as bringing in big names. We did nothing on offense different. We're running it back. So what is he talking about?
You're right, Color. You're 100% right. The only thing I liked about the whole press conference was running it back with the same play caller, him being in the same offense as high school. That was a good question.
Yeah. To hear him say that was kind of encouraging. I like that.
And I thought about it before, but I thought about it deeper once the question was asked. And he
real quick,
you all know that it only requires you to say we're not in a 2-year window for me to be on board with that, Rashad.
So I've had people, DMing me on Twitter. And so I just want to be fair to what they're sending me. I had somebody said Michael Vick, Ben Roethlisberger, and Tom Brady have all used jiu-jitsu. Also, 20 other superstars in the NFL have. So one of the people he said Mike Vick.
What's the goal of jiu-jitsu?
There was an article. Hold on. There was an. I'm
not to learn how to fall. We're not talking about.
Let him finish.
Taking it.
Let him finish a sentence. Jesus.
Let me cook. So.
Go ahead, finish gaslighting.
I don't think that's fair, but okay. MMA has been used a lot. This is an article from the NFL.com in 2015. There were people like Carlos Dunlap, Connor Barwin, Luke Kuechly. He says there have also been players like, and I'm scrolling down, offensive lineman Josh Klein of the New England Patriots, wide receiver Roddy White. There have been plenty of players. Now, I don't see any NFL quarterbacks personally in this article, but that doesn't mean that I won't find one if I dig enough. So
you're using that article of manipulation.
Yeah, all of those positions actually benefit from the grappling aspect of jiu-jitsu.
And as a general purpose versus using jiu-jitsu to learn how to fall. That's totally different.
Nobody's learning how to fall. That's the stupidest argument ever. That is dumb. You are saying dumb things out of your mouth. Stop talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
He said he was taking it to learn how to fall.
Stop talking, and I'll
He was talking. He was taking it to learn how to fall. It came out of his mouth.
And I'll explain it to you because you don't know what you're talking about.
It came out of his mouth.
Because
he said he was learning how to fall. No, it's not. That's what he said.
Shut up.
That's what he said. You shut up.
Shut up. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Your mouth is running. It's making no sense.
You shut up.
You sound like an idiot right now.
No, you sound like an idiot.
Come on, you guys.
You sound like a fucking idiot.
I don't know what they're talking about. This is the dumbest
argument. What the fuck you gonna say? Okay. The man clearly said he was taking judo to learn how to fall. That's what he said.
Shut up.
You shut up.
Shut up.
You shut up.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Right now.
Hold on.
Wait.
I just kicked them both out for a couple minutes. I know William didn't deserve it, nor I don't normally kick people out. There's a reason why people do not watch my show sometimes, and this is one of those reasons. Just so you know,
this is gold, Stephen D. What are you talking about, bro?
You guys saying, "Shut up"? No, you shut up.
This is at which point. This is at which point I would full screen them the both and put everybody else in back.
I'm gonna put him back up here, but give me a second. Let me
Can
finish.
I tell everybody every day? We're the dumbest fan base ever.
Rashad, you're gonna go in the back
too. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, as I was saying, I'm dying right now, just so you guys know. 4.5 hours. Please donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. Help me grow. Help me not to have this show so many days a week. Okay. All right, guys, help me out. Understand this. My point of what I was trying to get at, and crypto dropped. There was no reason to trip. Rashad dropped, and crypto. It looks, or crypto's back there. All right, Rashad dropped. Come back, Rashad. All I was getting at is Color had said, "Hey, look, name a player." Right, and I think that's a fair statement to make. Hey, show me some evidence. All right. So all I can do is a little bit of research.
That's not what I said.
Okay. I believe that's what you said. If you
I
feel
said name a quarterback.
Okay.
A player. Okay.
Can I
Go
finish?
ahead, Steven.
I know. Okay. I can only do so much research off of what people are giving me in the DMs. So people are sending me stuff. And so far, this is what I have seen in a
and that's fair, but you gotta let me
finish.
You gotta let me respond to it though.
You ain't let him finish first. Let him finish.
What's the finish? He said it 5 times already.
He didn't even finish, Color. Let the man finish.
I'm trying to say my statement, but I got to restart every time.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anyways, I'm just putting you on mute, not because I'm hearing background noise. There has been a history of players taking MMA. Okay. Now, my statement that I had said earlier was, I'm sure that Tua didn't pull this out of thin air. I'm sure he didn't pull it out of thin air. He had to have gotten it from somebody with a football background to say, hey, look, this worked with me when I did MMA or jiu-jitsu or whatever it is, boxing, whatever it might have been. The conversation was said. And they might have said, hey, based on what I learned, I was doing it for this, but I think it can help you in the principles of falling down a little bit better and learning. He even said it in the press conference. He's like, when you get hit, you release your energy a certain way when you get hit and do certain things. Now, I know that sounds corny and that sounds weird, but I believe all of that kind of makes sense. I'm not familiar with jiu-jitsu. Maybe I should bring on a specialist. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll find somebody who's a jiu-jitsu coach.
More like kinetic energy.
Okay, can I respond or you?
I'm not done yet. I'll tell you. So, can I name somebody? No, I can't right now. But I'm sure if I did enough digging, I could find. Now, who's the people that are sending me these? They're regular people that are listening to the show. Nobody that has more than a few followers. But I don't think that they're necessarily lying. But I don't know if they're telling the truth, which means I need to go verify it for myself.
I'll grant that they're telling the truth, but you got to let me respond to the 50 points you've made.
I know, I need to get my full point out. Allow me to take my full point. I normally do. I normally break things down. This point, I want to get out fully. Mike Vick, Ben Roethlisberger, and Tom Brady are the people that have used jiu-jitsu. Do we know if they used it for the sentiment of falling? No, we don't know that. But I would be willing to wager that they knew that it helped with it, and somebody told Tua about this, that it helps in that thing, and that's probably where that it came from. Now, can I say that for sure? No, but I don't think any more than you or Lewis can say that nobody else has used it, because clearly people are sending me DMs and Twitter of articles that people are saying X, Y, and Z, that there is a history of players using jiu-jitsu. There is a history of people using non-conventional things to help with injuries or muscles or whatever. I haven't read
straw manning, bro.
I have not read anything yet that says that they did it for the purposes of learning how to fall or having less concussions. But I would be willing to wager, although I don't bet, so never mind. I can't say that for sure. But if I was a betting man, how about that? If I was a betting man, I'm sure that I could uncover somewhere where a player would say, yes, I took jiu-jitsu. Yes, it helped me with not getting certain injuries because I did learn how to fall. I was able to do this thing. I originally took it for this purpose, but I believed it can be used for this purpose, and that's what Tua is doing. And I believe that's where it's at. So, Color, go ahead and rebuttal.
Yeah, and all of that is the first time anybody's done that.
We don't know that. Not for 100%. I'm not
Right,
saying
right. We only know what we're seeing.
Correct.
And that's one person.
Correct. You're right so far. We don't disagree at all yet.
So where am I wrong?
Because you are saying an absolute that nobody's ever done this in the past.
That is not what I said. I have told you 5 times now that's not what I said, and you're putting words in my mouth.
So all right,
I've clarified 5 times what I said. It doesn't matter. You're still going to straw man me. I just listened to that whole soliloquy, and you said the same thing you've been saying all morning.
Color. I went back to you and said, hey, look, I said this earlier on the show. Can you clarify for me?
And I tried, but you still didn't understand apparently because you just repeated everything you've said all morning.
Okay. I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
What we looking
I'm not
for?
saying it's not a matter of you being wrong.
Looking for? What exactly are you looking for?
What do you
The
want?
problem is that everybody in this conversation that are saying, hey, he's got to take jiu-jitsu to learn how to fall. That's not the case at all. Saying that he didn't know how to fall before. The first concussion in Cincinnati when he got slung down so violently, you know what I'm saying? Led up to this.
Stop.
The shit are you talking about?
Let him talk. One at a time.
Anyways,
don't sit here and
he
lie
got
then.
slung. He got slung to the ground.
William, hey, before you say, can you say in my opinion? So I don't want everybody to say
It's not my opinion. It's on tape. It's a fact that it happened.
Yeah, it was a football hit. It wasn't violent.
It wasn't a football hit. He was slung to the ground.
Are violent by definition.
Yeah, and that is violent by definition. Jesus Christ! I mean, how are you arguing that?
We're talking semantics and verbiage.
All right, now here we go to the next point. The first concussion was so violent that he probably needed about 8 weeks off just to even get back into shape to play the game. But because football is best availability is availability. Best ability is availability. He got back on the field in what, 2-3 weeks?
2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks, right? That leads up to these small bumps and bruises to add to the concussion that's already there that's not fully healed. There's no way that was fully healed. Anybody could you can't argue that with anybody in neuroscience at all. Period.
Actually, they do. Actually, they do argue with each other every day.
Let me start.
If you're not a medical doctor, you need not be saying that kind of stuff, bro.
Well, I don't have to be a medical doctor to understand just the flat out science of it. Because I can read paperwork.
Well, the flat out science of it is still being debated in the science community.
But 2 weeks, but there's nobody saying in the science community 2 weeks is long enough, dependent on the type of hit, right?
Well, actually, I could show you a doctor saying that, but whatever.
But despite the hit. Secondly, so these little bumps and bruises that we saw that weren't as violent as as that initial one led to this. Now, what Tua is saying to answer the question that was being asked at the press conference was, listen, he isn't saying I've never learned how to fall. That's not the problem. The problem is protecting himself to get better at these bigger hits that are going to come in the game of football. Preparing himself. This is called sharpening his skill. And if you learn a skill like jiu-jitsu,
spin it whatever way you can.
This is not an excuse. This is pure facts. If you're going to get better at something, and if you want to. Jesus Christ, anyways.
Yeah, we can be honest what we want, William.
Hey, John,
but you're just
I'm not going to go down that route. I'm not going to go down that route.
Worse than Bill O'Reilly.
I don't want to devolve down that road, but Tua did say that he was learning how to transfer the energy from a fall.
And
that's what he said.
That is completely different, especially whenever you're dealing with violence. Okay?
But then he said clearly he learned how to fall.
Hold up.
Learning how to fall in the context of being
Terrence with his $10 donation. Thank you for the donation.
Learn how to talk to the media.
Jiu-jitsu is heavily focused on ground techniques with some standing techniques in the form of self-defense. Take a break, liar. Oh, he's kicking you off. You're gone for 10 minutes, William. I'm sorry. I love you. But he kicked you off for 10 minutes.
All right, my turn.
Way to go, Terrence.
Let me say something. let me say something.
I love you, William.
Most
Just
of the
know I love
time,
you.
most of the
Listen to me.
time when
This was the
most of
masses
the
of people.
time when Tua hit the ground, it was because his head did a whiplash motion, right? That's how he got his concussions. Even when he got slung to the
Yeah, well,
ground, or when
I
the
will say
Buffalo
that
player,
Hey,
whiplash
when the
can
Rashad,
cause
Buffalo,
concussions.
yeah,
I
Rashad,
will say
hey,
that.
so
Rashad with his $2
that was the
donation said,
whole.
he says,
That
I got a question. Does anybody know how to fall? Rashad wants to know.
Then why would that come out of his
all I'm
mouth?
saying
Yeah,
is
you get in
with
front of the
the.
media, get in front of the media and let everybody know what your weakness is. That's how you fall.
Let me
Why would
let
he
me
do
let
that,
me.
man?
Hey,
Why why
I want the
Exactly.
gentleman to finish his
Y'all let
point.
me
He was making
finish,
a point.
bro.
Hold on, guys.
All
The
I'm
guy was
saying
just
is
making a point. Let him finish.
he all his concussions
where
came
is
from a.
Tyreek at?
Let me finish, man.
Damn.
All his whiplash concussions, all his concussions came from like a whiplash motion, right? So him strengthening his core, strengthening his neck, keeps his head from rocking backwards and doing jujitsu, going down to the ground, learning how to keep your head from whipping back on the ground is part of the fucking learning process. So sorry, Stephen D. I send you $1 on Cash App. So all you got to
At least
do
somebody
is
will.
understand
All
that
these suckers in here.
there is some value in taking jujitsu. It's some value in him strengthening up his core and his neck muscles. So that's
You're
better
right.
for him not to
You're
get any
right. You're right.
whiplashes.
And
So
now that you've said that, I can
all us
actually
is mad
I can
about it.
tell Stephen
All
D
us
what my
still
actual point was. Now that that gentleman just said what he said, because he's right. And what my actual point has been all morning is that while we're all talking about this and Tua is doing all that, the rest of the quarterbacks in the league are fine-tuning their precision and moving on with their game and getting better and better and better
And
in
color,
ways they
but
can
color
beat
here,
teams.
he could
color, he
do
is doing
that
that. You don't
and
see these
still fine
videos.
tune his
You don't
position.
see these videos with Nick of him doing all
Yeah,
of that
was he?
stuff. He's doing that along with that. I would wager to say that he probably puts in more work than most quarterbacks than the average NFL
Where's the
quarterback.
evidence on the field?
Okay,
You don't
but
see
you
that
can't deny
neck.
that time is time,
Well,
bro.
hey,
The time is taken up.
Exhibit A. Go look at the first 2/3 of last year. Exhibit
Okay,
A.
but who's getting
Yeah,
to
you're
their
gonna just
destination
forget it.
first? Hold on,
Convenience.
Stephen
Forget
D.
about the Steelers
Hold
game.
on, Crypto.
Exhibit B
Who's getting to
December.
who's getting to the destination first? Okay,
Huh?
you got you with a sports car, right? And it's all ready to go. Okay, and you just got to go get an oil change and get better oil. And here I am still trying to put wheels on my car. Who do you think's getting to the destination first? Even if I can get somebody to come out and do the oil change at the same time as me putting on the wheels, who do you think's getting to the destination first?
So I believe
Depends
that.
on who you got putting on the wheels.
So hold on. Can I say this? If you're doing that, how long
We
does
ain't
it
talking
take?
about the typical
And by the way,
NASCAR wheel changer.
just be fake with the time, Color. You don't have to give me a precise time, but how long does it take for that person to change the tires? How long? In your scenario?
Well, I don't know. Let's say 30
Rim
minutes.
by rim.
Okay. So
Rim by rim.
if that happens, let's say it takes 30 minutes, and he, by the way, takes 30 minutes to do that as well as these things, and then he's a faster car. All right, no matter how long it is to work, and I'm trying to go to your scenario. I don't necessarily like your scenario, but I get the point you were trying to make. At least I think I
Right,
did.
but I could have added that. I said you had a sports car. I also wanted to add I'm rocking a Chevette.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But
Like
again,
I'm not
Colin,
even in it, even if I do fix up my
I
stuff.
get you. I just understand there are different factors that play into that scenario, right? And the same thing for Tua. If Aaron Rodgers, I'll just throw him out there, right? Because he's one of the best quarterbacks to ever played. If on an average week he takes 4 days out of the week, 2 hours a day, or 3 hours a day, or 5 hours a day to work on football stuff, I'm wagering that Tua does that, and then he probably puts in additional hours to work on his jiu-jitsu. So I think he's putting in overtime to make it, that he is doing the best he can to be the best quarterback that he can be. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, hallelujah. Find time to start doing it. To Lewis's earlier point, the man's been playing football since he's in high school.
But he's never had these type of injuries to this extreme. He hasn't.
So is nobody else.
Hey, but Steven, he's not listening to nobody because I know his PR team told him in the corner like that. So he's not listening to his PR guy.
Why do you think 31 other teams didn't choose him at quarterback?
Y'all can't
doing
get
the
mad at
same.
Tua.
When he clearly states that he's learning how to ball. You guys want to gloss over that.
That they asked those dumb questions. The man was just
Nah, I'm appalled that the man.
Y'all muddying the waters.
He's so green that he answered them with the answer that he answered. That's the green part. You can't deny the fact that he got out there and made himself look greener than the grass in Georgia. He did that. He did that. Nobody else. Flores didn't do that. He did that.
That's got to be G. Thank God. That's
Georgia
got to be G.
orange clay. They got orange clay. No
Orange
green
clay.
grass.
Okay, hey, I know about the orange clay in Georgia, man. I've been through Cordell, Valdez, bro. I threw watermelons as a kid, bro. Trust me.
Can I get
what
him,
I'm
Steven?
saying is, why did his PR team not help this
Wayne B,
man
bro. This Wayne
learn
B.
how to talk to the media? You got to understand when you're being set up by a question, man. You can't be that green. You can't be that green.
But
Like
90% of the questions was about falling.
like
Y'all
that
can't get mad at the man for
Omar somewhere doing the running man.
Let me help G out. Here's the answer to the question, Stephen D.
There was
because
no
I
other
like
way.
it. Ain't y'all seen it on TV? I thought it was cool.
Gee, there was no
That's
other
the
way.
answer.
Gee, there was no other way for him to answer that question, and he couldn't.
I just gave you another way.
Well, I'm telling you,
delusionally. What the hell is going on? Steven, let me get this real quick. I've been sitting in the back listening to y'all. I don't understand the delusion you let on your panel so much, but I get it. It's for entertainment.
It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. Everybody has
I know,
a play.
I get it. It's God, no, I know you'll be happy when this day is over with. All of you that's on this panel right now, I need you guys to simplify your thoughts. Matter of fact, circumcise your thoughts because you don't know what you're talking about all day. Y'all spew out the same
and you
nonsense
sound real
all
intelligent
day.
coming up here insulting everybody. That sounds real intelligent.
Color. Stop, because all you do is interrupt people all day. Crypto does the same.
Oh, yeah, that's all I do.
Y'all
You
like
came up here and insulting people, and you expect not to get
You
interrupted?
expect not to get in. Exactly. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Goddammit.
Hey, hold up! Breaking news, and it's not. I'm going to tease y'all. I'm going to have the biggest guest I have ever had on this show on Friday.
Oh snap!
I am going to. It says, "Let's do this Friday." Sounds like a plan. I'm just throwing it out there, guys.
Hope
It's
not
about
TV.
to go down.
Yeah, man, it's trying to make a living. It's got a business for himself.
Friday's
Over
show,
20,000+ subscribers.
Friday show's going to be fire.
Stop it.
Just be here Friday. Just be here Friday. That's all I know. Be here Friday.
You got reason coming by?
You know
got
the
reason
funny
coming
part
by?
about y'all?
No,
They love TD so much. They love TD so much, and he's a band nerd just like me.
And you love keeping his name in your name in your mouth.
You love keeping his name in your mouth.
Like a little schoolgirl. Like a little schoolgirl. Keep that man name out your mouth. You're a jealous ass nigga. You jealous, man. You jealous. That's why you talking about him. Like, you wish you was TD. 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 That's why you talk about him. Because you wish you was TD.
Keep cooking, G.
With your baby five quarterback. With your baby five quarterback. With your pop on a quarterback. With your pop on a quarterback.
G, put some respect on to his name.
Keep cooking, G. Keep cooking him, G.
Put some respect on his name, man. The man.
He's cooking shit. That's what he's cooking.
Hey,
That's all he's cooking. That's all y'all doing.
Keep cooking. Keep cooking him, G. Keep cooking.
What's your name? What's your name?
Y'all don't cook nothing.
Tell me about December. Tell me about December.
Look it up, homeboy. I got 3 championships.
Tell me what's for Christmas.
Sometimes I do hate Wildin' Out Wednesday with a passion. With a passion. I'm going to be drinking all afternoon because you guys are the worst sometimes. The worst. And I can't wait for Friday. Y'all are going to love Friday.
Hey, Steven.
What?
Steven,
yeah.
Steven, how was your Christmas? How was your Christmas?
My Christmas.
Tell me about Christmas. How was your Christmas this year? How was your Christmas this year?
I didn't like what happened on that day.
Tell me about your Christmas.
Yeah, give us some insight on that day.
It was a
fabulous day in Dolphin land.
No, I mean, look.
And how about the week before? On the 18th.
Huh?
And how about the week before that on the 11th? On December 11th. How was December 11th for you?
I mean, look, I get what you're trying to get
How about
at.
December
I
4th?
understand.
It's the same old. That's all they got.
Screw that. How about
That's all they
January?
got is the pass.
So
Just
why
like
that man?
Flores.
So why that man?
Flores is
So
the
why is he
pass.
talking all
Just
that
like
noise when the
Flores is the
last thing,
pass.
the
Just
last
like
thing?
Flores is the pass.
You
Y'all
hate
suck
on
on Flores
Flores.
bigger than so much.
Flores
Yo,
was the
as a
best
black man,
defensive dude.
as a black
I don't
man,
know.
as a black
I
man,
should
Flores
maybe
sucked
take
as
the
a rookie.
Sound like
Don't
you
give
got
me that
penis
Flores
bullshit
envy.
as
sucked
a
as a
black man
rookie.
because
Let's
I'm
keep
white.
it real. Y'all still
Sound
harping
you
on
got
Flores, and he's not even here.
sound like you got penis
That's what I
envy.
don't understand.
Sound like you got
As
penis
Dolphin
envy.
fans,
You know why I'm harping on
as
Flores?
Dolphin
Because
fans,
y'all call
y'all
him
harp on
Banjo
Flores so
a
much.
defensive guru, and Banjo ain't got nothing on his resume. Flores got 4
You
rings
sound
on his
retarded
resume,
right
so I can
now.
call
That's how you
Flores a
sound stupid.
defensive. I can call
Yeah,
Flores
4
a
rings
defense, and you
behind
smell
who?
stupid.
Behind who? Who was his
Smell
head coach?
behind.
Who was his head coach? Who was his head
Hey,
coach?
Yeah, who was
hey,
Who was his
Fangio's
hey,
head
head
coach?
check
coach?
this out.
It was Rex
Stop.
Ryan, God damn
Stop.
it. He's still behind
Stop,
people too.
stop
Stop it.
cussing, Crypto.
Banjo ain't did nothing, man.
Stop it.
Banjo ain't did nothing. Y'all want to label him a guru. Yeah,
Stop it.
Yeah, Trick
guru at
Daddy,
what?
go
A
ahead,
guru at what?
go ahead, Trick Dawson. Go ahead and use it.
The
Use a
delusion
clip
with
from
y'all is
today's
hilarious
video.
because I don't understand. As fans, y'all want to see the team
I
do
love
good,
you
but y'all
guys.
harp so much in the past over dumb stuff. Can y'all literally just grow up and see what the team is actually doing now? You have to build a
Large
team.
gut Sterling. I
It
can
made no
hear this
sense.
happening you got going on there. You lucky I'm the
All
passing
y'all
the
do is
department
cap.
of Homeland Security. You fucking lucky.
Hey,
I'm
Crypto,
lucky what?
stop cussing and get a
What are we
better
lucky
phone.
about,
Your
Crypto?
phone's
What are we lucky about? The whole fan base laugh at y'all because y'all sound delusional as heck every show. And
Does
Steven is
that make
tired
you
of it,
feel
and he
better
just
about
deal with it.
yourself, bro? Really?
No, it doesn't. It
More
doesn't.
power
Motherfucker
to
sound
you,
It's
buddy.
a headache. It's a headache
Are you like, bro? Are
because all
you
y'all do is
like?
harp on the same dumb crap.
Are you even
Get
an
a life.
adult, bro?
Get
Are
a
you
life.
supposed to be in
That's what the
school
fans
right
want
now,
y'all to do.
bro?
Are you?
Is
What are
this
you?
where we've
87?
gone
Are
for
you
Wilding Out
87? That's
Wednesday?
what you
I
do.
don't like the path
You're
this
mad
Yeah,
is
I'm
that
going.
87 and
what
I'm
they
your
do.
daddy.
That's what they
That's
do.
right.
What in the world?
And guess what? You would never be my
All right.
dad because I would kick my ass out before I even wanted to call you my papa, bitch. What are you
What you
talking
say,
about?
Steven?
Yeah, that's evident.
I'm done.
That's
I can't.
exactly what probably happened.
Hey,
Stop.
I'm getting rid of all of you. I'm done with you guys for the day. I'm not even giving you all final thought of the day. You guys are the worst. I love all you guys. Color, Crypto G, Stop the Delusion, Mountie Fins, Caslin. Y'all are in the back room. I love you all, but I've had enough. 5 hours on the dot with you guys today. 5 hours dealing with the delusion. G, I know you're back on, man. I love you, G. I'm not bringing you back on, dude. I'm done with all of you. And it's not you guys. It's just I've had enough of enough. Just understand that. Man. I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. Please donate if you guys enjoyed the show today. I'm getting people are turning on their cameras in the back room mad at me. Don't be mad, man. I had 5 hours of this. I can't take no more. Can't take it. You guys have driven me into a shell, okay, for the rest of the day. I know, Sal. Everybody's going to be talking about it tomorrow. Everybody. G, I love you. Caslin, I love you. Mountie Finn, Stop the Delusion, Crypto. Just know I love you. I just couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Cesar says, I stayed here instead of going to TD. That's because I rock with you, Steven. Stephen D, watch TD's show about Tua in the press conference 15-minute video. I have no desire to watch anybody for the rest of the day. I am done. Oh, William paid up his swear jar. Crypto, you owe. Color, you might owe $1 or $2. Color didn't cuss that much, but he did a little bit. Say $5 for you, Color. $4. Crypto definitely owes like 20. Who else was cussing a lot today? Pay your swear jars. Respect the platform. Wilding Out Wednesday. And Rashad, you owe a small fortune. Yeah, Rashad, you owe too. Anyways. If you're here for the first time, this is not how every show is. Okay, I promise you, this is not how every show is. This is just Wildin' Out Wednesday, and it doesn't always get that crazy, but it is called Wildin' Out Wednesday for a reason. I think I'm going to have to change to a Dolphin controlled panel show because it was uncontrolled today. That's what I'm probably going to do. I'm going to put a Dolphin uncontrolled panel show. All right, I will bring you on one at a time. The people in the back, you'll have about 30 seconds to give your final thought. Okay? Crypto, 30 seconds. Go.
Steven, stop the cap. I'm just saying, great show anyways, but you can't, you guys, you with William Perry and the like, and that new character that's came up met the quintessential definition of gaslighting. That's all I have to say.
Not doing that. Bye, Crypto. Have a nice day. You owe like 20. Real talk. You owe like up to $20 to the swear jar. You were out of your mind.
20? Okay? I haven't swear I was peace.
No, you weren't. No, you were not.
I was in my normal self. What are you talking about?
15. The debt settlement company will say $15 Crypto. You're gone. Caslin, 30 seconds. Final thought of the day.
I don't know. I just got back. I don't know what the hell was going on.
It got crazy. And G's off. G, come back real quick. Hopefully G's not gone. I want him to have final thought. I apologize.
That last character, I have no idea who the hell he was, but speaking a bunch of nonsense. But I guess people have the right to their own opinion.
Well, we know some people's opinions.
Hey, I love you. And I love the show.
My opinion, I don't know. My opinion might be horrible. So,
I love you guys, and I love the show.
I love you too, Kaz. You're the man.
It's sometimes it gets really bad.
It does. It does. And today definitely got there, but that's what Wiling Out Wednesday. I know that there's pros and cons to Wiling Out Wednesday. Okay, so sometimes
have a good day.
Turn out. I love you, brother. Be good. Stop the delusion, Dingle Dorks. Final thought, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Hey, man, everybody, real talk. We all are Dolphin fans. It gets heated. I just get tired of a lot of the negativity, but that's what the show is about. You got to have negative with the good for the show to balance. I understand it, but come on, guys, you harp on the same thing over and over and over and over. And Steven, as a fan of your show every day, we see it in your face that you get tired of it, bro. And it was just like, I got to come up and just be like,
but it's the platform that I created. And there's times that I'm perfectly fine with it. It's just, we are over 5 hours and I normally do a 2.5 hour to 3 hour show. So I am exhausted and just
real quick. I know most of these guys are probably genuine good guys. They're probably just funny guys.
Everybody you argued and debated. Hey, everybody you debated with and argued with, behind closed doors are class act. And
I know they are. I know they are. I'm a very respectful person too, just like it is for TV. But
you and G were definitely going at it. But G's a good guy.
I know they are. I know that everybody who is watching show, kids along too. We apologize for the madness. We Dolphin fans. We just want to see our team finally get there.
The end of this show today.
And they better be in school, little badasses. Sorry, I'll pay that money too. But Steven,
you owe like $5 or $6 to the swear jar today. Pay up, man.
I'll send that to you. Everybody go watch that drip video on YouTube right now. Steven D, I appreciate the comment on that one.
Love you, brother, man. Be good. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on. All right. Color 30 seconons. I'm saving Lewis for last. Lewis is in the back.
Problem. Bro. I'm working with 87-year-old technology here, man. I went down for a second.
Hey, you gotta get the can and put a wire on it and then put it up and say, hello. How are you?
No, bro, I didn't mean to be going at the gentleman like that, but you got to be honest. The guy came up straight insulting everybody, bro.
He did, but he also just said, "Hey, I was just wilding out."
So. I know, I get it.
I get it. Here. It's all
I
love.
Get it, but
I don't know about being delusional.
I hope he doesn't take my reaction as normal. Attitude from me. It's just
it's all good.
I'm gonna react.
Honestly, Color, we don't necessarily see eye to eye and all, but you were great today. I enjoyed 90% of your debate with me, not 100%, but 90%. I like debating with people. I like debating with people when there's like counter arguments. And what I want is at the end of the day to be like, all right, we just look at it differently, or we're not agreeing on a particular thing. So but I think that's the fun of doing a platform like this all the time. So
and look, the thing that I like about it is, I've kind of been the past few years been learning like that actual thing. Like
if I could go back in time, I probably would have stopped wasting my time with football and probably would have went to debate class or something and been like,
yeah, right. We had to know you keep on reading the dictionary for your big words. By the way, real talk. So my son is like doing grammar stuff, and I critiqued a paper that he did a few days ago, and now he's like writing, like copying books for fun.
Oh, that's good.
And I said, look, man, I got a friend who does YouTube with me. His name is Color. You know what he does? He reads a word out of the dictionary every day. He finds a new word and learns the meaning of it. You should do that. And so he's got a dictionary now, and he's learning it. All thanks.
That's cool, man. And he's starting way earlier than I did. So
he's starting at 9. So,
but that being said, look, we're not debating geopolitics. You know what I mean? We're not debating
it's the Dolphins
world
and
issues.
You know
what I mean?
Exactly.
I mean, that's why I just encourage everybody to relax. I mean, we throw the word hate around a lot, and everybody knows how I feel about that because look, the argument got turned right around to, oh, we're disparaging the guy because he's trying to get himself better. No, that's fine. I encourage everybody to make themselves better. Go play for somebody else's football team. That's all I'm saying, man. What's wrong with
all right,
that?
man. Let me let you go so I can get something.
Have a good one,
I love you, brother. Be good, man.
You too.
Gio, final thought of the day.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can, man. What's up, bro?
No, I just wanted to come up. I don't come up here often. I listen a lot.
Hey, man, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Say, man, you guys are hilarious. This is funny.
Does it make your day? Does it make your day go quicker sometimes?
Yeah, it does because I work from home, so I'm here like bored half the time until your show comes up. I watch it till whenever.
Gio, where do you live at, Gio?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Where at in North Carolina, bud?
I live in right now I'm in Salisbury.
Salisbury. Okay, I'm very familiar with it, man.
But I'm from Miami.
I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to my show, man. I'm glad you came
Yeah,
on.
man.
And
Awesome show.
it means a lot,
You
man.
guys have good stuff.
No,
It's crazy, but it's good stuff.
I couldn't do it every day if people like you didn't listen. So I really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much.
Man. No problem.
All right.
But I'm originally from.
Hopefully not for a crazy day like Wildin' Out Wednesday. It's crazy up here, Gio.
Probably. I'll try.
All right,
it was
I
fire.
love you, man. Be good, Gio.
All right, man.
Thank you for coming on, man. Thank you
problem.
for your support.
Okay, bye.
All right. Is anybody else before I bring in this Lewis character to end the day? G, are you there? Are you there, G, somewhere in the universe? Come back on. Final thought. Get on camera to give me your final thought.
It was a great show. I don't know
Was it though? Was it a great show?
It's 5 hours and 10 minutes of great content. I don't know why people are tripping. Bro, people, listen, Steven, I don't know how many times I got to keep saying the same thing, and I tell you the same thing. I know we're supposed to be on this positivity train. I know name calling and stuff, and I lost my cool
definitely
today.
Name calling today. It got and I
lost my cool. I lost my cool. Hey, I lost my cool, but this is what Wildin' Out Wednesday is, man. I think this guy just came up here and said he listens to this show every day. And these are for these, bro, today was pure gold. I think Color said it earlier. It's pure gold, Steven.
Hey, hold up one
People
second,
want
because
it.
I wanted you to go last. Hold up 1 second. Stay on. I want to you're going to be last, so just stay on, and we'll finish this. William.
Love everybody.
Hey,
In terms of
I have somebody, a really awesome guy in the community named Andrevius, who said he wanted you to finish your point. He really wants to hear what you had to say about what you were talking about.
About where did us get cut off? The guy that cut me off doesn't know the history of jiu-jitsu and where it came from. So, like, who kicked me off? He doesn't understand that jiu-jitsu is a subset of judo. So, like him saying, "Oh, well, that's a ground technique," that's dumb because that's because it comes from judo. That's where jiu-jitsu comes from. So, I mean, so that's just a misunderstanding of what it is. I mean, you can go look at the definition. Obviously, it's going to say ground technique, but it's not going to be like you got to go dig into the history of it from the Brazilian ways and where Machidas came from and his dad developing that style. and where the Gracies came from, developing that style. You know what I mean? It's just a history lesson that needs to be taught out more if
So
you're going to understand this thing.
we had a show on our channel that was MMA. My brother from another mother, Angel Ortiz.
I talked to Angel before. Remember you introduced me to him.
Angel's a great guy, and he is a former professional MMA fighter. He is a sanctioned referee for mixed martial arts in the state of Virginia, as well as maybe a couple of other places. And he has done UFC events. He's refereed big events.
Yeah, that's what he said whenever we talked.
You know what? I'm probably going to bring him on maybe this week. Maybe if I can get him on tomorrow, maybe even tomorrow.
And he would even totally agree with me that everything, like, see, the thing is that the shot that Tua took was bad. And if you watch it, I mean, it was neck first, right into the ground, you know, and the way he was slung, the force, the velocity of the way he was slung, you know, that, I mean, times, what is that? I can't remember the numbers right this second, per square foot, per pound, per square foot times, you got to take Tua's body mass times, and the other guy's body mass per force. You can break it down into frames to figure out the speed he hit and everything like that. It was so violent that it was probably somewhere around getting hit by like Deontay Wilder, maybe more than that, or getting kicked by like Joe Rogan, who kicks at like 2100 psi. You know what I'm saying? What colors are?
Go ahead.
What Color's talking about is like the consensus isn't always squared away.
Say what you believe Color is talking about.
What I believe Color is talking about is that the consensus on the on concussions isn't fully out because there's different forms of concussions. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. If that was what he was trying to say, whether he was or wasn't, I actually agree with that.
And what I was arguing to Color was like there's no consensus on how hard a hit should be taken for, you know, how X amount of time should be for said hit. Like, and in MMA, it's an automatic 90 days. You know what I'm saying? If you get knocked out or anything like that. And then they take you back to a doctor to even look at that before you even fight again. But in MMA, because sometimes some stuff just flies under the radar that you're not going to get it.
You know, and Color does a lot of content. And Color, I know you're listening. I saw your I think you should go on if Color'd be willing to on his show, and I'm not telling him what to do. I think it'd be really good if you and him had a good debate or back and forth when you have some time, because I think Color's got some opinions on this, and I think you two would.
He's very well spoken about it too.
Yeah, I think you two would be. I think it'd be a really good conversation. You should go on Color's show and look at and have a really thought out conversation of that. I think that'd be really cool. I think you two would have a great back and forth. Don't bring on anybody.
But what I liked out of what Tua was talking about, because everybody was like, where they took it was like he never learned how to fall before. Everybody in the world and I mean inherently knows how to fall. The difference is like him sharpening that tool and in the art of falling, because that's a different thing in itself. You know what I'm saying? There's a way that you can learn to fall that takes all that energy from the fall, you know?
Yeah.
And whenever I was doing MMA, I mean, it was and my son right here, I mean, he did MMA. He was a wrestler and MMA. He understands the ability to fall. We were all martial artists as kids, so it's kind of like a different scope of things. So we learned a little bit different. But
you Creole people.
Yeah, and guess what? It's not even a natural thing for Creoles. It's actually my stepdad's son that started this and all this whenever we were kids, because he was a big MMA guy.
Well,
but
hey, I gotta go. I gotta let Louis.
Hey, tell Crypto if you're listening. I love you, buddy. I'll see you soon. And then Color, I would love to do whatever you want to do, but y'all have a great day. And I was getting a little heated about the
Hey,
I think you're misunderstanding.
Did you pay up your swear jar? I think you did.
Yeah, I sent it in.
You're the man, brother. Somebody pays around here.
Well, hopefully we'll see y'all soon, and everybody have a great day the rest of the day. Love the show as well.
I love you too, William. Thank you, man. Thank you for everything. All right. One more time. Let's do it. Get on camera.
What are we? Never mind.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
I'm not. I'm really not.
I love you, man.
I love you too, Steven. This has been a great show.
Well, I mean, I've had some people text me, I've had literally since the show started, I got 15 texts from 15 different people. And I would probably say 7 or 8 of them were about the show. And one of them was like, this content sucks. I hate Wednesday. But then I get other people that love Wednesday. So I don't know what the fans like. I just know that I think they tune in. So you have good days.
You can't make everybody happy, Steven.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I try to make it one day a week, and I throw it in here and there and other times, but you know. Crypto says, I love you too, to William. Cesar says, great show, Steven. The Realist Miami Dolphins YouTube channel says haters. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you. What is your final thoughts, Lewis? What would you like to tell the people? David says, I love the show. I appreciate it, David.
I don't got nothing to say to the people, actually. I just came up here. I came up here because, again, I heard the only reason I left, Batman went live, and I heard some nonsense up there about what was going on over here. So I just, I went over there to defend myself over there because, again,
what did they say?
They said that we were all lying and complaining and, oh, what's wrong with Tua? And again, nothing is wrong with Tua trying to improve himself. Nothing is wrong. And again, for me, if the man has played quarterback from high school all the way to the NFL, you mean to tell me he don't know how to fall? Like, I understand what William Perry's trying to say. I just don't agree with William. I just don't agree. Like
Giovanni says they hate us because they ain't us.
That's right. Listen, everybody has an opinion. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. That's why
Wayne
we have
D
shows
says
like
Wednesdays be hit or miss with these clowns.
this. Yeah. Wayne D is another clown that stays in the chat.
You don't. Wayne's a good guy. Wayne supports the channel.
I didn't say he wasn't a bad guy. I just say he uses a lot of these instead of this.
Twitter
That's what I'm
fingers,
saying.
chat
He has
fingers,
a bunch of
keyboard warriors.
He's a keyboard warrior. And that's fine. Everybody, man, stay in your lane.
Wayne's a good guy.
Yeah, well.
All love, real talk. I hope everyone is blessed, but good Lord, y'all are delusional.
There you go, man. You see what I'm saying? Steven, again, I know it's 5 hours and basically 20 minutes.
5 hours and 20 minutes. Hey, if you liked the show today and the 65 of y'all that are still watching, please donate $5 right now. Just donate $5. Get us where we need to be. We need to have more donations come through the door to keep the show keeping on going. All right. So if you're able to, okay, I understand gas is $1 million. A gallon of milk is $1 million. Everything's expensive these days. I get it. I understand. But if you're able to, donate $5. It goes such a long way. Cesar says, Lewis, you're the man. Wayne D says, Sir Lewis, you are funny in color. All love, 100. The Realist YouTube says, I ain't heard none of the show, but it's hard. If you can't go in a playoff game, don't go. Some people will go when they okay. I can't read that right now. I used to do 5-hour and 6-hour shows back in the day. A lot. I don't do them anymore, though.
Well, this was a great show, Steven. And again, bro, keep your head up, keep working, and we're bro, everybody that comes on this platform, stays in the chat, comes on the panel, like we do it because, again, Steven, I've told you this on phone calls. We all rock with you, homie. So whether it's good or bad or a show goes left or right, it doesn't matter. People are going to stay here because they rock with you. Like you said, we got 65 still in the room after 5 hours of screaming, cussing, nonsense, whatever.
Yelling, ridiculousness.
Bro, so listen.
I'll take y'all 65 any day of the week.
Absolutely.
I will definitely take the 65 over. Cesar says, what gas? Ain't no gas in Miami. That's true. I talked with Cameron last night. He was telling me about it. He's telling me how bad it was over there.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. So Listen.
Hey, Tampa Bay Lightning suck. I hate that
cap.
they won 7-3. AL East is going to be fun to watch this year, huh?
It is. It's gonna be real fun.
Gonna be real fun.
I can't stand all the teams in there though. Actually, I like the Blue Jays a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
They beat y'all. They stopped the record, and you like them? I hate the
Yeah.
Blue Jays. I hate
like
the
the
Blue
Blue
Jays because of Jose Batista back in the day. That clown.
that was
Yeah,
my
I called him
guy.
a clown. I hated
That
Jose
was- I
because
used to
I'm a
love
Manny
his
Machado
athleticism.
guy, and Batista and
whatever.
Machado hated each other.
Yeah.
So F that guy. That's how I feel about it.
Sounds like hate.
It does, and it is, and I have no problem. I had no problem admitting to it. I was a hater.
I just hate the Yankees and Red Sox. Really, everybody else in the division don't bother me. It's just those two teams. I can't.
Have you ever been to a game up there in New York or Boston?
I've been to. My dad is a Yankee fan, so I've been.
You went to the old
Twice.
Yankee Stadium or the new one?
I went to the old and new.
Yeah, me too.
So
Yeah. At least we're not a Cardinals fan like some people we know.
well, listen, I'm a teammate of a guy that loves the Cardinals, so I will not talk bad about the Cardinals in any way, shape, or form.
Cesar says, "Hey, Lewis, I was out of line about my Drake comment last night, so I apologize."
You see what I'm saying? Bro, this is all fun because, again, when he made that comment, I went at him, and look at him now.
JR
Salute to you,
Black
man.
says, an opinion show cannot and should go left unless people get disrespectful. It is football, people. Let's have fun. I agree
And
with that.
there's another one, Steven. JR Black and me have went back and forth. But salute to the homie, man. Appreciate it.
You know, speaking of the Cardinals real quick, I'm a huge baseball fan. I love announcers. I want to be a baseball announcer one day. And it's one of the things I'd like to do. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, runners at the corners. Here's the pitch. And it's a liner into left field. Okay. I love baseball announcers. So I grew up in North Carolina. We had nothing there, right? There was the Orioles were trash at the time, so on and so forth. But my dad was a Red Sox fan, hated the Red Sox, hated the Yankees. I did like the Yankees for a little bit, but I wasn't an Orioles fan at the time. But we had WGN on DirecTV. It was always a channel that you got. And Flipside Fishing says, you're going to have to get some of your guests to donate. I can't be the only one doing it. I don't even come on your show. Thank you, Flipside. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. I'm telling you, it goes such a long way. Not gonna get emotional because I'm already exhausted after 5 hours. But anyways, let me go back to my previous point. WGN is a Chicago station, but for some reason we got it for free as part of our DirecTV package. So I would get Chicago Cubs games all the time. And so during the summers, there were so many Cubs games that started at noon or 1 o'clock. So my dad's at work, so I get free range of the TV. So I watched so many Chicago Cubs games as a kid growing up in the afternoons, just because I like baseball and everything with it. Big Time 666, he just donated. He said, here's all the Devils on Wildin' Out Wednesdays. Finn's familiar for life. I appreciate it. And there was these two announcers named Chip Stone and Harry Carey's grandsons, with Steve Stone and Chip Carey. I think that's right. I'm pretty sure I said that right. Steve Stone and Chip Carey. And I loved listening to them for years. And then one day they both left WGN. And I think one went to the Chicago Cubs. Steve Stone went to the Cubs. And then Chip Carey went to the Atlanta Braves. And Atlanta used to have TBS. TBS used to carry Braves games all the time. I don't know if you remember that.
Right,
And,
yeah, for sure.
And so I would listen. He went there, and I'd listen to some Braves games. But then he left, and I never knew. But then I just stopped, listening to baseball because I didn't have time to for years, or at least on the TV. I'd still listen on radio. But I'm watching. MLB Network has a thing if you have the package where you can see all the games at one time, sort of like NFL Red Zone. It's called Big Inning, and they'll go into the game. And all of a sudden, I'm listening. And I'm like, I know that voice. And it was a Cardinals game. I'm like, holy crap! It's Chip Carey. So I posted on Twitter, and I was hoping that Color would, really think that's awesome. That I will be listening to more Cardinals games because he is one of the best baseball announcers there. I love sports announcers, man. I love true sports announcers, and it is one thing that scares me about what I do because I think I'm a part of the problem. I think we're getting away from hearing real play-by-play, and there might be a time, I don't know how far in the future, but more people want to listen to their favorite podcast, watch a game, rather than hear the play-by-play do the game. And especially when you have clowns like Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson do the games on ESPN, who I think are just absolutely horrible and are the worst. And I'm so mad that ESPN has the NBA Finals, and I wish TNT had it. I'm dragging on. Sorry.
Man, the hate for Mark Jackson is
they're the worst, bro. It is so horrible. It is so hard to watch a game on ESPN with those two. It's hard. It's bad. I don't like it at all.
I like it. I don't mind it.
My favorite is Kevin Hart. It was who was the guy back in the day that did
Nick Gaines, Marv Albert.
No, Marv Albert and Reggie Miller are my favorite duo ever.
Reggie Miller's good.
Reggie Miller is great.
I think Chris Webber.
Wonderful.
I think Chris Webber does a pretty good job.
Crypto with his $10 donation. He says, please limit the gaslighting on the show, my swear jar. I appreciate it, man. We're close to a really good day in donations. Keep them coming. My favorite announcer was the guy from Major League. Oh, so that's he's a real baseball announcer for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah.
And his name escapes me right now. I can't think of his name. I know it. I just can't think of it because I'm exhausted. Just a bit outside, but he's great. And he's a real announcer for the TV. And then I really enjoyed Vin Scully, who did it for the Dodgers for so many years. And Color says Joe Buck is fun when he calls Cardinals games in the postseason. He loves at his cards. He does. Yep. His dad, Jack, was a big time Cardinals announcer, right? So, for years. I love it, man. I love it. I love talking. This is the type of stuff I would love to have conversations about because I just Chris Berman was great. Back, gone.
Oh, that was annoying.
I loved it, man. I loved Chris Berman. Loved it. And ESPN, the Sunday night baseball games used to be great. They had Joe Miller and who's the guy from the Cincinnati Reds? Joe Morgan.
Yep.
Joe Morgan and John Miller. It was Joe Morgan and John Miller. And that they had that for a while on Sunday night baseball. And I didn't care who was playing. I'm watching it because they were just great at what they did. There are some people that are awesome. My favorite in football are probably, I know people hate him, but I love him, Chris Collinsworth. People hate him, but I love Chris Collinsworth. So I can listen to him all day.
I like Chris Collinsworth.
I like Chris Collinsworth and Al Michaels. I was sad when that pair broke up. And I like Tirico, but, Al Michaels is the GOAT, in my opinion, when it comes to football anyway. And then John Madden was really good with Pat Summerall.
I thought Tirico and Gruden were great for Monday Night Football.
Man, people underestimate how great Gruden was on Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
he was
good.
And it's part of the reason why Tony Romo got a chance to go over to CBS with Jim Nantz, who I think Jim does a great job. But I like Kevin Harlan more than I like Jim Nantz on CBS. Kevin Harlan is the guy who did. Kevin Harlan did our Miami Miracle game. Gronk, he didn't have the angle. He's great.
He is great.
Flipside Fishing says Jim Mandich and John Madden are my two favorite NFL announcers. And this is sad, but I'm just admitting this. I never listened. I never got it. I mean, I grew up in North Carolina. I never got a chance to listen to Mandich. And I'm really sad about it because everybody that I ever talked to that said they listened to Jim Mandich doing Dolphins games growing up, they love him. They thought he was absolutely amazing. And I never got a chance to listen to him. I've heard some YouTube. There's some YouTube videos out there with some of his old play-by-play or his color commentary, but I've heard he's really good. He was really good too. So I feel FOMO. Well, not fear of missing out. I feel left out that I never got that experience of Mandich calling Dolphins games. Sal says Phil Rizzuto and Bill White, Yankees all-timers in the booth. So there's a movie that Billy Crystal did called 61, and it was about Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris. The name, yeah. Roger Maris's summer of going after 60, breaking Babe Ruth's record. And the guy that plays Phil Rizzuto nails him spot on. Hey, look, the other day I got this calzone, and the calzone was this big. It was delicious. It was over on the bakery around the corner, and then you'd hear the playback. All right, and here's the like he had to interrupt because Phil Rizzuto would go off on his own tangent about something that had nothing to do with the game. But I loved Vin Scully because he would do the same thing too. But he was the only person in the booth. So you might miss a pitch or two. And you're like, I thought it was 1-0. Where are we 3-1? Did we just miss three pitches of the game? So that always bothered me a little bit about Vin Scully. Bob Greasy. I love him.
I'm not a big Bob Greasy.
Yeah. Nope. Never. I'm not a huge fan. I think Jason Taylor has done a 10 times better job in the preseason games than Greasy ever did. Jason is great in the preseason games the last 2 years. Wonderful. Right. I've enjoyed him. Straight up enjoyed him. All right. Enough about that. 5 hours and 34 minutes. One more donation and I'll get out of here. One more big donation. And I'm gone. Booger McFarland was the worst mistake ESPN ever made with Monday Night Football. I'm sorry, Booger. I don't know you as a man, but sir, you never should have been on Monday Night Football. I'm just throwing it out there. Okay. He was hard to listen to on Monday Night Football.
No, when they went to that 3-man booth, the guy that does he's the co-host with Mike Wilbon on
Tony Kornheiser. They brought him.
Kornheiser was horrible on Monday Night Football.
So Monday Night Football for years ESPN couldn't find anybody to announce games on Sunday night or on Monday night. So they brought in Dennis Miller. I don't know if you remember Dennis Miller. They brought him in for 3 years. And the ratings didn't change much. And there are some people that hated it, and there's some people that thought it was decent. But it was definitely new at that particular time to bring in somebody outside the game that is a personality to be part of the game announcing. And I was a little bit younger, so I don't necessarily remember so much of Dennis Miller, but I remember the reason they went after Tony Kornheiser is because Dennis Miller, I guess ESPN thought they had success with him. And so I remember when Kornheiser was in the booth for, I guess it was 2 years, maybe 3 with Kornheiser. But again, it wasn't necessarily, he's perfect with Wilbon. Perfect.
He's great there. Yep.
But he was
on the debate show.
He was not good doing that. He was not. Robert Law says Mike Emmerich is the best hockey announcer.
Yeah.
The best hockey announcer. Love him. And if Rick is the guy that does the games with him, then I love him too. But Mike Emmerich is excellent. And you know who else is really good? Man, he did the Orioles play-by-play for years. I cannot think of his name for the life of me. He did NHL. He did hockey for a while too. He was awesome.
Well,
Troy
I
Troy
know the
Aikman
guy
and Joe
we
Buck.
had. They're good. They're good.
I
like them better on Fox.
I like them better on Fox. I agree. I don't like them on Monday Night Football, but I like them on Fox. And no offense to Kevin Burkhardt, and because he's decent, but he's not a number one. He's not for Fox, that to be their number one play-by-play guy is sad to me. So and it's no disrespect. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Kevin Burkhardt, but Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, they are not it. I'm just letting you know. They are not.
They're not it.
And they're and it's sad because they're the guys that have to go after Joe Buck and Troy Aikman for all those 20 years on Fox. Vern Lundquist was great. He did some great golf announcing too, and college football. Keith Jackson was decent.
Keith Jackson was good.
Keith Jackson
Man,
was
we got our local broadcast for the Lightning. We had Phil Esposito.
He's good.
He's great. He's great.
He does national games. He's really good. Or he did. I don't know if he still does, but he did.
Yeah, I don't think he does it anymore. I think he's just local Tampa Bay broadcast now. You know, he's the founder of the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Who? Phil Esposito?
Phil Esposito is the guy that brought hockey to Tampa Bay.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's the absolutely. He's the founder. It's him and Dave Anderchuk are the local broadcast down here. Remember Dave Anderchuk?
Not. I know Esposito.
Longtime Ranger, came down. He was part of the 2004 Tampa Bay Lightning team, the first Stanley Cup winner. Dave Anderchuk was a captain.
That's sorry ass team.
Yeah, sure. You know we're great, Steven. People just get mad because a warm-weathered Florida team runs hockey.
Dick Stockton is good. I like Dick. I enjoyed
Stockton
Dick.
is good. Yeah, he was good.
But so look, in
what about
football,
Bob Costas?
Bob Costas, my issue with Bob is he got very political over the last 5 years and a lot of his content. And I thought he was good at baseball. I enjoyed when he did stuff with football. I liked him during the Olympics. He just got very political. I hate politics, for people that don't know. That's why I absolutely do not talk about it on my show in any way, shape, or form. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I'd rather debate Tom Brady and him cheating all day and Dan Marino all day rather than talking about anything political. But I watch sports, obviously this is probably a political statement in itself with everything that's happened, but I watch sports to get away from all the madness. So the last thing I want to talk about during a game, why the game, and by the way, I have no problem if you do a segment or speak on it for, a 2-minute rant, but Bob Costas would literally be covering an event and saying it in his thing. And I'm just like, all right, I don't need this. So I think that's why he didn't do a lot over the last couple of years, but he's back to doing TBS in baseball. And I listened to a little bit last night when the Mets played the Dodgers last night, and he was decent. He reminded me of what he used to be. Ian Eagle's great, and his son is good too.
Great.
His son's going to be really good.
I hated Brian Gumbel. That's who I hated. I couldn't stand Brian Gumbel.
Brian Gumbel. Every time I hear Brian Gumbel, I think of Dave Chappelle, Negro Damas,
Yeah.
Paul Mooney. Brian Gumbel makes Malcolm X look. What did he say? I forget what he said, but yeah, that was good. Every time I hear Brian Gumbel, I liked Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad Rashad. He didn't do games, but he covered. I always enjoyed the NBA content. He always
That
did.
was the ultimate Michael Jordan lover.
They were really good friends.
Oh yeah, because
They
he
were
just covered
really good friends.
He
Ahmad
covered up a
Rashad.
lot of things for Michael.
Yes, he did. Yes, he
covered
did.
up a lot
And that
of
came
things.
out a little bit. That has come out a
Oh,
little bit that he did.
Absolutely.
Because he was there some of those nights that
Yes,
some of
he
that stuff
was.
was occurring. That's
Yes,
why
he
it was
was.
covered up. I like Greg Gumbel better than Bryant. That's fair.
That's fair. That is fair. I'll take Greg Gumbel.
Kurt Menefee's good too. I've enjoyed him doing the USFL games that he's been doing this recently on Fox.
Yeah.
He's been pretty good on USFL games. Kurt Menefee's another good one. Yeah, I mean,
going on baseball. I know you told William Perry to do a show with Color, but you and Color should do a baseball segment together because Color loves baseball.
I love baseball, but I get no listeners when I talk about it. They all go away. I'll be back when the Dolphins talk is here. To be fair, I created my content specifically, for Dolphins fans, but I like everything. But I love baseball. Dolphins are my favorite team, and there's probably nothing with the exception of my wife and children that I love more. But to be fair, I love baseball the best because I can watch the Cincinnati Reds play the Pittsburgh Pirates. I can watch, the Texas Rangers play, the Kansas City Royals, and I love baseball. Can go see any single A, double A, or triple A baseball game. Nothing better than going to any ballpark, seeing any baseball game. It's great. Everything about it is great. I have thought about getting more baseball content. It's just, it's tough, man. Baseball, part of the problem with baseball is, there's a reason that sport had like the clock. Name another sport where they literally changed the sport to cater to try to get a younger generation to watch that game. No other sport's done that. You've always made the sport. You changed things within the sport. But I think having the pitch clock in baseball makes it a totally different game than what it was before the pitch clock.
But I forgot what game it was.
It's checkers now. It's not a chess. You got to move within the thing. So now it's just, what can I mow down? Where back in the day, granted, it would be a 3.5 hour, 4 hour ball game. But I can think, am I going to throw a splitter here? No, he's probably, and maybe they overthought it. But my opinion about the pitch clock is it's a totally different sport now. And I think no hitters, which are already rare to begin with, will be even more, for lack of a better word or expression, will be super rare now. Because how are you expecting a pitcher to pitch a perfect game or a no-hitter in 9 innings when they have to pitch every 20 seconds and they can't? The latter part of the innings, it's a chess match in those latter part of the innings.
Right.
I don't know.
I forgot what game it was. It was probably a week ago. It was under 2 hours, Steven.
An hour and 58 minutes, if I'm correct.
It was an hour and 58 minutes. It was unbelievable. So
Color says they were never going to attract a modern audience without shortening the They are never going to attract a modern audience without shortening the season. They'll never do it, so they refuse to admit that's the issue. Interesting point.
I told you and Color need a baseball
show. So here's the thing. I love NBA. And I'll watch a game during the season. But man, let me tell you, I have been all about these playoffs. And it's only 2 games into the first round. And I'm watching the Clippers and the Phoenix Suns. I'm watching Sacramento and Golden State. I'm watching the Lakers play. I'm watching the Heat play. I'm into it. I love it. I'm ready to go. I could care less about the regular season. Does the NBA need to be 81 games? Probably not. Probably not. I think you can get the teams that should be in it in 65 games and lessen the season by a month. Because I also hate that. I mean, I love and hate at the same time. The hockey and NBA are at the same time, the playoffs. It's a love-hate thing with it. It's a love thing because I can flip the channel and go to the hockey playoff game, and then I can flip the channel and go back to the NBA game. But I think hockey and NBA would benefit more if they had their postseasons in different times.
Agreed.
To baseball standpoint, part of baseball is it has always been a marathon, the game and everything. Part of the culture of baseball is it's 162 game season. And it's not about, and so it's about who can last the longest, who can stay healthy, whose pitching staff, like that is part of what baseball was created on. And so that's why I think, I don't know if I have to think about that more. I don't know if I agree with you. Color says I'd watch NBA more too if it was shorter. Robert Lau says NHL plays 82 games and it's perfect. The average sports fan doesn't like baseball enough to follow a 20 or 40 team at the 60 game mark. It also doesn't help that the game was 3.5 hours long. And to be fair, they wouldn't have any of these issues or as big of issues if they knew how to freaking market and get into social media 15 to 20 years ago and get the younger generation that's 30 years old now. I'm 34. Most 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds, especially 10, they don't know. They don't care about baseball. They care about basketball, football,
soccer now.
Soccer's big. I would even, if that is an argument. Is soccer bigger than baseball? Maybe. 100% that is a possibility. But,
I think the game is just too slow, Steven. Listen, I've tried to put all three of my boys into baseball, and they each played one season, and it's just like, whether you're standing in the infield or an outfield just waiting, looking at butterflies, there's no action. Unless the ball's hit to you, you're just standing around. And I think that for a lot of the younger generation, when you can go play soccer where it's nonstop running, basketball, you're up and down, football, again, running around. It's just different. Baseball, to be honest, it is a boring game. I mean, I love it. I'm Cuban. My father played baseball in Cuba and stuff, so I get it. I understand the game. I understand the passion for the game and why it was called America's pastime or whatever. I get it. But it is a boring game. For the younger generation, when my son played, he was 7. Bro, he was more interested in looking at the rocks and catching butterflies than playing the game. You see what I'm saying? It was like, it's just slow. It's boring if the ball's not coming at you.
Whatchamacallit, man? I'm doing 3 things at once here, and I need to honestly get off. I stayed on 5 hours and 49 minutes today. No reason I should have been up.
Well, listen, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you end it. But before I do, let me give one quick shout out. Because, again, people only come out to Wild on Wednesday and they'll see me screaming, Color screaming, you going at it. And they think that we don't get along. We're not friends. This is just toxic. And I've met great people. I've met Color. I've met you. I've met Von Joe. There's another guy I want to mention. He never comes on panels. He says he listens all the time. And I'm pretty sure he was listening today because I got a text message from him. Vince comes to the tailgate.
I think so, yeah. Vince, yes, is.
Vince, he's a great guy. He listens to everybody. He just, he's told me he doesn't come on the platforms and stuff. I did want to shout him out. He is a great guy in this community, and he supports everybody. And I just wanted to show him. Hopefully he's watching, or hopefully he sees a replay of this. Vince, if you are watching, shout out to you, homie. Because, again, I've met Color, Stephen D, Von Joe, a bunch of great people in this community. Whether you see us fight or not, we all do, at the end of the day, love each other and root for the same thing. So, Vince, again, if you're listening, homie, shout out to you and all respect to you, for real. So,
Vince is OG, triple OG.
Vince is a triple OG, man. So, mad love for Vince.
Mad love, cuz. I love you, man. Be good.
Later, Stephen. Love you, too.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers was crazy today. Wilding Out Wednesday. What a day. I hope you all enjoyed the show today. It was a lot of fun. Only got about 38 of y'all left. But yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun hanging out with y'all. So hopefully y'all come back tomorrow. Tomorrow will not be as crazy. Tomorrow is Thursday. Throwback Thursday with Cameron Scott. That'll be a good show. And Friday, it looks like I'm going to have one of the biggest guests I've ever had. Maybe the biggest I've ever had, because it ties into current rumors speculating around the Miami Dolphins too. I'll say that. It ties into current rumors speculating around the Miami Dolphins. So Friday, potential big guest. Big guest. I'm excited. And I think y'all are going to appreciate it. So, hope you all enjoy it. Go back and listen to some of this. You ain't got to listen to all of it. Thank you for donating to the people that donated. We were a couple of dollars away. We were like $4 away from hitting goal. So donate to the channel if you help the channel grow. 5 hours, 6 hours. We're going to say 6 hours. That's 5 hours and 52 minutes. 6 hours today. Please donate to the channel. Make it worth it. Make it worth it. All right. I love you guys. I can't do 6 hours again. Tomorrow's Thursday with Cameron. We're going to have a good time. I will see you all tomorrow right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Be good.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter college. Whole squad been trained to go. Fence for life, we throw the folk. Singing this just to welcome bro.